down. Don't you know that I'm on your tail? Make those mountains fall. As long as my feet don't fail.
All right, folks, stream 4. Here we go. We're nearing the 24-hour mark of the Hardrock 100. Andy Jones-Wilkins, AJW with Chris Warden. And in our inset, you can see a shot.
Booyah.
Mael.
What's up?
Who we got here?
We don't have a very, very close visual of them yet, unfortunately, but they're coming down.
Great.
Yeah, this is the descent. It's not a huge descent, but it's a bit of a descent into Maggie Gulch.
Who was after Camille at the last checkpoint at Pole Creek? Was that Katarina on the?
I think so.
The timing. If so, we'd be expecting her, just because we haven't got any intel otherwise. But yeah, they're moving very well down this hill. See, it's definitely getting light here this morning. It's very fresh still. Just saw one of the deers.
Katarina Hartmuth, 7th overall, 3rd female into Maggie Gulch, mile 85.
Mm-hmm. And from what we saw from Camille coming in here recently, she didn't want to. We don't think she wanted to lose that second place. So Katarina's definitely got a job to do if she wants to make up that extra spot. So it's a great vantage point here because we can get the runners, a check on those runners, probably like 5 minutes out of the aid station. We kind of get the first sighting of them. It's probably a lot easier to sight them in the night because you just get the head torch. But yeah. Runners are coming in with their jackets on. Yeah, definitely looks like it was a fresh one out there, cold one out there this evening. The aid station crew on point here at Maggie Gulch. Got all the right noises happening for the runners coming in. Got the menus are out this morning, so this does look like Hoka kit. And it does look like Katarina is coming into the aid station now. As you said, 3rd female. Big welcome from the crew here. Woo! And she's got Dakota Jones with her, pacing her into this aid station. So Dakota Jones ran 3rd in this race in this direction last year. Morning, man. So Dakota's actually asking for food and not the, and so Dakota looks like he's hungry. That's typical. Dakota, would you runner like something as well?
You can ask her. I don't know.
Classic.
Yeah. And then we can put the bottle.
I think that just great deficit over all the.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I love your Everspark.
Katarina Hartmuth, 3rd place female, and Maggie Gulch, mile 85.
very
with her
cold.
pacer Dakota Jones.
Is this his water?
Water.
I try. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you can tell how cold it is out there for the people who aren't running.
Mm-hmm.
It's going very well, and then after Sherman, it was just like, oh no.
Makes you feel any better, the
In the big black puffy, that's Megan Hicks of I Run Far,
Yeah,
board
they
member of Hard Rock.
So. But you
And-
know,
Caught you there.
Yeah,
for Ludo,
and editor-in-chief of I Run Far.
he's like, you know, he's
She
the guy.
keeps me in line every Friday with my AJW's taproom column.
I think you're still having a great race. I think
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
really challenging to not have any problems in a high altitude race.
You know, the funny thing is, apart from the first lamp, I had no issues with my back, which is amazing.
I hope this just makes it resolved. Huh?
So, which is why I'm still in the race, which I would not have been. Well, I mean, at the beginning of the week, to be honest, I thought I would have to drop at some point. Yeah.
I mean, you're
That's-
so strong, so I think you just
Oh yes.
accept the daylight, let it in,
Yeah.
find your strength on the tongue.
It's moving really well.
Yeah.
We're feeling not as good as we want to.
You're learning how to eat again.
Yeah.
For the first time again.
one Pringle at a time.
You'll have the sunshine.
You're doing such a fast time.
Yeah. Still doing amazing. So, folks, bit of update. Really positive to a huge degree. Katarina, a lot of jokes, a lot of smiles. Kind of a little bit bummed in the sense that she mentioned that she was having a bit of eating problems earlier on, but yeah, she's obviously rallying a little bit now and getting some food down. Looks like the altitude played a bit of a part in that, but yeah, she's definitely positive, and she actually mentioned that she's just super happy for Ludo. She's just so happy to see him do what he did, and she's obviously got the intel that he got the course record as well. So yeah, she just mentioned that she's really happy that yeah, she's just really happy for him, and yeah, that's pretty amazing thing to be thinking once you're at this kind of this stage in a race and you've got your own race that's still going on. There's a bit of a sense that she's it's crazy. She's in third place right now, and there's a bit of a sense that she's kind of yeah, she's like, oh well, things happen and things don't go so well all the time. It's like you're still in third place. You're like 7th overall. Like you're still in this race and you're doing absolutely amazing. So things are happening. Things are happening. We can. Hey, hey, do you guys want to say something to the live stream?
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
I'll say something.
Dakota will, because he's not short on words. So this is the camera.
All right, so we're here with the whole world watching us at Maggie Gulch aid station. Katarina is doing great, and it's a beautiful day out here. There's nothing I'd rather do than be running in these mountains right now.
Dude, you were doing this 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And so how much did you have to pay Katarina to allow you to join her right now to do it again?
Yeah, I mean, there's a long waiting list, but I lucked out. So, yeah, no, it's been awesome. I mean, Katarina is an amazing athlete and having a really good time out there. We are learning how to eat again.
Yeah.
You're still doing so well,
Yeah.
Katarina. You're still doing amazing. Race isn't over, right?
Yeah, we're not looking for splits, but we are psyched for Ludo. That was really cool.
Yeah.
That was amazing, eh?
It was just
Yeah.
So good.
the guy who-
Yeah.
So, hypothetically speaking, if we were to be able to get a hold of Ludo,
Yeah, that was
what would you like to say to him?
It's not through Sherman.
Yeah, if they could get a hold of
Yeah.
What would you like to say to Ludo if you could get a hold of him right now?
I don't know. I need some advice, man.
Can we bring in a split screen here?
Because I can't.
We totally can take them. Yes.
Are we able to go wide on this?
Yeah, that'd be great.
There we go.
got
Look who
Ludo
we
in
have in the
studio.
studio.
Ludo
Oh,
Pommeret.
hang on. Dakota Jones is leaving with 4 quesadillas.
Thanks.
Katarina only asked for 1. That's a bit suspect. That's classic.
Just want to feed them.
I'm a huge fan of quesadillas after Western Stripes. The only thing I ate for the last 8 hours.
That's weird, man. And but quesadillas with knack, right?
Yeah.
Heaps of
The
knack
knack
in there.
quesadillas.
Yeah, heaps of knack quesadillas. Hey, keep it up. You guys are doing great. Absolutely amazing.
Looks like they're ready to depart Maggie Gulch here.
Okay. You need anything else?
Yes.
I don't know, maybe.
Have a
You can
look.
take a look.
Have a look.
Yeah.
She's being aped by a unicorn.
That concierge.
That's got to be good luck.
Who's the unicorn that's aiding her? Oh yeah, over there. Yeah, I didn't even see the unicorn in the shot. Amazing. That's right. Everything here, everything happens at Maggie Gulch.
Because I had a breakfast before.
No, I think we do.
Again, mile 85. Katarina Hartmuth, 7th place overall, 3rd place woman. With pacer Dakota Jones. Looks like she is getting ready to make that climb up Buffalo Boy Ridge. The small descent across Cinnamon Pass Road, and then the final grind up Green Mountain before the descent to Cunningham.
6 miles. 6 miles to the next one. Right?
They could go if Dakota would stop eating at some
Yeah.
point. Here.
That was good. That was solid. Yeah, 6 miles, dude.
You need to believe in yourself. You're so strong.
Yeah.
You are strong.
Doing so good.
Need to get the energy back into my body.
I wish we could show you how slow everybody behind you is moving. Like for real, like we're moving at a very consistent pace. Maybe it doesn't feel amazing, but we're moving well.
Looks like Dakota's making up for lost time with all that food he's eating.
I have a phone somewhere.
Yeah, no, yeah. Dakota is eating a lot of food right now.
Oh, you mean the
Yeah,
live
yeah,
up?
yeah.
Is that
That's
what you have the live stream?
that is on the
The
live stream.
best live stream there is, probably.
Oh yeah,
If we're Iron Park, maybe that's
perfect. Thank you, Bryce.
not a live stream. All right, so then Mount Outpost is better.
Don't worry, buddy. You got it.
Good. It's exactly
Mael,
what
are
Ludo
they
said
able to
as well,
hear us, or are
weekend.
you relaying?
What are you talking about?
Sorry, what's that?
Are they able to hear us, or are you relaying?
Yeah, I'm relaying. Unfortunately, we don't have the surround sounds set up. Is there anything you would like to pass on to them?
Well, yeah, you had, or Dakota had mentioned rather that he wished if he had a chance to talk to Ludo that he could ask some advice, and I just wanted to say we've got Ludo in studio ready to give some.
Oh, right. That's awesome.
Yeah, as soon as Katarina departs, we will begin our discussion with Ludo. But we just wanted to let you and the people there know that he's literally sitting here watching, paying close attention to what's going on.
Wow.
I think he's
Hey, you guys, Ludo is in the studio watching you leave this aid station right now. Give him a wave. Give him a big wave.
Yeah, and just wish a good end of race to Katarina.
I'm so happy for you. It's really, you know, when the news came out that you broke the record, I was just like, yes, he's the man. You know, he was here for 4 weeks, and he really, I think, tried everything to do a good race. So, congrats, well earned.
Thank Katarina,
Hey.
and keep
You
going.
guys are doing great too.
Great stuff.
All right. Get after it, guys. Have a great morning. Enjoy the sunrise. Nice work. Hey, Dakota,
All right,
share
Katarina
all that food, all
Hartmuth.
right?
With pacer
Share that
Dakota
food.
Jones beginning
We're
that
seeing you leave now.
climb out of Maggie Gulch up and over Buffalo Boy Ridge.
Let's go.
And Dakota with at least 1,000 calories in hand.
Let's go.
go, Katarina! Let's go,
Okay, as
Katarina!
Katarina heads up the ridge.
Woo!
About 15 miles to go. Ludo, you didn't get to see this in the daytime. You were moving too fast.
I saw it because I did twice the soft throw. So
That's right.
I know this place.
For those just joining us now, we are here with the new course record holder and our 2024 Hard Rock champion, Ludo Pommeret. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, correct.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
We heard about those two soft rocks before when we did our preview. Did you do them both in this direction?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, the direction of the race, yeah.
Yeah. And did you, and from what I understand, you did one as almost like a fully loaded sort of backpack trip.
Yeah, backpack with tent, mattress, sleeping bag, and all the food for 4 days.
Right on. And then when you did the second one, did you go a little bit faster?
Yeah, it was with Camille, Bruyas, and Maryanne Hogan,
Yeah.
and they have a crew, so we did it light.
Nice.
So it was a bit faster, yeah.
Ludo, how acutely aware were you of the course record? Were you looking at it the entire time? Did you have that in mind and were following where you were at?
Not at all, because I asked my crew and everyone to not give me any update on the race. I wanted to do my race and not focusing on other runners. They just told me that I was a bit ahead the course record in Cunningham. So that's why we try to push and get the record.
How many years, for how long have you wanted to run this race?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
5 years.
So I think it increased the, how you say, the your mind that you really want to do the best on this race. That's why it's the first time that I dedicate 1 month to prepare a race. Far from my family, that you are really focused, almost like professional. I'm not.
Right.
I have a work, so yeah, and everything went fine. It was my dream to do this race, and it was really, a dream day. So that's I think it's the first time in my life that everything run perfect on the race. So
That's fantastic. I mean, with wins and great performances at quite a few races, to say, would you say that this was your best race?
yeah, I think at least in the feeling, everything went fine. The legs always responding fine. And when I wanted to run, I could run. So everything was perfect.
Nutrition?
And the weather also.
Yeah.
Nutrition, of course, I have the best nutrition. So
Do you? Tell them what is
yeah,
what,
sorry,
what's
it's
your,
not your sponsor.
What's your nutrition
It's
secret?
snack.
Knack?
Yeah, and we established a plan. But in the beginning of the race, it was too hot for the plan that we have established. I have to change a bit because I was too thirsty. The plan was to mainly do with the drink, but too much sugar, so I have to change a bit and adapt my nutrition plan.
Ludo, you've had such a sustained run at the top of the sport. I mean, finishing, first at UTMB several years ago and still keeping a high profile in terms of your results. And let's be honest, you're my age, about. I'm 46 or 47.
So-
You're 48.
49.
49. How are you able to keep yourself in shape and in one piece to do all of these things? What are you doing that maybe the rest of us are not?
You have some pain, but you have to go over. Around 50, if you have no pain, maybe you are dead. So keep running with some pain and try to manage them. Now it's 2 years that I'm checking. I see a physio twice a week, so it has improved a lot. So yeah, of course you should take more. You should take care more of your body. Yeah.
One of the things that older runners are told to do a lot of the time, and some of us do a better job than others, are take care of the other non-running related things, spending time working on flexibility, on strength, on overall body health. Has that, as you've advanced in your career, is that something that's been more of a priority, or has that always been something that's been part of you? Because I mean, you are a model of the older athlete.
Old man, old person, not old man. No, except this that I'm doing with the physio twice a week since 2 years now. I don't take really care of my body, and I know that I'm not enough stretching. I'm not so, except during the race, I'm not so strict on my nutrition. I can eat everything, but try to be moderate in everything. That's it.
Now you mentioned too that you have a family and a job. What do you do for a living?
I'm working for the Swiss Sky Control, but since 2 years I'm working only 60%.
Okay.
So it's
Has that helped with your training time? And
yeah, that's why I work more at the beginning of the year, and I can free 2.5 months because I will not work until September because I will do UTMB also.
That's right.
Andre in the chat was asking, and I want to kind of actually piggyback on this. He was asking what the hardest part of the course was for you, and I want to kind of tweak that question a little bit. So you did multiple soft rocks in your approach to this race, an approach to the run. What was the hardest part of the run, and was it what you expected when you were doing your soft rocks? Did your perspective change when you were actually competing here this weekend?
The issue is that I didn't have any up part. I was a bit scared about the last uphill, giant pass.
Yeah.
But then when we tried to push, there was no pressure behind. So we tried to push to get the record with my pacer. So yeah, it was better than expected, even if it was really hard. Because Kilian, I remember the timing for Kilian on his Hardrock 2 years ago. And it's incredible. Maybe I made 10 minutes more, I don't know, but I tried to go fast downhill, and I have a bit and a half done. So yeah.
Your Cunningham to the finish split was just a little bit behind.
I didn't check.
One of the things that you did that was outstanding, as we observed here, is really quick and efficient aid station. Aid station transitions.
Yeah, but
was that a focus for you?
Yeah, because you see, I'm maybe 4 minutes close to the record. And if you are spending too much time in the aid station, it's dead. And this is my experience on the past race. I remember my first Diagonal des Fous in La Réunion Island. I spent too much time on the aid station, and I finished second. If I would have taken less time in aid station, maybe I would have won the race. So because you have the in out and out, and I spent too much time. So now. Yeah, we try to reduce this timing.
Yeah.
And it's almost, you see on UTMB now, it's like pit stop, and you try to optimize everything. So
I feel like we saw a seminal moment for this run for you when you came over the top of Grand Swamp Pass and basically started to dart down past Francois.
No, but it was just a joke because, you know, it's the period of Tour de France.
Yeah.
And you can fight for the red shirt, dot short, you know, when you are at the summit.
Yeah.
So I was first at the first one, and then I just played that game. And the next pass, Francois just arrived at the same time than me, and there was a sign, and he was just running to touch the sign first. And I was running too, and I get this third also. But it was just a joke. It was not to mimic Jim.
Well, if you go back and you watch it on video later, you will see that it was kind of an eye-popping moment for us, for sure. It was a very dynamic moment to see visually for us when it all happened. So if you were just having fun out there, that's cool. But it kind of put our brains on fire. So
no, but it was not to pass him, and I saw that maybe we will do the descent together. But he still has some pain on his knee. We discussed in the next pass that issue. It was the same for me. First descent, I had a pain during at the end of my training, and there's a tendon that was switching, doing some noise. But I don't know, by chance, everything was aligned. It was only on the first two descent, and after it was okay. Don't know why. I don't know if you see in English, all the planets are aligned.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah. Your planets
and that
were
was the day.
aligned,
So
and whatever was going on in that knee, maybe the adrenaline or the excitement of the
Yeah.
day or what have you, got the best of it. We're going to come back. You know, you get to come back when you
Yeah.
win it. And to
You
be
know-
a true hard rocker, you got to do it in both directions.
Yeah, I have to discuss to check, but could be. It was really yeah, but what make me undecided or how you say not sure
True
is that
rocker?
it
Yeah.
was my best day. I'm quite sure that it will not occur a second time. So,
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think you are taking a long time to get a bib here, so maybe you should not refuse. We'll see.
Ludo, a lot of times we will see runners approach this event very differently. A lot of times, for instance, when we talked about Killian's run with 2022 with Francois, they spent a lot of time together. They ran together for 90 miles.
Yeah.
Was that something you had expected or hoped to do, and things just kind of went differently, or did you actually expect that the only person that was going to be along your side was your pacer?
I saw at the beginning of the race. I think that I will spend a lot of time with Francois, as Zach was not here. It's a shame, but I hope that he will get a bib next year. But yeah, he has pain to his knee, and my coach say, "You do your race. You don't take care about other runners, and at the end, maybe you will pass some runners." But finally, I start in front, so I didn't need to pass any runners.
We've got Jeff from we've got Jeff Rome in Maggie.
Yeah, actually, you know, I'm looking at the splits right now, and it looks like Ludo led from wire to wire.
in Cunningham,
Basically.
in Cunningham.
Cam Traverse, the first runner there that our first tracking. So maybe not entirely, but for all intents and purposes with our tracking, Ludo was the first one in, first one out at every aid station.
Okay.
You were setting the pace all weekend. Is that something you normally do? Because I actually saw you at Western States and you came out hot a couple years ago there. But then when I mentioned that it looked like you were an extremely aggressive runner, somebody pointed out that at UTMB, conversely, you've been known to kind of sneak through the pack a little bit.
Yeah. That's usually my strategy to keep in easy at the beginning of the race and try. I don't go faster at the end of the race. I just try to keep the same pace. That's you know, there's one model that is called Courtney. He's not faster at the end, but almost the same speed than at the beginning. So yeah. And you are mentioning Western States. I was a bit afraid of the downhill on Ure, and running the Western set learned me that you can go quite fast and then still could run on the steepest part. So I learned a lot on US courses.
Just real quick, this is correction. That's Jeff Rome leaving Cunningham, so he's leaving the last aid station and beginning to climb up Little Giant. And so he is in 5th place overall, 4th man. So he's got Courtney ahead of him and Camille Bruyas behind him.
So Courtney is 4th?
Courtney is 4th overall. She's on her way up the climb, yeah.
And Diego and Jason look like they're pretty close together, so there might be a bit of a race.
I wanted to see them. I don't know when you know when they will arrive, or
let's see. They left. When did they leave?
Yeah, you'll want to see them. They left Cunningham at 4:19 and 4:23 a.m. So they've been just under an hour.
Okay.
So
no, 2 hours. That's actually
sorry,
time zone. So they might be getting here fairly soon. So we'll cut you loose here fairly quick. Is there anything else that you would like to add? I don't know, AGW, do you have any other questions? Or Ludo, what would you like to share with the audience that's been following you through this journey on the San Juans?
No, that was an amazing day. As I said, it was a dream day, and this race was my dream, and everything went perfect. And the volunteers are amazing. So thanks to all of them, and thanks for also I saw the difference on the pass because there's a lot of tree that has been cut, and there has been a nice work on the pass. So thanks to all of them.
Well,
All
Ludo,
right.
we'd love to have you back here next year. Frankly, you are the first person to be eligible for next year's run, so mull it over when you've got some rest.
Okay, thanks.
Congratulations,
Bye-bye.
Ludo. Thanks for coming on.
You're welcome.
All right.
That is Ludo Pommeret, our 2024 Hard Rock champion. I'll be honest, I was actually pretty shocked when I saw him coming up the stairs. I had to do a triple take because he just finished this race a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
And one of the things about Hard Rock, having witnessed it a few times in the past when we started covering the event on Mountain Outpost, is that we don't want to make people like rush to get into our studio for our post-race interview. So I always say, whenever you're ready to come by and tell us your story, tell us about your adventures in the San Juans, feel free to do so in your own volition. It was less than 2 hours or so when Ludo came swinging by through the studio.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing stuff. Yeah, I think Ludo can inspire a lot of runners out there, not only in terms of his performance, but in terms of how he's kept his body together. And that was why it was important to me to ask, at the age of 49, here at Hard Rock for the first time as a competitor. Of course, he paced Vermilyea last year to the win as well. But Ludo getting here at 49 for the first time and getting it done, making it count.
There's a good camera shot of the climb, the base of the climb up Dives Little Giant, the final climb of the race. We're also getting word that our second and third place males are heading into town on the Arastra Gulch Trail.
I assume they're probably past the creek at this point.
I think they probably are.
Arastra Creek, about 3.5 miles outside of the finish line here in Silverton. A nice little bath to take right before the final nice, easy flowing trails. I think that at that point of the race, you can say that about the Arastra area.
It's nice to get it. It's one more time you're going to get your feet wet. It's one more time you're going to, but then it is really a nice little flowy section. There's a couple little bits where you have a couple other creeks you have to bounce across. But great finishing times, by the way, for both Jason and Diego. They'll be both under well under 25 hours in the clockwise direction. And a great accomplishment for Schlarb in particular, 46 years old. Again, been at it for a long time. His win here at Hard Rock was 8 years ago in 2016, also in this direction. That was the year he tied for the win with Kilian Jornet. They found themselves together at Cunningham and crossed the creek together and ran it in together. So not sure if he and Diego are together, but we know that they are both, within a couple of miles of the finish.
It's going to be really interesting to see how close they are because it looks like Diego Pazos Speedy has overtaken Jason for a second, but we shall see if Jason does finish in the top 3 as he should here. He will be the first American male on the men's podium since 2022.
Yeah. Also looks like one of the key members of our team, Corinne Chalvoy, is getting ready to head out into the field and run some of our finishers in.
Oh, you're going out to Cunningham. Going to give Leah the opportunity to get some rest? Oh my goodness! But hopefully she'll take a nap on the way in. Corinne Chalvoy, one of our amazing teammates here on the Mountain Outpost coverage crew. Always great to have her as a part of these coverages.
She's going to head out to Cunningham and switch places with Leah, who has certainly been up all night as she made the transition from Animas Forks to Cunningham.
And we filmed Courtney from the distance in the dark. I don't really think we did anything out of pocket there at Cunningham Gulch.
No.
We did not approach her. We did not do anything that was invasive in any stretch
Ah,
whatsoever.
and then she was crewed up the road, and she just rolled through. She just rolled through the aid station, and
Yeah, the expectation that like we completely turn our cameras off is a little bit unrealistic. We're here to cover a race, so.
again, that's looking up Kendall Mountain, the mountain sentinel that oversees Silverton, Colorado. Has a great climb up all the way up to the top. It's a kind of an epic classic San Juan. In fact, I think I'm going to do it this afternoon.
So Maggie Gulch in the lower right-hand corner. I tried to drive out to Maggie Gulch once. Have you ever tried to do that?
Oh no, I've been to Maggie Gulch, but in the race, and then the 3-mile hike from the, that's probably how Megan got in there. There's a parking spot down at the bottom, and you hike up. You tried driving that?
Yeah,
Ah,
it wasn't great.
Not a good idea.
So I had to actually
Make a U-turn.
I had to ask my son to get out while I did about a 45-point turn to head down the hill.
Yeah.
Because I did not want him in the car in case something went wrong.
Yeah, I think the hike up is the way to go. It's actually a lovely hike up, but it is a good solid 3-mile uphill grind. Maggie is still a little bit almost 12,000 at the aid station there. Again, you've got that steep climb that Katarina and Dakota are on right now up to Buffalo Boy Ridge.
That, of course, in the background is Kendall Mountain. If you're interested in summiting that, we do have an idea for you to participate in the Kendall Mountain Run put on by Air Viper Running, shameless plug, each year here in July. And over the past few years, it's kind of become a thing here in Silverton. I've been coming up here for 7-8 years, and the weekend before Hardrock, right in the throes of Camp Hardrock, which is basically the 2 weeks leading up to the race, Air Viper does put on the Kendall Mountain Run and Silverton Alpine. Sometimes Hardrock competitors will enter those runs, those races. Other times they're there just to hang out, volunteer. One of the cool things about last year's Hardrock was that in the days and weeks leading up, Arlen Glick was seen everywhere in town, volunteering and helping and cheering on runners, sitting at Memorial Park here in Silverton as runners cross the finish line to Kendall Mountain. And it's a thing. We saw Walmsley out there earlier this week in the morning. You saw, all of the famous runners at local establishments. I ran into Pam Reed multiple times at restaurants over the past week. So it is definitely a unique opportunity in Silverton to be at ground zero of the trail and ultra running community for a couple of weeks in July. So if you're not ready for Hardrock itself or just not able to get in yet, come on out a week ahead, run some races, assuming the schedule remains the same. We'll see what happens. But just come out here and be a part of things in Silverton. It's a gorgeous community. You're happy to support it once you're here.
Yep. Questions about Courtney and her tracker not pinging. She is on the climb up to Little Giant. She's probably over it right now. She left Cunningham about 54 minutes ago. I'm sorry, at 5:32 a.m. We're now at 6:25. It's a 2-mile climb with about 2,600 feet of vertical. It's not surprising that her tracker hasn't pinged up in there. It's kind of tucked in. You would likely get a ping as she makes her way over the top and begins down that section that Chris and I have been talking about, the butt slide section, a scree field that's about 300 vertical feet below the summit of Dives Little Giant. And then as she gets off that single track and onto what's a pretty kind of technical gravel and Jeep road, we'll probably get some more frequent pings. But we're guesstimating that her, Ludo did 148 from Cunningham to the finish. We're guesstimating probably that Schlarby and Diego will be around 2 hours, maybe 2:05, 2:10. And Courtney probably around 2:15 or 2:20. By way of comparison, when she ran this exact section in 2022, it was 2.5 hours. She was 2.5 hours from Cunningham to the finish, which in this case would put her into the finish in about an hour and 15 minutes.
course, for those that went to bed a little bit early last night and were tuning into our coverage, one of the runners that we were following with bated breath, Laney Baris, bib number 106, unfortunately timed out at Ouray. As you can see, the crowd starting to gather outside of the gymnasium here at the finisher chute, where it will culminate with the next couple of runners. We expect to be Diego and Jason to kiss the rock. Diego for the first time, and Jason on a return trip in the San Juans.
And one of the great customs and traditions of Hardrock is run director Dale Garland greets every finisher, everyone. He does not take a nap. He does not take a break. He's probably taken a little bit of the nap overnight, as he told us in our interview with him after the start yesterday. But Dale is there to greet every single finisher from Ludo all the way to that last one coming in the golden hour. And speaking of the golden hour, Chris and I will be back. It's really a golden 2 hours here at Hardrock, but we will be back at 4 a.m. Sunday to bring you wall-to-wall coverage of that golden hour. We'll have some chase cams out there. As you can see, this is the road that they'll come up. We can actually send some runner cams all the way out to the Kendall Mountain area where the camping is and the ski hill, and perhaps run some runners in through the early morning hours on Sunday. And we'll probably have some runners out there, some runner cams out there today as well.
Yeah, that was one of the great things about our coverage last year, was that we were able to actually have eyes on Courtney as she crossed Mineral Creek and following in shortly before Arlen Glick. We caught the both of them as they were coming into the finish line, and that was a pretty magical moment. Courtney setting the record, and of course Arlen, out here as a rookie, having a fantastic day when I think a lot of us were not expecting that necessarily of him, because it was him stepping out of his comfort zone.
Yeah. A great conversation with Ludo. By the way, if you're just coming on, Chris and I had Ludo in the studio for about 20 minutes, just a few minutes ago, and you can scroll back and watch the interview. What a humble and wonderful guy. And man, as he said, he must have said repeatedly, I had the perfect day. And when you asked him if there were any parts that were difficult, he said nothing was difficult. I mean, that's probably an overstatement. I mean, it's difficult to run Hardrock, but it seemed like nutrition was on point. His little niggle that he had in his knee never bothered him. He was on top of it from start to finish. And as you noted, from when he came into KT together with Diego, he started opening up a lead. His lead was 5 minutes, then 20 minutes, then 40 minutes, then an hour, and he just kept stretching it out to the point where he finished a full 3 hours ago.
I'll admit, I also actually want to see if we can possibly cut that out on the Mountain Outpost channel, when he was at the top of Grand Swamp Pass and he and Francois came up together, and all of a sudden you see Ludo dart out from Francois and basically just start to head down that sharp scree field, that super steep section. Looked like he was just out there, he looked like a kid out there.
He did. Looked like a kid playing in the mountains.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It is coffee time again. I've got my cup here. Shout out to AJW for making the coffee this morning at the media house.
Yeah, we just had I wouldn't call it a night's sleep. We had just had a nap. We did have some overnight folks to spell us, but we're here till noon Mountain Time today, and then we'll take a little bit of a break before the evening. But we're thrilled to be here. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins, 24 and a half hours in to the 2024 Hardrock 100. One finisher so far, Ludo Pommeret, in new clockwise course record time of 21:33. And we are here expecting the arrival of Diego and Jason momentarily. Here's our finish line cam.
Yeah, that previous shot that we had, it looked like it was possibly one of our follow filmers waiting. Yeah, right here. That is, I believe, the Wyman Hotel on the right-hand side, that large brick edifice. Oh, that's Mike. Oh, that's Mike Acer.
Mike Acer.
We had dinner with Mike the other night at a local establishment. Shout out Avalanche Brewing, Mike was super excited to be here.
Mike comes from Pennsylvania. He traveled out to Western states to help with the stream. He traveled out here. He loves the whole kind of tech side of these broadcasts, the Starlinks, the cameras, and this is Mike on the call, heading out.
He is at the corner of 14th and Reese. So from there, what he would have to do, because there is a little bit of weirdness in the way that the finish line is situated this year.
Yeah, they've changed it.
They changed it. So this year, the chute actually faces out with the mouth open in the starting direction, which is a little bit off to those that have been here in the past, because the runners will actually kind of have to do like a little bit of a loop around the block, which will just extend their day a few seconds longer. But basically, at this point, when Mike catches the first runner that he is going to follow, he's going to head over on 14th Street, going to head west on 14th, and then south on Snowden, and then take a quick left back towards the high school, the Silverton Middle High School, which will be where the finishers head into the chute.
Yeah, so for those of you who say Hard Rock's a stodgy old race that never changes, there you go. They changed the way the race finishes. So it's going to go the same direction as it does in either direction, which is new. I remember having done it both directions. It was back in the day. You came in from one side one year and the other side the other year. I think it makes sense. The new setup is good, and it adds, what's it going to add, 50, 60 meters to the finish.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah.
Shout out to the feed for sponsoring this finisher cam, and to all of our other sponsors. Our presenting sponsor, Sunto, here on the Mountain Outpost Hardrock Endurance Run coverage of 2024. Other sponsors include Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, The North Face, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Goo, Catula, and Hypoxico. Shout out to all of those organizations for supporting these live stream efforts, bringing a race that up until recent years, last year when we did our first live stream, had so much mystique about it. People who were trying to follow and get more information about this race were limited to either a video production that maybe took days, weeks, months after the fact, or the excellent, relentless efforts of Megan Hicks and Brian Powell and their team at I Run Far. So I feel like we've kind of opened up the opportunity for people to see the San Juans in their beautiful glory. One of the questions that people did have over the coverage is why we didn't have any drones out there, and that is a regional regulation as well as a race mandate that we not have drones out there. I heard rumors through the grapevine that there was a runner who had opted to bring drones out into the San Juans, and I don't know if what the technicality was there, but they were strongly admonished for going against the spirit of the race. At least that was what was the word on the street. I cannot confirm, but that was something that I had heard out on these Wild West streets of Silverton, Colorado.
And the board of Hard Rock and the run committee, they do closely guard the culture and the community and the feel. We do know that aspects of the race have certainly evolved over the past 5 years in terms of the lottery and the entry procedures and the qualifying standards and so forth. But this is a race that really values its tradition. I mean, it certainly attempts to walk that fine line between innovation and tradition. And in the case of the drone prohibition, I think that's probably a bridge too far for them. Not surprisingly, it was a couple of year process for them to even come to accept the idea of a live stream.
Yeah,
they had a lot of questions for Mountain Outpost and the producers of the live stream, and of course last year was our first go round, and fortunately we were successful enough in working in partnership with Dale and with the entire board and the run committee and the communities. As you might expect, the communities, especially Telluride, URA, Lake City, and Silverton, have certain expectations of the run. and we were successful in meeting those expectations last year to the extent that we signed up to do it again this year within a matter of days. And here is Diego
Pazos.
Mike Acer on the camera. Second place finisher Diego Pazos from Switzerland.
Of course, we interviewed Diego prior to the race. That bow tie looking fantastic. Diego, a super excitable guy. Like, I'm sure that there are times where his smile left his face as he was traversing the San Juans, but they were probably pretty fleeting.
Diego Pazos, family is there.
Oh, what a moment.
Okay, the bow tie is a thing.
Yes. Oh, he has leveled up the bow tie.
He has leveled up the bow tie.
We can hear the applause behind us in the background. People are excited, and his kids, to be able to take them on this journey with him is truly a special thing as a parent, and you as well. Great opportunity.
Big smile.
Diego, a Swiss runner.
Look at there we go. She caught up. She's hammering. We can hear the crowd in the back. A Swiss flag gets handed to him. Second place, Diego Pazos, 24:39 and change. Gets the hug from run director Dale Garland. Big thank you to his pacer.
His pacer's been with him since Ouray.
Wow, that's a 57-mile run.
And when he was at Ouray awaiting Diego, he was bouncy. And Diego didn't look the best when he came into Ouray, but man, he recovered and rallied. Had a great second half to this run.
Yeah, absolutely. He covered the final nine miles, 9-ish miles, in just over 2:20. Jason Schlarb left about 4 minutes after Diego from Cunningham. We would expect him in the next little bit here. I expect our man Mike Acer will be heading back out there. But this is Diego's moment. the family photo by the rock. You've got to have one of those. You never know if you're going to be back in this race again. Father of 3. The kids figured prominently in a few of the aid stations.
Wait a minute. Is his pacer Benyat Marmisol?
Last year's second place runner?
Yeah.
Could be.
I hear audio at the finish. I don't know if the audience can hear it. Of course, we're also awaiting our next runner to come in. We expect that to be 2016 co-champion Jason Schlarb. I know that Diego will likely be heading into the gym behind us to try and rest up. There is a medical station here for them to make sure he is okay. I see Travis Lonkar out on the left-hand side. Of course, Travis, part of the Free Trail team, the mastermind behind Free Trail Fantasy. So if you want somebody to blame for your failures in predicting this this wonderful sport of ours, that's the guy. Okay. I know that we'll have Mike heading out to collect and run Schlarb in. Yeah, for a first-time run here in the San Juans, Diego had an amazing run, as well as Ludo. But we're just getting started here. We're basically halfway into our coverage at this point.
That's right.
Many more stories to tell, many more runners to follow as they finish their journey through the San Juans.
While we don't have a camera out there anymore, our next cutoff time is Animas Forks, 10:30 a.m. this morning at Animas Forks. That's mile 57.9. So we will be tracking some of our runners who might be cutting it close into Animas Forks.
Yeah, Ludo did go outside after our interview with him to greet Diego. We did interview Diego prior to the race, prior to the run. We will see if, whenever he's darn well good and ready, we'll see if he and perhaps the family want to come up, and we got room on the couch.
That's right, we do. In our experience, it's always good to give them a half an hour, even longer if they want to chill out, relax.
Yeah, we've got so much time that that in order to interview the front runners, we don't have to rush anything. We can take our time, and they can decompress as they see fit after, what in some cases might be the hardest thing they've ever done from an athletic standpoint. Shout out to Aid Station Fireball, who apparently has woken up early this morning. I do believe I saw him out there. I can neither confirm nor deny out in Ouray yesterday.
So here's our
his
follow.
privacy.
Here's our chase cam with Mike Acer heading back out to
the feed finisher cam.
The finisher cam to collect our next finisher, which will likely be Jason Schlarb. Here he is. Blue shorts.
Yeah, those have been the easiest way to identify Jason here this weekend in the San Juans. Jason with those bright blue shorts. No matter what color shirt he was wearing, as he takes that left-hand turn.
Nice work, Jason.
I'm telling you, it's been a bit of time since Jason has had a high-profile 100-mile finish, and this is him putting himself back in the discussion, back in the spotlight in a big way.
Comfortably under 25 hours for Schlarby. Durango local.
Yeah, this is pretty much in his backyard.
Mm-hmm.
As you mentioned earlier in the run, flanked by his family here, as he is heading into the finisher chute.
He's giving it a nice little kick.
Yeah. Looks like he could go the other direction.
There's Diego giving him some applause. And the smooch.
The hair may be shorter, but the man remains the same. Jason Schlarb, your third place finisher at the Hardrock 100 2024 in a time of 24 hours, 48 minutes, and some seconds. Yeah, that vest has been something that has been discussed quite a bit. Of course, Jason taking
first American finisher.
First American finisher here this year.
By the way, it was a few years ago that he was the first American finisher at UTMB. Kind of a surprise first American finisher, as there were quite a few high-profile Americans who didn't make it to the finish that year.
And for what it's worth, also his co-victory with Killian also snapped Killian from winning basically 5 in a row.
Yeah.
So shout out to Jason. We'll hopefully, I know Jason is no stranger to the microphone.
Oh, we'll be able to get him in.
We'll
be able to
Run
get
Rabbit
Jason
Run a few months ago. So when he's darn well good and ready, we'll see if he wants to swing by and tell us about his experience as well.
So for those of you tracking Courtney, so these two finishers who finished relatively close together, Diego and Jason, they both left Cunningham about an hour and 10 minutes before Courtney. I would guess, we're thinking that Courtney would be sub 26, would be a tight goal. That's one of the things that Leah prognosticated on. We kind of agree. So we're probably at least an hour, 50 minutes to an hour from Courtney's finish. Big smile from Jason.
Rounding out the men's podium here in 2024, Ludo Pommeret, Diego Pazos, and Jason Schlarb.
There's Ludo. 49-year-old Ludo Pommeret, 46-year-old Jason Schlarb. It's one for the old guys.
It gives me hope.
One for the old guys.
It gives me hope. I'm right in between them.
And I would expect Diego, he's probably in his 30s.
He's 39, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, I think that part of the reason we see that is due to the difficulty to get into this race.
Mm-hmm.
It takes people several years, in some cases 8, 9, 10 or more years to toe the starting line at Hardrock. And so the age of this event just typically skews a little bit older.
Yeah. And as we talked about in the pre-show with Corinne Chalvoy, it's a race that does reward wisdom, experience, patience, qualities that we might associate with a little bit older athletes. Not to say that younger athletes can't do well here.
Yeah.
But it does skew a little bit older.
Yeah, I think that we're gonna see, maybe a bit of a shift here as some of the people who had been a part of this run 20 plus times have started to pare back. Our highest number of finishes from any competitor this year is 16 by medical director Chris Twiggs, and for those that don't understand the history of Hard Rock, most years you've got a handful of 16, 20, 22 time finishers in this event.
There's a nice shot of Diego and Jason.
We'll have to see what happened with the two of them basically fighting it out. Jason had worked his way up from fourth to second, and then Diego clawed his way up from I believe fifth to third over the course of
there's your
the second half
podium
of the run. Yeah, Jason is going to have to put it out there in his socials about his vest, because we've had a lot of questions about it, and it does look almost like a tactical vest. At least to me. So I am not a gear tech guy. I've been rocking the same old vest and same brand for several years, but I know that there are people out there that are very interested in that kind of thing, and maybe we'll have the opportunity to ask him when he is rested and ready to come join us on the couch.
And there may be some, I suspect there might be a few gear geeks in the chat that might be able to help us out as well.
Yeah, there are Dale's picks, and that, we're not going to deny that, but you're talking 6 picks out of 145, and I think that it would be pretty hard to argue. It takes a lot of consideration into choosing those athletes.
And it's nice that in the last couple of years, the run committee has decided to make those picks public. For years and years, they were kept private. So it's nice that they've made those public. And I think that's another good step in the right direction for the race. And for years there were 5. And as the race has sought to be a lot more inclusive, particularly with respect to women runners, they've upped that number to 6. And in the last several years, it's been 3 men and 3 women getting the Dales picks.
Three guys just convening after they finished their run. It just happens to be a 100-miler through some of the most rough and rugged territory that the continental United States has to offer. I wondered what color Diego's outfit would be when all was said and done. You can still tell it was white to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alan, I don't remember off the top of my head who Dale's picks were this year, but I don't remember if he does decide that he has to fill 6 slots. I think it's up to, perhaps.
It's up to 6
yeah.
slots.
So it's just a hard run to get into, and Alan, you would know that as a multi-time finisher of this event. That
I know 2 of the Dale's picks were Zach Miller and Tara Dower.
Yeah, that's what she was mentioning. Of course, I mean, and the lottery doesn't play favorites. One of the things we mentioned during one of our pre-run interviews is that Carl Meltzer had basically just been snake bitten by lottery luck and had not been in for several years. You had run this race for the first time in 2007, is that correct?
2009.
Oh, 2009. Yeah. But it took you several years to get back in.
Yep. 7 years to get back in 2016.
Yeah.
And that was, and that was, the odds were greater then than they are now. So
yeah. Oh, sorry, Alan. You've only done it once. Well, you need to only done it once. Don't sell yourself short on that one. Don't ever say only. But you'll have to get out here and become a true hard rocker and head the other direction.
Kim and Topher Gaylord
I saw them out at
commiserating
yesterday.
with Jason.
They didn't get their fix of high level running a couple weeks ago. Decided to head up into the San Juans. No, Francois is not in fourth. I don't know what happened with our leaderboard there, but I think it was having a moment. But yeah, Francois withdrew from the race at Animas Forks before dark yesterday.
Yeah, so fourth place overall, and we expect to be the next finisher is Courtney Dauwalter. She left Cunningham about an hour after Jason and Diego did, a little bit over an hour. So we were expecting her somewhere around 8 a.m. or a little bit before 8 a.m. That would be a 26-hour finish, which would knock, if it was 26 hours exactly, it would knock 44 minutes off of her 2022 clockwise course record. After Courtney, about 45 minutes later, Jeff Rome, local Silverton runner, cleared Cunningham at 6:15, so right about 45 minutes ago. He's probably getting towards the top of the climb up Dives Little Giant. And next runner we expect into Cunningham would be Camille Bruyas. And I know that Corinne Chalvoy is on her way out to Cunningham to relieve Leah, who's been up all night at both Animas Forks and Cunningham, to give us some footage of those runners coming through there. And then Katarina Hartmuth, who we even got to talk to as she was in the aid station at Maggie Gulch with her pacer Dakota Jones. She was actually even able to talk into the mic and share some thoughts with Ludo while he was in the studio, which was a cool little moment of live stream magic.
Yeah, I love the setup for this live stream. We've got our little area up here on the stage of the gymnasium here in Silverton High School. We have the buzz of the finisher aid station here. We have the medical area behind us as well. So whenever the runners are feeling up to it, they're more than welcome to join us whenever they're ready. We give them that latitude.
Yeah, we're basically occupying what is the Silverton High School weight room. All of the weightlifting equipment has been moved off to the side. We've got a stage and a table and a big screen TV and a couch and the rest of it. And this is our studio. It's wonderful to be right here in the action. We always, the Jamil and Matt and Bryce and Zach and the team always have to be a little bit creative with these studios. It's always a little bit different. At Cocodona, we're in an Airbnb in town. At
a very nice one.
At Run Rabbit Run, we're in a small little ski hut at about the halfway point of the event. At Javelina, that's a fun one. This past year we were right on the course, right next to the big top tent. You can see runners literally going by us within feet of where we're broadcasting from. So it was always fun. The live streaming is kind of still a new frontier, and something that requires a good deal of creativity and something that we can have a fair bit of fun with as well.
We just hit the 25-hour mark here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. That means there are 23 hours remaining. We are going to be here with you for the remainder of the run here in Silverton, Colorado. We will do our best to maintain a staffed announce team as long as possible. Believe it or not, it is tricky to try and get people up to Silverton, Colorado to hang out and talk about running nonstop for a couple days. But myself, Chris Warden, and Andy Jones-Wilkins are going to do our best to bring as many finishers in with a personalized greeting at the Rock as possible. And frankly, as long as our producers hold up, I think we're going to do our best to stick around here and acknowledge as many of them as possible. What? All right, folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. Coming up next here in Silverton, we expect our next finisher of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run 2024 to be none other than women's leader and looking for three-peat Courtney Dauwalter. We will be following her progress once she hits the streets of Silverton. But we're going to take a quick break. This is the Hardrock Endurance Run presented by Sunto and Mountain Outpost.
How many miles is that? 5. Take it easy. You ready to pick up some food? Please.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
On. Oh, hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us back here. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins trying to hold ourselves together here as we're only about halfway through our broadcast, which is awesome and also unbelievable at the same time.
Indeed. We have three. Oh, hello, everybody. We have three finishers. The men's podium has been set. We are awaiting the arrival of fourth place overall. First place woman, Courtney Dauwalter. We're expecting it within the hour. That would be, were it to be at the 26-hour mark, it would be a 44-minute course record in the clockwise direction. But we've been having a blast here. There's lots of action behind us. The day has dawned. Day 2 of Hardrock. We also wanted to remind everybody 10:30, so about 3.5 hours from now. Yes, 3.5 hours from now will be the cutoff at Animas Forks. We'll keep track of what's going on there. That's the section from Ouray to Animas Forks with the 5,000-foot climb up to Engineer Pass, and then the screaming descent down into Animas Forks.
Yeah, so AJW, if you take a look at this, you can go to Wikipedia, always the most important source for information. It's already got the 2024 winner on the women's side declared.
That's pretty funny.
We can't argue, as it does say on the Wikipedia page for Hard Rock that Courtney Dauwalter, in parentheses, third win. I mean, it's happening. You know, we're expecting Courtney in here momentarily, but somebody got a little bit ahead of the game.
Yeah.
And what you're looking at right there, that is Cunningham Gulch, the final aid station on the Hardrock 100 course. From there, runners will actually head up and over Cunningham and Little Giant. And it looks like we are being joined by our team member, Corinne Chalvoy, as soon as she is ready to give us a heads up. I know she is covering the podium on the women's side for right now. And Corinne, what do you have for us? Are they ready to go? It looks like they're still prepping things, so we'll keep an eye on the situation out at Cunningham Gulch as the women's podium is going to be taking shape behind Courtney here over the next few hours.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We got her.
Ooh, okay.
There we
got
go.
me?
Corinne Chalvoy.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? We are out at Cunningham Gulch. Shout out to Mike behind the camera. He's been working hard and saving people from falling off cliffs, I hear. It's very important work. So yeah, it's I guess we're just awaiting Camille Bruyas in here, potentially about a mile and a half out from this aid station. So pretty gorgeous, typical alpine morning. Cool, crisp, clean air, and some gorgeous views.
Absolutely. Cunningham Gulch is a gorgeous section of the course. I've been out there several mornings over the last couple of years, and I'm always amazed. And you look up, that's where the runners are coming from. You know, that is heading back from, I believe, Green Mountain, is that?
Yep, descent off Green Mountain.
Yeah, and then they head down into the Gulch and then up and over the other side to Little Giant and then down to the Roster Creek area and finally through the streets of Silverton to the finish. She mentioned that we're expecting Camille Bruyas to be coming through there sometime in the near future.
Yeah, so we've got a handful of people out here, some media, we've got some crew, got a little fire pit going. So people are trying to stay warm, lots of puffy coats out. I forgot my puffy, but that's okay. We'll manage. And yeah, I think everyone's just excitedly awaiting the number 2 female, Camille Bruyas.
Yeah, the setup along the road in Cunningham Gulch enables people to have their vehicles along the road there, and the actual quote aid station is right where you can see Corinne standing there. They have to take a left turn into the tented area, and then from there they proceed across the creek and then head up and over Cunningham Gulch, Little Giant. And yes, that is.
If anyone's in the.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if anyone's in the area and they want to do something a little different, a childhood annual hike of ours was up to the Highland Mary Lakes, which is just in this area, just kind of that direction. If Mike's on me that way, it's beautiful. There's 3 lakes up there. It's about a 3.5 mile hike, and it's gorgeous. So highly recommend that one.
Yeah, that's as you can see, if you take that road out there all the way to the effective terminus, that is the parking lot for Highland Mary Lakes. There's a parking lot up above, and then if you've got something that can handle a little bit of a few inches of water, then you get to park a little bit closer to the trailhead. I parked a little bit closer to the trailhead, but it did cost me the underside protector of my car one year. So
great fishing up there too.
Great fishing. You can continue on to Verde Lakes above Highland Mary Lakes if you want to go even further, and some of the most spectacular wildflowers and Just all that the San Juans have to offer.
Of course, we're expecting Courtney Dauwalter to come into the finish line. We're not really expecting her until we approach the 26-hour mark. I think that was kind of our benchmark when we were speaking with Leah Yingling out here at Cunningham Gulch. When Courtney left, it would have taken her, I believe, in order for her to break the 26-hour barrier, she would have had to run about something similar to what she ran in 2022. So we're expecting it might be 25-30 minutes before we see her here at the finish line. So folks, we don't have eyes on her now, but we will definitely be having eyes on her once she hits the streets. Are there any runners on the men's side that we might be expecting around or near Camille when she comes in? Do you know that, Corinne?
You know, I haven't been looking at the tracker. I am not sure on that. We'll definitely keep an eye out for runners, and yeah, I will try to kind of peek in and see if we've got anybody incoming.
It looks like it will be Camille and Katarina as our expected next couple of runners. The runners behind them on the men's side looks like Andy Vermilyea, Brian Peterson, Paul Terranova, Benjamin Bucklin, and Nick Curry are all probably. Actually, Andy looks like the only one that's actually hit Maggie Gulch at this point. So they're ways behind. So yeah, we will be keeping an eye out. Camille Bruyas should be in Cunningham shortly, and then Katarina Hartmuth maybe a couple miles behind her as well.
Yeah, Camille has just stayed steady all day today, so really impressive to see her just staying consistent, doing well out here on this course. This is a bear, so she is rocking, and good to see Katarina as well. I saw that little clip of her and Dakota, and yeah, seems like she's in great spirits.
That's a lot of what Cunningham is in this direction. A fair bit of waiting around.
Well, I think that speaks to the sport in general. We wait for minutes, or in some cases hours on end, to catch a glimpse of the runners that we appreciate and support. And then after they have a quesadilla and a couple swigs of some sort of nutritional drink, we wait a few more hours to see them again.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if any of these are Cammie's crew. Might try to investigate and see if we can chat with them.
So, Corinne, you're not actually set up inside the aid station. You're actually on the outskirts of it. That's correct?
Yeah, we're right on the other side, the media side here. Are you guys crewing? Who are you crewing? Oh, amazing. He's crushing. He's doing great. Yeah. It's been fun to follow him all day. We're doing good. Yeah. Just on the live stream, just waiting for Camille. She should be coming in. Yeah. She is. She is. Oh, really? I didn't see the last. Did Maryanne stop? Because I think Maryanne Hogan was pacing her for a long, long stretch, and maybe she was just like, I'm good. $50 miles or something crazy. Yeah. 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 And then I know Martina Valmasoy was on their crew as well, but I'm not sure if she was going to jump in and pace at all. But yeah. Yeah, that's quite the crewing and pacing duties there. So.
Who are they crewing, Corinne?
So this is Luke J's crew.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luke currently
Has he
running
been
ninth
happy
man.
with his day?
I think when he came into Animus,
like feeling very tired. His body felt good, but he just was tired. And so he wanted to sleep, I think, for about 5 minutes. Go to sleep for about 2.
Slept for about 2 minutes at Animus. Okay.
And then we said, all right, off you go.
Nice.
And so he popped up, got some food, coffee.
Food and coffee. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, we saw Luke J at Animus, and he was taking his time.
He was doing good. It's amazing. This is his first Hardrock? 9 years to get in, Luke. Yes. Okay, and got off the wait list at the end of May. But he was training and prepping as if. Okay. A dream. It's amazing. Yep. Okay, so Luke J's 17-year-old is going to rider is going to pace him to the finish. That's pretty special. Excited?
No, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Just got to get over that little bump right there. That's nothing. Your dad's done about 15 of those, so you can do it. Awesome. Yeah, good stuff. Are you his wife? Okay, what is your name? Becca. Yeah, say hi to the live stream. This is Becca, Luke J's wife. You guys tired? Yeah. Okay. Okay. She got 3 hours of hard sleep, she said. Yeah. Just they only have the finish left. Get him to the finish. That's the plan. Awesome. Awesome. Well, good luck, you guys. Thanks for chatting. And yeah, can't wait to see all the content that comes out afterwards. Let us know if there's a film or something that is made.
Yeah, we're just making a short little documentary with Rourke.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll just be kind of highlighting just the groundwork that Luke's put in, the training, and just this monumental feat that he's been wanting to do for 9 years. So
yeah,
be a part of this race, and yeah, it's pretty special to be out here.
Amazing. Okay. Work film coming about Luke J and his prep and his journey of 9 years getting to Hardrock and completing the loop. Sounds great. Thank you all. Thank you. All right, did you guys get some of that?
Yeah, no, we got it.
Very cool. So we got a little bit more insight into the Luke J story and journey, and sounds like his 17-year-old's going to pace him into the finish.
Well,
had a really
my
great day.
17-year-old dragged my corpse to the finish from Cunningham Gulch on, I believe it was last Saturday. So I can empathize with Luke in this regard. There's not much I have in common with him as a runner, but that's one thing that we will both have in common is that our 17-year-old sons dragged us over Cunningham Gulch, up Little Giant, and back down into Silverton.
It's a good job for a 17-year-old son.
Absolutely.
Got 5 more years before mine will be 17. So I don't know. Maybe I'll run Hardrock in 5 years. You can pace me.
Your kids are a common sight at the finish line of your races. I believe that we saw them at Silverton Alpine?
Kendall Mountain.
Or Kendall Mountain. Okay.
Yeah, this year I did Kendall Mountain. So they were at the finish line there. They were at the finish line at CCC in 2022. That was a pretty special one. I think they enjoyed that.
And of course, we had one of the more beautiful moments to catch on the course when Diego Pazos ran in with his wife and 3 very young children.
Yeah. With the giant bow tie on, right?
Yeah. Somewhere along the way, the bow tie went from being noticeable to huge.
Love it.
The just a quick update, Chris. Scottsdale, Arizona's Nick Curry has now moved up into 7th place male, and is closing in on Paul Terranova for 6th place male. He's in 10th place overall.
He's just bound and determined to negative split this thing.
He certainly is.
You can see a shot of the menu options available at the Cunningham Cafe. Again, this is a run where the aid station captains and the directors take great pride in what they provide the runners here in Silverton.
This is the first one I've seen with the London fog on the menu. I'm really hoping maybe one of those can find its way over here, but that's a pretty specialty item there.
You can see the rum and coke, hold the rum, is probably a pretty popular thing there. Yeah, people mentioning Nick and negative splits in the chat, as I alluded to. Nick, a few years ago when I was at the veterans panel, you know, a lot of the legends of the game, Kirk Apt, Chris Twiggs, Howie Stern, Robert Andrulis were giving us a very informative discussion on Hardrock and what it takes to become a 10, 20-time finisher. And one of the things that they said that about this run is that you don't really get too cute about it. You know, nobody goes to negative split this run. And of course, Howie Stern, of all people, kind of mutters under his breath, well, unless you're Nick Curry. So.
The Scottsdale residents train in Scottsdale.
Yeah.
You know, Chris and I both live down in the Valley of the Sun as well. We get used to the heat and just run through it. And I know Nick is a master of running in the heat. So
Nick also has a residence in Telluride as well.
He does.
Yeah.
But we just we just bring lots of water.
Well, I lived in Scottsdale for 18 years before I moved to Chandler, which is where I'm at now. And Scottsdale has the McDowell Sonoran Preserve where you can get some climb. You don't get the elevation, but if you head out from Gateway Trailhead, up Bell Pass and the East End, you can do a half marathon with 4,000 feet of climb. Or if you actually start at on the other side, you can actually probably up that to 5,000 feet of elevation in under 16 miles. So there are places to climb.
Yeah, and most of that's in Nick's backyard. And then you can also go in the other direction down to South Mountain and get plenty of nice trail and vertical there as well.
Yeah, Nick's Strava consists of a lot of runs that are half on the trail and half on the road. And part of the reason why he does that with such frequency is because he's wearing road shoes right now.
Yeah.
As he traverses the Hardrock course. 118 degrees. Google Circle of Hell run and see what comes up.
It drops down to 90 at night.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Of course, our own producer, Bryce Brooks, ran basically just short of a marathon, I believe, last weekend in a 3-hour run out when it was about 115, 116 degrees. Yeah, he did it with a bunch of his friends.
Even
as
got
a completely unorganized,
unofficial, non-sanctioned run that happened to end up on television.
Yeah. Matt asking why it takes so long to get into the lottery or Hardrock. It's just supply and demand. They can only accommodate less than 150 runners, but 2,000 or more apply each year. And it's a very special event, and you can tell from the looks of the faces on the start line, and for people picking up their spot trackers, their bibs, and they get their photo taken by Howie pre-race, you can tell that it hits a lot of them really hard to be here after, with 2019 and 2020 being throttled events that didn't take place. Runners that had started their journey in 2010, started running qualifiers and being in the lottery 14 years ago, now finally getting here. I mean, it's got to be hard to take it all in at points.
Right, and quite some comments in the chat about the lottery. There are actually 4 distinct lotteries. You divide the entire group of applicants into never run Hardrock before and have finished Hardrock before. they finished 1 or 23, they're in the finishers bucket. Those tickets are divided in half. Of the 146 potential entries, half of them go to never run Hard Rock before, half of them go to finishers. Then each of those are divided into 2 additional lotteries, men and women. So men have never finished the race, women have never finished the race, men who have, you get what I'm saying. And the number of the percentage of lottery tickets that are pulled for each of those genders is determined by the percentage of total applicants. So if 20% of the applicants in the never pool are women, then 20% of the lottery tickets pulled will be women. There you have it. There's my lesson for the day.
Yeah, Shelley, the notion that there should be a cap on the amount of times people can run the race, it's their race, their run. And frankly, I can understand where you come from there, but at the same time, the best indicator of future success at Hard Rock is prior success. And I think that that's why, despite this being such a hugely difficult run, it has an extremely high finisher rate. Women finished at a 93% clip last year, 27 of 29.
And people make their own choices. You know, I remember Rock Horton years ago. He decided to call it quits after 10 finishes. In my case, I decided to call it quits after 2 finishes. Some people do 1 race and they decide to call it quits. Other people want to keep doing it. I think the rules are the rules, and Hard Rock has evolved the rules over the years so that certainly the odds of getting in as a never finished the race person are much, much higher than they were even 5 years ago.
And that was a significant shift. Of course, for those that are familiar with the lottery system here, prior to the current iteration, there was a veterans list, which, that was if you got 5 or more finishes, you were in your own separate lottery. And having talked to 5-time finishers, the running joke was that they didn't enter because they didn't want to run the race. It wasn't an issue of will they get accepted. It was that pretty much everybody who was in that lottery was going to be drawn either as a runner or on the wait list. So I think that that's a huge improvement in and of itself, because once you had gotten to 5, that's why a lot of people were able to accumulate even more finishes. So the new system, while it isn't perfect, I think is a huge step in the right direction for inviting people to be able to run this race more than once, because the notion of trying to become a true hard rocker and have a finish in each direction was extremely difficult for a long time.
I would strongly urge viewers, if you're interested in really diving into this, the Hard Rock organization made an excellent YouTube video about a year or so ago with Blake Wood, who is a 20-plus time finisher of the race and the sort of the grand poobah of the Hard Rock Lottery, where he explained the entire process. He explains kind of the evolution and the history of the lottery, as well as how they select qualifying races and so forth, because even qualifying races over the years have evolved and changed, which is entirely appropriate. There are some runners coming off. We're guessing that that's Camille Bruyas.
Aaron asking whether it's harder to get into Western or Hard Rock after 5 years. It's Hard Rock.
It's more difficult if you've never finished Hard Rock. It's currently in the current system. It's more difficult to get into Hard Rock than Western States, just based on the odds. Western States has a cap of 369 runners. Hard Rock has a cap of 146 runners. That's divided in half, and so the number of never finished Hard Rock runners is just smaller. Now, the number of people who enter the lottery is smaller. There's usually 2,000 or thereabouts in the Hard Rock Lottery. This year, there were just short of 10,000 in the Western States Lottery.
We are waiting on Camille Bruyas to enter Cunningham Gulch. Yeah, If you've been listening for a while, we have mentioned the term soft rock, and what that is a self-supported run on the hard rock course, in a more digestible fashion. You can do it in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, however long you see fit. And I don't believe that any of the hard rock course is inaccessible through most normal times. Obviously things can happen, maybe with weather and potential fire happening, but for the most part, hard rock is accessible to all at all times. So just coming out here to the San Juans. I can't stress that enough. I've never run the race, never going to run the race, but I love being out here and love taking nibbles of the course here at my own leisure.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, that's because I know I have no business being on the course as a competitor. You can partner up with a friend, and you can hit segments, day over day. You can feel what it feels like to get out there and do as many miles or as few miles as you want. There is a strategy to a soft rock that you can basically, if you start maybe out at Animas Forks, you can spend a night in Silverton, a night in Telluride, a night in Telluride and Ouray, and then back to your car at Animas Forks. So it can be done. It can absolutely be done. I mean, yeah, there is a magic and mystique to be a part of this event, but these trails are not prohibited access to anybody who wants to enjoy them.
We have eyes on Camille Bruyas, who would be the next runner into Cunningham Gulch. This is our camera there. Corinne Chalvoy, our correspondent, is out there. We also are probably within 25 minutes of Courtney Dauwalter's finish. She's on the Arastra Gulch Trail. She's crossed the creek, I would assume, and making that final push into town. I know Mike Acer, our man on the ground, will be out there with his chase cam. He came in to get the battery charged up. Actually, he's still in here, slacker, probably trying to stay warm. But he's getting things charged up, and he'll be out there to run in with Courtney.
I would say if you have concerns about Hard Rock or the way that they do things, to contact them via social media, and perhaps Dan Ryan might be able to help you with your questions, concerns, or comments.
Or direct you to somebody who can. The Dale, as well as the board members, Maryanne Hogan. I guess she took a little break and is going to come back out now. And Maryanne Hogan has been pacing Cammy earlier in the race.
Well, that's a peppy step right there.
Yes, indeed. Maryanne had an
That's Martina
incredible year
Valmasoy.
a couple of years ago with the podium finishes at Western States and UTMB.
Who is that?
Maryanne
Martina
Hogan.
Valmasoy is going to be picking her up.
Martina Valmasoy.
Fellow Solomon teammate. Martina
Solomon
also paced
teammate.
Dakota
That
for
is? That's
20
not Maryanne?
miles.
Dancing around?
No,
Okay.
so
My bad.
Maryanne will be coming in with her likely. And then Martina's going to take her from here to the finish.
Yeah, Martina's going to take her from
Got
here
it.
to finish.
Okay.
Yeah, Martina also just came off a pacing duty of Dakota at Western States. 20 miles she wasn't planning on doing from Rucky Chucky to the finish. So Martina currently gets the Pacer of the Year award. Martina said she's not looking forward to going through the river in a minute here.
Yeah, she doesn't have much of a chance to run with dry feet.
But she said she can't complain because Kami's been doing most of the work here.
Looks like Bruyas might. Oh, there we go. I see her. Yeah, that stretch coming
Yep, she's-
down is actually full of beautiful columbine flowers, typically. I stopped every 10 feet to take a picture of one that was right on the side of the trail.
They've made pretty quick work of that descent.
Sounds like she's still got some legs then, because that is a fairly steep descent. Camille Bruyas, our current F2, has hit the Cunningham aid area. Doozer sighting in the chat, taking a moment away from mountain biking or running ridiculously long distances to join in cheering on these runners as well. Shout out Ryan. Viviana, I'm going to put a pin in your comment because I want to actually share that as well if I can get that information. But we can see Camille being filmed by Dylan Harris, who is documenting this event for Solomon, reaching her crew.
Yeah, but you on other stuff.
We've got eyes on her, and of course, we're going to maintain our distance to maintain, her level of comfort at this point. But I will say I'm looking forward to seeing what Dylan and his long flowing locks will produce for Solomon and for the audience here in the weeks to come. Of course, Dylan has made several wonderful films about trail and ultra running, and can't wait to see what he does next.
Yeah, Brian, they've decided to have the finisher's suit go the same direction every year. So they just bring them around the block.
Good job. Do you get to interview? Do you get to interview? I'll probably just get after that. What? Yeah, I doubt highly doubt. By the way, you're better. Thank you. I live in New York. Okay, you build a bunch of events. You can tell me what. Yeah.
I just saw Jason Schlarb heading into the gym, gonna get some medical attention. So congrats to him on his third place finish.
This is Corinne Chalvoy out at Cunningham.
Oh, yeah. Can you guys?
Keeping tabs
Am I on?
second place woman Camille Bruyas. And we also know that Courtney Dauwalter is within a couple of miles of the finish.
Somebody mentioning about Doozer in the chat, possibly doing Javelina. That's where I met Ryan. We met at the corner of Escondido and Pemberton when I had forgotten my pants that morning.
Yes, indeed. When you were dressed up as a Zoom meeting.
Yes, back before. That was pre-COVID days when it actually was a joke and not...
when people didn't even really know about Zoom meetings.
Yeah, we're awaiting while we are monitoring Camille Bruyas. We are also monitoring Courtney and her approach to Silverton proper. And when she does hit town, I know that Mike is...
Mike's still in here. I don't know what he's doing. He's
are you following her? Are you following Courtney when she comes in? Okay. Well,
you're just playing it. You're just playing it coy, hanging out in here as long as possible.
He said. Looks like Courtney is probably crossed Arostra Creek, so maybe about 2 miles out. Just putting that out there. Yes, folks, we will have a follow cam on Courtney. That would be that's one of the things we've tried our best to provide as much coverage of her as possible because we know that that's what everybody wants to see for sure. Hope Mike doesn't feel a little bit put out when I mentioned that he probably needs to get his butt scooting out to the streets.
I think he was trying to time it right.
For those who are tracking Courtney's progress against her former course or her current course record, getting ahead of ourselves saying that it's former, but if things hold to form, Courtney's 2022 clockwise record is 26:44:36. That is almost exactly an hour ahead or an hour from now. And if Courtney is where we think she is, somewhere past Arostra Creek between there and Kendall Mountain Lodge, probably about 2 miles out, we expect that she will be beating that number with room to spare. I think that we were under the belief that she was going to try and take a charge at the 26-hour mark. That might be a bit tight at this moment, depending on where she's at. It's going to be close. It's going to be close, but I hope Mike has his running shoes on. I know he does, because he's going to need them because we know what Courtney can do when she is motivated and excited to get in here and relax. So, hats off to Courtney for what she's done so far, and stick around and we'll watch her bring it in from courtesy of Mike.
It takes, if you've not been down to Cunningham Gulch and you can see the sunshine hitting the wall of the mountain up above it, it takes forever for this area to warm up. The walls are so steep on both sides that you can get a sense of how bundled up everybody is. But with that coupled with the creek that rolls down through there, it's just a little ice box. But when the sun finally does hit, it's just a lovely place to be.
Yeah, it's pretty chilly.
Well, that's like $600, and the plan for the high speed is like 250 of it's like 154. Just go.
Looks like Camille's getting ready to roll.
Of course, she does have one significant climb and one significant descent remaining in her traverse of the San Juans. You can see she's feeling it.
Way to go, Kemi. Let's go. You got this. Doing amazing. You're doing amazing. Keep it up. Keep it up. Good job. Good job. Let's go, ladies. Woo!
And it looks like Dylan is following her into the water crossing.
Is he going to go into the water?
I was silently wondering. Because that water's cold.
Oh, yeah.
Cunningham Creek is freezing in the morning. It's freezing in the afternoon.
It's freezing all the time. Yeah.
Any observations, Corinne, that you got from watching Kemi and her crew?
Yeah, so I'm staying close to the Starlink over here, but I think, she took obviously a few minutes. I think there might have been a few initial tears, emotional breakdown at this point in time is somewhat inevitable, I feel like. Maybe just a little bit of, kind of recompose yourself, sit there, let's get some food in you. Maryanne said she'd been eating soup a ton, so they were going to try different things. So I'm not sure what she ended up taking in, but maybe some broth, potatoes, something like that. Had some, I think, words with both her crew and pacers. She looked like she might have been in a little bit of pain. Again, that would be, par for the course, I feel like.
For sure.
But she seemed super tough, got back up, walked through the 8 and left with Martina Valmasoy, who's going to take her to the finish.
Awesome. You're probably going to be seeing Katarina Hartmuth here in not too long. She's about a mile past Stony Pass and actually approaching that descent down Green Mountain. And I would expect maybe about a mile and a half, maybe a little bit less than that out from Cunningham Gulch Aid. So we'll definitely be keeping tabs on the what we expect to be the third part of the women's podium here. Looks like we're about 11 minutes from the top of the hour. I'm going to take a quick peek on the spot tracker to see if I can ascertain how far out Courtney is. She's got to be getting close to the streets here. I hope Mike brought his running shoes. What? Oh, interesting. That's some greatness. Sounds like there's a pacer in the gym that we might want to flag down if we can.
Here we go. Here's Mike's camera.
Looks like Mike is taking a few extra steps out. Yep, we see your hand. Your hand, but it's your feet that we're excited about and what they're going to bring us here in just a few moments as he is edging out ever so slightly, a little bit further than he did last time. This is a bold move here by Mike. If he's got his legs, he might be in for a bit of work at 14th Street and I think
And Courtney left Cunningham about 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, right? Just shortly after 5:30. By comparison, Diego and Jason ran that section in about that time, about 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Of course, that road that he is currently standing on is 14th Street, and 14th Street is I guess Silverton is kind of diagonal, but if I were to pick a direction, I would say that 14th Street is really east-west. I mean, it is literally West 14th Street that he's on, but he is going to see Courtney basically having come through the Kendall Mountain Ski Lodge area, across the Animas River and Cement Creek, and then Mike is going to pick her up just past Green Street from the looks of things. Green Street is the only paved street in Silverton, Colorado. Part of its charm is the fact that when you drive there for a week or a weekend, no matter what, you do have to go for a car wash afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a good shot of the finish line with the crowd gathered to see Courtney's finish.
We know that the anticipation is extremely high. We've hit a high in viewers for the live stream here. We're going to do our best to give you the coverage of Courtney's finish here as much as possible, as much as Mike's legs will allow him. Of course, once she gets to that last turn, we will have this vantage point available to us here, and keep an eye on things here.
A little history too on the women's side of Hard Rock. You know, the all-time champion of Hard Rock wins is the legend in Hard Rock, Betsy Kalmeyer, who won the race 5 times, has 5 wins. Next on the Hard Rock Women's Mount Rushmore is Diana Finkel with 4 wins, and they were all consecutive. And the third name on that Mount Rushmore is Darcy PQ with 3 wins. Courtney, along with Anna Frost and Sabrina Stanley, have 2 wins, and in a few minutes, barring some sort of a disaster, Courtney Dauwalter will cement her part, in my view, on that Mount Rushmore as the one of 4 3 or more time winners of women's winners of the Hard Rock 100.
Well, it's already on Wikipedia, so it has to be true. The Wikipedia page for the Hard Rock 100
has already claimed Courtney's win.
Already declared Courtney the 2024 champion.
If it's on Wikipedia, it must be true.
It doesn't have her time yet, though, so I'm not feeling like I'm in too much of a sci-fi horror film, but no, we're anxiously awaiting Courtney's finish here, just as we're sure all of you are as well. And apparently word is getting out because within the last few minutes, all of a sudden our viewership spiked yet again. So thanks to all 5,000 plus of you that are hanging out with us here in the streets of Silverton, Colorado. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins, here for year 2 of our Hard Rock coverage.
That's right. Thank you all for tuning in. We've got a couple of cameras out if you're just joining us. Mike Acer is out with this runner cam that you see right here. And then we also have there he is waving. He's looking directly towards Kendall Mountain and the area that Courtney will be coming down into. Going past the Kendall Mountain ski area and community center, and then into the streets of Silverton.
Yeah, Mark asking if the flags represent everyone running the race. They indeed do. I actually was approached by somebody on the committee. Apparently, one of the flags has seen better days, and they mentioned, "Hey, do you by chance have a flag for this state?" And I said, "What, in my car?" No, I don't have a flag for this state in my car that I'm not from.
Yeah, the flag tradition has been a long one at the race, long before the big build out of this finish line. The flags have always been kind of part of it. The countries represented in the race, as well as the states represented in the race.
I believe that they said 25 states and a handful of countries as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and the clockwise course record, which is held by Courtney Dauwalter, is 26:44. We're pretty confident that that'll be broken today. And, of course, the clockwise course record was also eclipsed by Ludo Pommeret by about 3 minutes in a time of 21:33, bettering Kilian Jornet's 21:36 in the clockwise direction. And it was, I know it may seem surprising to some of you, but it was not long ago that folks thought a sub 24 would be impossible for men at Hardrock, and sub 28 would be impossible for women at Hardrock. And that's just simply not the case anymore.
Yeah. Based on what we haven't seen yet, I think that the 26-hour barrier is not going to be
looks like
possible here at this
she's
point.
going to be over 26.
Yeah, because based on where Mike is at, she would have at least about 6 blocks to go since we don't see her yet. But she will be coming from the base of the Kendall Mountain Ski Lodge area. You can see other fans and admirers starting to make their way out to get an early glimpse of Courtney as she comes in for the finish. And this is the finish line. This camera is right next to the rock itself. Can we do that overhead shot of the finish line as well? I love seeing, people lining that finisher chute. Yeah, it's just such a great feeling to see and to witness. I can see Howie Stern, Brian Powell, Dale, of course, all at the finish line.
Tony Hill.
Tony Hill, yeah. Tony Hill probably going to put together another great short film in short order to celebrate this moment. And we're going to keep an eye on Mike's feed as well to make sure that we do not miss Courtney coming into the end of this race, end of this run. I mean, it's not every day you have 5,000 plus people waiting on what's on your camera phone right now. Because that's
right.
What Mike's got out there. So. Yeah, unless it takes her longer than 45 minutes to get here, she is looking at a new course record for the clockwise direction. She holds both the clockwise and counterclockwise records. The counterclockwise record, not that it's necessarily relevant to this moment, is 26:14:12, which she set last year. I would expect that she's going to come in before that, unless she really is just taking her time or something has befallen her on these last couple of miles on the course. I know Mike is the most anxious person out of all of us here. We are all extremely anxious to see Courtney's finish. And of course, Mike has his camera aimed at the base of Kendall Mountain, which is where the runners come after they have completed their trail portion of the Hardrock 100. And they have basically what amounts to a half mile, you could say all across town.
Yeah.
Here in Silverton, Colorado. Of course, for those that aren't familiar, Silverton, not a big metropolitan area.
One paved road, the main drag right up the street, green. Everything else is nice packed dirt.
Total population, according to Wikipedia, of 622. I would say that might be a little light, but that is where we're at here at Silverton, Colorado. Silverton is also the only established town in San Juan County.
Yep.
Here. San Juan County, the highest elevation county in the United States on average, at an average of over 9,000 feet.
Silverton sits at 9310 and is, as the only incorporated town in the county, it is the county seat.
Okay, so actually the mean elevation of the county is 11,240. So that explains why
that's a high county.
That's a very high county, and that's why the runners spend so much time above the tree line here during Hard Rock. Yeah, chasing cutoffs. I wouldn't mind if Courtney decided to run Cocodona. I think it would make my week.
Well, our correspondent Leah Yingling is on the start list for Cocodona next year. That'll be fun to see.
I saw that. Yes.
After 3 consecutive top 10s at Western States, she's going to try something a little bit different.
I'm betting we see Courtney in the next 2 minutes because if her tracker pinged 29 miles ago, right at just before the Arrastra Creek crossing. So that's about 3.5 miles out from the finish line. A great out and back casual run. If you ever come to Silverton and are looking for something that isn't going to cause you to get winded due to the elevation and due to the climb, I think that there's probably about maybe about 100 to 200 feet of ascent each direction, give or take.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So, and it's
pretty.
beautiful.
It's really pretty.
Yeah. And then it's nice because you hit Arrastra Creek 3.5 miles out. If you opt to continue, well, you're going to get your feet wet and you're going to head up some steep terrain. Or you can just turn around there, head back into town, grab yourself a coffee or a bite to eat at one of the wonderful establishments here in Silverton. I have eaten, I believe, at this point at every restaurant in town at least twice. I think that, okay, actually, let me rephrase it. I've either eaten at every restaurant or stayed at every hotel at least twice. Yeah, folks, just tuning in, Ludo Pommeret did set a new course record, beating Kilian Jornet's 2022 time by 3 minutes. We had Ludo in here. I was shocked to see him come in here and be so ready to interview and was so lucid. And frankly, you know, I'm sure we will cut that interview when somebody has time to cut it, and you can watch it in its full form. Ludo, an incredibly humble guy. One of the great things about his run was the notion that he felt like everything went right.
Yeah.
He didn't say that there was, you know, he didn't make you believe that he thought he had anything left on the table. He felt, when you talked to him, you spoke and you kind of understood that that this was the best possible day he could have had here in the San Juans.
It was also great to hear him talk about the month that he has spent here. He did 2 soft rocks. One soft rock he did unsupported, we learned, with a backpack and a tent and sleeping pad and food, and then a couple of weeks before the race did a soft rock that was aided and supported. And in fact, he did it, as he mentioned, with Camille Bruyas as a companion on that soft rock. He did both of them in the clockwise direction. So by the time he got to the starting line, clearly he knew exactly, you know, what the course had in store for him. So very insightful to get that, and also to hear about, you know, he's a family man with a now a 3/4 time job. He said he's about a 60% job, but it's a full busy professional job, and that was kind of fun to hear about. And of course, he's 49 years old, and he did acknowledge, like a lot of us that are a little bit older, that he probably could spend a little bit more time stretching and a little bit more time doing strength work than he probably does. But that the race just went perfectly for him. When you asked him what was the most difficult part, he kind of said, well, there wasn't really a difficult part. And it wasn't in an arrogant way. It was simply that he kind of thought and said, you know, there really wasn't. It was difficult. The whole running Hard Rock's difficult, but there was no real part where he felt stressed, where he felt And then he spoke about that what you and I felt was a decisive early move when he descended off of Grand Swamp Pass and ducked around Francois Dane. He kind of shrugged it off as it was a kind of a competitive sort of a joke, a sort of fun thing to get down the pass ahead of Francois. But that was the last time, and it was only not even 20 miles into the race, but that was the last time he had a fellow competitor with him. So
yeah,
it was a fun interview. We'll probably peg it if you want to rewind back to it. It was a few hours ago here in the stream.
But we also know that nobody's rewinding at this point.
That's true.
I think everybody is looking to move forward here at this point, just as Courtney Dauwalter is moving forward on the Hard Rock course. Less than a mile out, Mike is... I guess as far out as he feels comfortable, and I don't blame him. I mean, Mike is no slouch himself, Western States finisher, experienced ultra runner himself, but you know your limitations, and we want to bring you, the glory of this finish here when we have Courtney in view, and we will rely on Mike to keep up with her at least into the until she turns the corner to the finisher chute, at which point our other static cams will be able to help him carry the load. Somebody asking if she has a pacer. Yes, she does have a pacer. In fact, one she is quite familiar with.
Who's pacing her?
I guess Kevin.
Oh, Kevin's pacing her?
Yeah, Kevin, her husband, Kevin.
All right. Did not know that. I'm going to refrain from telling a Kevin Pacer story.
If it has something to do with Kevin perhaps falling behind his runner as a pacer, I think that he is no stranger to those.
That story's been told.
Yes, but he's got a good nature about it. He's actually super
he has a
cool
very
about
good
it.
nature.
Yeah.
About it.
I hear some cheers.
Yeah, I had my first opportunity to speak with Kevin at length here this week. I'd spoken with Courtney before, but with Kevin, it had always been more of just like, "Hi, how you doing?" Getting to talk to him actually after the runner information sessions here just on the side of the studio was actually pretty cool. He's a super nice guy.
Oh, extremely nice guy. A good runner himself. All jokes aside.
Let's not sell him short here. Definitely a very talented runner.
All right. I think Mike gave us the signal that he sees Courtney up the road.
She's that way. Of course, Kevin, one of the many volunteers who helped make this coverage possible. That's what's amazing about the ability to bring these events to you, is that we do rely on our friends in this community to do things such as film in places that they have to take serious effort to get to, and also when you've got an elite athlete such as one coming up the street here, coming up 14th. All right, deep breath, Mike.
Yeah.
In that bright yellow shirt, we've got Courtney Dauwalter.
Kevin checking the clock. I think they probably want to go under the counter-clockwise record.
Yeah,
to be 3 or 4 minutes from now.
Yeah, she should be able to get there in under the 26:14. Street, heading to take a left on 12th and into the finish to shoot. Courtney Dauwalter.
Third consecutive Hard Rock victory for Courtney. Another course record, this time eclipsing her own clockwise direction. Course record by about 33 minutes.
You can hear the noise in the background as Courtney approaches. Courtney Dauwalter.
26:11:45. A three-peat.
Joining a very select company with a third consecutive Hard Rock victory.
Yep, Betsy Kalmeyer with 5, Diana Finkel with 4, and now Courtney Dauwalter joins Darcy PQ with 3. Consecutive, 22, 23, and 24.
Setting yet another course record for a third consecutive year.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Of course, Courtney came here for the first time in 2021, and things did not go very well. And she had to pull the plug at URay, but since then, it has been nothing but a masterclass in performance and improvement.
Yeah.
We don't have audio, as we don't know what kind of ambient noise, possibly music they might be playing at the finish. So we're going to lay low from an audio standpoint, but we've got video literally right here for Courtney. As is her tradition, she does tend to hang out at the finish line for a few minutes to greet people and show her appreciation for their following of her efforts. Thanks to the 6,000 plus that are joining us here on the chat and in this live stream. Once again, Courtney has finished, eclipsed her own PR here at Hard Rock in under 26 hours, 11 minutes.
Ran a strong...
Hugs the mom, Tracy.
Hugs her mom. A strong and steady run all day and night. Was tested in the middle of the run by Camille Bruyas. They were pretty much stride for stride on the climb up to Virginius after Telluride. But once Courtney got down into Uray, up and over Virginius and down into Uray, she slowly and steadily extended her lead.
Courtney, that was Ryan Thrower right there from Free Trail, greeting her. You know, of course, Courtney is recognized by everybody, but she's got tons of friends in this realm. You can see the media around her. I know that once this is all said and done, she will head here into the gym to decompress, maybe get checked out by medical, and then whenever she's darn well ready on her terms, she can come by and hang out with us on the couch here at the finish line here in the Hard Rock studio in Silverton High School.
You can plug in a USB, and the battery will charge your phone.
Okay, because what I found when I tried charging it, I was doing like Canyon. As soon as I put the cable on.
Do we have that overhead shot potentially, or?
Yeah.
Of course, people have been coming out to the finish line here over the course of the last few hours. Ludo coming in, and when he did at 3, 4ish in the morning, only had a handful of people. However, obviously a lot more people. Courtney, you can see her on the right-hand side of the screen. She is heading towards the a more private medical area behind us, and once she's done there, checked out, whenever she feels like she's ready, she knows that she's always got an open invite, and we'll see her come up to the stairs to our left, and of course, we'll just have a conversation with a friend.
Fantastic run.
Yeah, don't mistake our level of lack of coffee for a lack of enthusiasm. Trust me, we are in love with this sport, and we're more than happy to be out here putting as many man hours and as much effort as possible to bring you this coverage here on Mountain Outpost. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins, thanks to all of you who are tuning in. Thanks to those who have been sticking with us for the better part of a day, actually over a day at this point. We are 26 hours and change in. That right there is Cunningham Gulch. We are expecting our third place woman here, Katarina Hartmuth, to be coming in here fairly quickly. We do have Corinne Chalvoy out on the field to give us some information. Based on what I'm seeing, it's going to be real close if she is not there already. Corinne, what do we have?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. We are at Cunningham. We are waiting for Katarina Hartmuth to descend Green Mountain. We did see her up at the top. So I believe she's less than a mile out from here. And I believe she's got some crew waiting for her here. And yeah, we will hope to see her here very soon.
Sweet. Is her crew set up just outside of the aid, or are they actually inside?
I think they are just outside the aid here, if I have it correctly, of who is crewing her. We also have Maryanne Hogan, who has spent many miles with Camille Bruyas, sitting down having some breakfast and warming up. It's still pretty chilly because the sun has not quite yet descended into the gully hill here, the gulch, as it's called, Cunningham. Oh yeah,
it looked like she was
I
very
think we have
close.
eyes on a runner. Is she without pacer?
I can't remember if she had a pacer or not.
Katarina?
Yeah.
Yeah, she had Dakota Jones.
Oh, still?
They left Maggie together.
That is right. Because Dakota wouldn't stop eating.
That's right.
Yep, looks
so
like
we have someone coming down the road here, but hard to say if it is her. It kind of looks like her from afar.
yeah, it does. It's a blue kit.
It's her.
Did she drop
but she's by
Dakota?
herself. She may have dropped Dakota. Huh? She dropped her pacer. We hear she dropped Dakota.
He was eating too much.
Katarina dropping Dakota Jones is kind of a big deal. She must be feeling really good.
All right, this is Katarina Hartmuth coming into Cunningham Gulch. We think somewhere between Maggie Gulch and here. She left Dakota Jones to his own devices.
Looks like Mandy Holmes out there heading out to converse with her. Mandy Holmes, 24-hour national team member for the United States.
How far does this go?
A few minutes ago, we thought the big story was Courtney's finish, but now it's Dakota being dropped. It just keeps coming.
Because usually, I remember at one of our live streams, I saw somebody's name was Dakota's dropped pacer.
Yeah.
So this is actually kind of turnabout and fair play. Yeah, she's conversing with Mandy Holmes right there. I believe that Mandy is preparing for a 100-miler in the Swiss Alps. Probably up here to get some high elevation runs in.
She's sporting a sweet buckle too.
Oh yeah.
We had a great moment back in Maggie where Katarina grabbed the microphone and congratulated Ludo, who was in the studio with us at the time.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see this thing.
She's into the aid station at 26:41. Media is a little sequestered from the center crux of the aid station at Cunningham Gulch. Each aid station's captains kind of dictate the rules with approval from the board and from the race director. So in the case here, the aid station director has elected to kind of separate things. So, we are adhering to those rules. We have a camera. This is about as close as we can get. And we do have boots on the ground in Corinne Chalvoy. If we hear anything, she will let us know.
And again, comments in the chat about, excuse me, 7 of the top 7 runners, 3 women. Historic at this point. There was a year 2010 where there were 2 women in the top 4, Diana Finkel and Darcy PQ.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody asking how many miles Kevin ran with Courtney. That was from Cunningham to the finish, I believe. So that would have been about 9.5. But this is current F3 Katarina Hartmuth.
Jeff Rome left Cunningham about an hour and 15 minutes ago.
Katarina, yet again, not sitting down. She is very leery of the chair during a 100-miler, as I'm learning. She did not sit down when we saw her at Sherman. She did not sit when we saw her at Maggie. And now we see her at Cunningham Gulch not sitting. So...
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just heard word that I think Mandy's going to go get her shoes on and pace Katarina to the finish.
It's an excellent pacer. Mandy's a very talented runner. And this stretch of
And she's
the course
currently
is
wearing
not
sandals,
easy.
so she's going to need to put some different shoes on for that pacing duty.
Yeah, you don't want to do that climb up Little Giant with sandals.
That scree field on the other side would be ill-advised in sandals. Okay, she is sitting down now. I would assume that that's because it is going to take Mandy a few moments to get composed and get herself together. But she definitely has a good pacer, so... I know Mandy has paced Brianna Grigsby through many miles of Cocodona. And I think that there has to be a bit of an awareness on Katarina's part that unless things have changed drastically, she has a very sizable lead on the next runner in the women's race. I believe. I
think it's Yitka Win.
Yeah, it could be Yitka Win, which would mean that Katarina has potentially 10 miles on. On the next woman runner with maybe 9.5 to go.
I mean, I'm okay with you staring, but she said we have 10 miles.
I don't know if there's
they're not even the mag.
I don't know if there's there could be men in between.
Oh, okay.
But the next one.
Yeah, that's actually pretty significant. Yitka Win, unless I miss my guess, has moved into fourth place in the women's race and potentially top 10 overall. We'll see if we can get confirmation on that.
And also further up the courts, Maggie, Paul Terranova, Andy Vermilyea, and Nick Curry all relatively close together for this late in the race. All hitting that aid station within about 20 minutes of one another.
So yeah, Yitka Win has moved into fourth place in the women's race. Emily Halnon fifth, Claire Benoit sixth. Looks like Tara Dower has encountered some difficulty since we last saw her at Animas Forks. Tara Dower currently sitting seventh in the women's race. Eighth, Amber Weibel. Ninth, Jordan Mackey Richards, a name that we have yet to bring up here.
From Australia.
From Australia. And in 10th place, Claire Heslop. Or Heslop.
And then 62-year-old Becky Bates in 11th place.
Hugely inspiring, the fact that Becky Bates at 62 is on the fringe of the top 10 in Hard Rock.
Lay down, take a nap, have a cheeseburger to beer. Yeah, that helps? You're kidding me. I just looked into that. Susan said everything is the lowest she ever felt. She couldn't eat. She had to eat. She tried to eat. She couldn't eat. You know. You take a bite, you spit it out.
Yeah, I think there's a misconception sometimes where people might be under the belief that runners that are looking kind of rough when they're hitting these aid stations late are on the precipice of dropping. And in some cases it does happen, such as with Francois Dehaene when he had hit Animas Forks at mile 58. But other times, running 100 miles is hard no matter where you do it, let alone in the San Juans, which are some of the most unforgiving, brutal trails out there. So sometimes it just takes a warm bowl of soup or maybe some hot tea and some encouraging kind words from your crew or pacer and maybe your friend to lace up her shoes to take you in. You know, it's not everybody is in and out. I mean, Ludo gave us a.
How long did you pace?
I paced you're
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
We've
Corinne?
got Maryanne Hogan here. She was just going to say a couple quick words before she goes to get some much needed and deserved rest.
Sure.
Hey, Maryanne, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good. How was it pacing? You paced Camille from Uray.
Yeah, I did. It was a good experience, but unfortunately, Camille was having a very difficult day out there, so it was hard to see. It was hard to witness, but I'm glad that I was able to share those moments with her, and I'm glad to see that she's making her way to the finish line now.
She's still doing amazing. Difficulties wise, was it altitude, physical, nutrition, anything that you can share?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. She just felt really sick. She had a cold from the past week, and she was just having some big stomach issues. So, yeah, I think her body was really tired, but she's making it, and she's heading towards the finish line right now. So that's pretty exciting.
She is. I'm sure she was glad to have you with her. Have you been on the Hard Rock course before?
No, this is my first time. Yeah.
Okay. Does it make you want to do the race?
Yeah, actually, my first time this year, we did soft rock actually with Camille. So that doing soft rock definitely made me want to do the race.
Okay, exciting. Well, I'm sure that, yeah, like I said, I'm sure she very much enjoyed having the company, and great job supporting her out there. Anything coming up for you?
Yeah, I'm heading to race UTMB at the end of August. Yeah.
Good prep for UTMB. You got your altitude training in. It's going to feel very low out there now. Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing a few words, and great job.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Take care. Yeah. Thank you.
That was Maryanne Hogan.
Yeah.
And if you get a pacer.
And Maryanne just did, Camille Bruyas. So.
And if you have to have a pacer, Maryanne Hogan is one of the best you could ask for.
Yeah.
As we now have our M4 finisher here. Jeff Rome. Getting congratulated by legendary photographer Howie Stern. Howie was up shooting on Grant Swamp Pass earlier this race, and I cannot wait to see what kind of art he is going to provide for us. Howie also putting the finishing touches up on a photography book here. I believe that it might be, and if it is true, it's going to be a photo of some of his most indelible images of running races that he's taken over the years. And that might be in addition to every fanboy and fangirl's coffee table that you might want to add. Congratulations to Jeff. Of course, Jeff Rome, fourth man, fifth overall, finishing at about 26 and a half hours here at the Hardrock 100 2024. His official finish time was 26:30:52.
Silverton local, Jeff Rome?
Yep. Of course, I hear that if you live in Southwest Colorado, it's probably an inherent advantage on this course. And we'll do our best to give Jeff his shine in a little bit here. But can we pop up in the picture-in-picture what we've got going on in the studio? We do have another Southwestern Colorado local. The last time we were together on a live stream, it was a much different situation. You were sitting AJW's chair, and we were covering a race. This time we got a chance to follow you around the San Juan's. Jason Schlarb, welcome to the show. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back at Hard Rock.
I bet it is. I have to confess, when I saw you on the starter list, I wasn't sure what to expect because it has been a little while since you've had a high-profile 100-mile finish. Basically since about 2020 or so. I mean, you look like you were in great shape out there. That was one of the first things I noticed. I thought you looked really strong, and thanks for wearing those bright blue shorts because it made you very easily identifiable out there. No question as to your kit. But how are you feeling with how things went today?
It's I'm really happy about my fitness. I went out to Madeira for a month and ran the Madeira Island Ultra Trail, but had a kind of a bad race where I got stomach issues and at mile 9 was puking and wasn't able to take in my nutrition. Worked on the nutrition, came here and was really, really happy with the first 55 miles. And then the stomach turned again and had just a vicious hands and knees, puking and dry heaving, and wasn't able to keep down my nutrition after that. And was doing maybe one gel every 90 minutes. But I love Hard Rock. I love being out there, and there's no way I was going to quit. And it was really, really fun to battle with Diego, who's a guy that I've done some other races with. And it was beautiful. It was fun. It was awesome. It was tough to see Francois not doing well, but it was a great day. It was really, really cool. And to see Ludo set a course record, that was awesome. So I'm happy to be back. You know, and it wasn't the perfect day, but definitely back, have some fitness and excited to be back at Hard Rock.
Jason, it was one for the old guys, at least so far. I mean, let's just say older guys.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, we go back 8 years to the year you and Killian shared the win. The last time I ran the race, you know, you've shown some longevity in the sport, and now you're 46. And I mean, how does that feel? You know, you've kind of had your ups and downs, but this is definitely an up.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. It's you know, it's just, you know, 3 years ago tearing my ACL and then having another meniscus thing I had to do last year. It's just been kind of, you know, lackluster performance, but I've been finally got my leg basically as strong as my non-surgery leg, and that has been it, being able to descend with ease and balance. That's what the key is. So excited to go to TDS in 6 weeks and see if I can get the nutrition dialed for that and have a good race.
So do you have I mean, I asked Ludo this question too. All of us old guys were told we've got to spend more time in the gym and more time doing our flexibility and more time doing things other than running so that we can run. Is that part of your routine?
Absolutely. You know, use it or lose it. You know, every year after, you know, mid-20s, it becomes a little bit, you know, exponentially lost that kind of plyometric strength. And so, you know, doing weighted squats, lunges, step ups, step downs, calf raises, you know, with kettlebells has been essential for, especially when I had knee surgery. But, you know, just to get that muscle mass to be able to be strong and have, you know, Zach Miller kind of size legs or Killian size legs, you know, that's very helpful. And it's protection. You know, when you have a good medial quad, you know, that keeps your, you know, meniscus happy and safe. And so that's been key as I've gotten older. And yeah, I stick with that. Yeah, that routine is mandatory now.
Right on.
As age progresses, that has become something that is much more discussed and much more open. The incorporation of strength training. Jeff Browning obviously has had a very long career and swears by it. Will not stop talking about it if you give it
Right.
the runway to do it. But you know, it's good to see that you've been able to, you know, come back from such a devastating injury. One of the things I noticed as we were covering your early race was Grand Swamp Pass. So you were the third or fourth man down that section, and I'll be honest, like Ludo and Francois looked like they were a little bit sketchy, shaky. You went down there like you didn't have a care in the world. You looked more comfortable than any of the other top runners heading down Grand Swamp Pass, and I wondered, is it that you had been out there and gotten reacquainted with maybe a long-lost love in that regard? Or was that the first time you'd been out there in several years and it just came back to you like that? How did that come about?
You know, when I did Hard Rock in 2016, one of my proudest moments in my career was that I beat Killian down. And, you know, I just have a good, you know, I've skied my whole life. And to be able to have that kind of ability and agility to go down loose scree is something that I've always enjoyed. But I think it was slightly probably unnecessary. I had to dump out my shoes when I was done with that. But yeah, you know, it was an interesting day to see all the things that played out, you know, and seeing Francois just bloodshot eyes. And I said, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm not." You know, and just to see him struggle with that, and then, you know, myself with puking and everything, and I broke a pole. There was all kinds of exciting things that happened. So, but that's the fun of this kind of super technical, high altitude mountain running, is that you're going to, except for Ludo maybe, you're going to experience, you know, some ups and downs for sure. And so, yeah.
Did you have a Hard Rock magic moment? Did you have a moment with a sunrise, or a moment with the stars, or a moment with seeing, you know, headlamp? We all have a Hard Rock magic moment. Can you think of one?
You know, magic moment for me, I would say, gosh, I really like climbing up out of Ophir, to towards Oscars, and just being able to just come down there and run into Telluride, and that
You like the descent off Oscars.
yeah, exactly. So thank you. Little smoothie.
Yeah, the little smoothie. I
That's
knew that.
one of the things, obviously we want to keep things professional as much as possible, but, we're also of the realization that you just finished this hard-ass race, and so if you need a smoothie, by all means.
Yeah. It's so rough when you don't, for recovery, when you don't, I got to the point where it's like, I was doing 100 calories every 80, 90 minutes. And so like my legs,
That's not
my
a lot.
body, it was extra tough, but I'd really like to come back and go under 23 again. But we'll see if the lottery gods help me.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that you've got TDS coming up in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
How do you manage a turnaround of that magnitude?
It's I find that as I've gotten older, I've, in some ways recovery is slower, but also the body has memory. Just like Courtney can go and do the triple last year, or Jeff Browning can, people can do the Grand Slam. It's something that the body adapts to a little bit better, and I we'll see. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but I think TDS will be it suits me well. It's more like of a hard rock of the UTMB racing series.
Yeah.
So I just hate that midnight start. But
Yeah. One more question about nutrition, because you said it was going great until it wasn't. You've adapted a new strategy, which is I think a strategy that is getting some currency these days. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, my coach is David Roach and Megan, and really, if you look at Western States, the top 10 guys, almost all of them were over 80 grams of carbs per hour, and it's been adjustment for me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been it's one thing to do it in training on a 5-hour run, a 6-hour run, but when you do it for 15 or 20 hours, my body has just had a little bit of a hard time over the last 3 big races, and I'm figuring out slowly. I got to mile 55 being able to do that, but then went south. So hopefully I can do some tweaking. Maybe I think I did a little bit too much of a smorgasbord, and maybe that was a problem. Maybe I should stick to just a liquid mix and then the gels. But
well, I know it took Hayden Hawks a few efforts, and then he finally nailed it at Black Canyon with that over 80 grams an hour. And so I do think it is. I think some people might get it right away, like Tom Evans seemed to get it right away.
Yeah.
But I do think it takes some trial and error in what exact form those 80 plus grams an hour take.
And also, for example, Courtney does about 200 calories an hour, 60 grams carbs. Look at her success, and she's the best in the world. Some people's bodies, maybe it's a little bit it has to do with like being fat adapted, thriving a little bit more on that kind of thing. And I think that might be part of it, because I tend to do well with a lot of fat. And so maybe the carbs are a little bit more tough for me, and I need to maybe do 70 or 60 grams of carbs an hour.
Well, you've got an opportunity to test it out again.
Yeah.
Pretty much right away.
I'm ready to have the home run and have a really good race without any of the puking.
Right.
One last question, Jason, and it was one that was pretty prevalent in the chat. Tell us about your vest.
Oh, yeah, we got to hear about your vest.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about this. This Exodus Ultimate Direction vest, I have been testing and doing prototypes since a year ago, and it's basically it's almost like a sports bra, and it just sits and snugly in it, and it doesn't zip in the front or have latches in the front. It does it on the side, and what that enables is just like instead of having bands right here, it has a full it just keeps the bottles closer to the body, and it's a little bit more of a snug fit, and it's secure all the way across. And I hate bouncing water bottles. It's just annoying. It like hurts my pecs after 10 hours, 15 hours. And this vest really does well. And also I can put my nutrition in the front.
Yeah, we saw
Right.
that a couple times. You were just able, just able to shove stuff right in there. Got your bottles.
We had a
here, you
good
got-
view of everything that you were packing.
And it was like,
all right in front there.
is Schlarby wearing a weight vest? Is Schlarby wearing like is he on a tactical SWAT gear?
Somebody asked if it was my military background or something. But no, that vest. And then also when I'm training, I also can put my phone right there and just turn on some music if I want. So I really, really like this design.
So again, it's Ultimate Direction.
It's out now. It's called the Exodus.
Exodus.
XODUS. But
it's out now. All right, fantastic.
Yeah. My wife Whitney actually wore it at Hardrock last year, and she got 6th last year, and it was the hottest year ever, whatever.
Yeah.
And it looks like it'd be too hot, but I find that it's not that bad. It's not as bad as it looks. I swear.
But yeah, that's. I wanted to clarify that, and you know what? I lied. One more question. You gonna come and join us on this side of the desk sometime soon again? We'd loved having you at Run Rabbit Run.
You know, Run Rabbit Run was really fun. That's a special race to me. But next week, if I've recovered properly, I would love to come out for High Lonesome. I'm gonna maybe do that one.
Oh, great.
We know the people that are putting that live stream on, so perhaps we can have a conversation off the air.
Yeah, but I'd love to join you guys again sometime on a race. I have fun with you.
That was a blast. Yeah. All right, Jason. Well, thanks a lot for coming on, buddy, and congratulations.
Get some rest.
Cheers.
Great job, Jason Schlarb.
Jason Schlarb, everybody.
Third place.
Third place. And 8 years after his win,
and he's on that trophy. He's on that trophy somewhere. Just spin it around to that year. Did you not see that before? Yeah, you interrupt the whole Killian list right there.
You crashed the Killian list.
Yeah, no, Jason Schlarb, folks, thank you so much to him for joining us. We are, looks like we had a spot on Cunningham Gulch. Oh, we're going to go to a quick round of commercials here. This is the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run on Mountain Outpost, presented by our presenting sponsor, Sunto. We'll be back in just a minute.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with the feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
My name is Jeff Bierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
of time, energy, resources, and money go into them. And so thank you so much to all of our sponsors. And thank you, Chris, for being by my side here as we make our way through Hard Rock Weekend. Those of you keeping score at home, we still have 21 plus hours to go while we have now 6 finishers.
Audio?
5.
Okay. Sorry.
Oops.
And so that's what really happened. Sorry, folks, we're back here. No,
sorry about the audio. Someone had to push a button.
Yeah, we're notorious button pushers ourselves here at the live stream. But again, thank you so much to our sponsors. Of course, our presenting sponsor, Suto, as well as all of you for tuning in with us through this entire Hard Rock broadcast.
Yep, thanks a lot for joining us. Our platinum sponsors, the Feed, Tailwind, and the Titus Adventure Company. Gold sponsors, the North Face and SNR. And silver sponsors, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula. And thank you, Chris, for being by my side for all these hours. We're getting close to hour 27, which means we have just over 21 hours left on the air. We have 5 finishers through. Our next finisher we would expect would be Camille Bruyas in perhaps an hour or so.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that. We're going to do our best to leverage the cameras and the volunteers that we have out on course. We don't have a ton of people right now, and the race has definitely, for those of you who actually went to bed last night, the race has kind of taken an interesting shape on the women's side. Of course, Courtney Dauwalter setting a new course record in the clockwise direction, actually an overall new course record. In about 26 hours, 11 minutes. In second place, Camille Bruyas, who has come through Cunningham Aid Station, which is the visual that you've got right there. Katarina Hartmuth came through it more recently. And then and going a little bit further on the women's side, Yitka Wynn, a name that we really hadn't talked a lot about until late in the evening last night. Yitka Wynn making moves, moving her way up from I would say about the 10-12 range up into the top 5, currently sitting in 4th. In 5th place, Emily Halnan, no stranger to this race, a couple of top 10 finishes in her resume, and Claire Banwarth in 6th. 7th, Tara Dower. Tara has had a bit of a rough go of it since Animus Forks last night. We saw her there consulting with and being consoled by her crew because this is a hard race. This is a hard run to do. Amber Weibel in 8th. On 9th place, Jordan Mackey Richards, the Aussie in the crowd. And in 10th place, Claire Heaslop. On the men's side, of course, for those who were not witness to it yesterday, you missed a clinic. Dare I say a master's class by a 49-year-old Hard Rock rookie, Ludo Pommeret. Having a hell of a day out there, setting a new course record in the clockwise direction, besting Killian's prior course record by 3 minutes, finishing in 21 hours, 33 minutes, 3:33 a.m. local finish time. I missed it. I have to admit.
Also interesting, on the second half of the men's top 5, Andy Vermilyea, Paul Terranova, Brian Peterson, Nick Curry, and Ben Bucklin all left Maggie Gulch, mile 85, within 29 minutes of one another. That's a relatively concentrated group this late in the race, and a top 10 at Hard Rock is a nice notch to have in your belt. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on them. They're all 5 on their way up to Buffalo Boy Ridge, and then we'll drop down across Cinnamon Pass Road and come up and over Green Mountain and descend into Cunningham, which is what we see right here, which is where our correspondent Corinne Chalvoy is bringing us the action from Cunningham Gulch Aid Station.
Rounding out the rest of the top 10, of course, we mentioned Ludo and his course-setting victory. In second place, Diego Pazos, who the Swiss runner who we had a great time talking to earlier this week. Jason Schlarb, who we just had an interview with, finishing 3rd. Jeff Rome has come in 4th. And 5th on the men's side, currently Andy Vermilyea. followed by Paul Terranova, the closer himself, Nick Curry in 7th, Benjamin Bucklin in 8th, Brian Peterson in 9th, and somebody whose crew we spoke to briefly is out there at Cunningham Gulch, Luke J, rounding out the top 10 on the men's side. Some more notable names as we go down the list. Somebody did mention Becky Bates. Yes, Becky Bates, 62 years young, from British Columbia. Currently sitting in 11th place as a 62-year-old. Excellent. Right now, we're going to take note.
Katarina
Corinne?
is back in the aid station and accompanied by her new pacer. See if we can hear from Corinne.
Yeah, so Katarina is exiting the aid station. She went over and just a quick bio break and is getting ready to head out here. Let's go, ladies. Nice work.
It sounds like, Corinne, that Mandy Holmes, her pacer on the right, wasn't expecting to necessarily pace. Is this something that
That's
happened
right.
pretty suddenly?
Yeah, so I believe at some point in time, Katarina dropped Dakota Jones. He's still coming down. He's making his way down into
Wow.
the aid station here. But I didn't hear the details. I did hear her sitting in the chair just saying, yeah, my pacer was not able to stay with me or something, something to that effect. Katarina took a lot of time, partly because she was waiting for Mandy to get ready to go with her, but I think she also needed to get in some calories. That's what I heard. So she sat, tried to eat, looking very, very tired. But yeah, Mandy decided to jump in and join her for this last section here. So she will have some company.
Yeah, and Mandy is a very accomplished athlete in her own right. So I think that Katarina is in good hands. And frankly, unlike Dakota, doesn't have to worry about dropping this pacer.
No, I think Mandy's going to be fine.
Yeah, she had a 7th place finish at the Uray 100 last year. She knows these hills. She knows the San Juans and is going to help Katarina finish out. And as of right now, expected top 3.
And I think we might have another runner coming down from the descent. We did hear some hoots and hollers up top, which was helpful.
And Corinne, while we await that runner, what's the vibe like out there at Cunningham Gulch? It looks like it's chilly.
Yeah, it's chilly. We got a fire going. We had some great footage. We may have missed that during Schlarb's interview of 2 little boys, 3 and 5 years old, making s'mores. And so the energy is growing, and we've got our next runner coming in here. Bib 192.
Bib 192, that is Brian Peterson.
Brian Peterson.
Wow. Brian has moved up significantly in the standings here.
He's in the restroom. This is his pacer. Nice work, pacer.
One of the nice features of Cunningham Gulch. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think what you were going to say, that there's a restroom just up ahead here that people can stop
It's
at.
a permanent one.
Dare we say it's a mountain outhouse?
That it is. One that doesn't afford much privacy, but it's there for you.
Yeah.
It is actually a new one. There was a more primitive one that was wrecked by the avalanches back in 2019.
Yeah, that mountain outhouse on the left-hand side, you can see it. It is that metal structure. It is basically like a glorified bathroom stall, as in the walls don't go all the way to the floor.
Yeah.
But when you're out here in these mountains, you don't really care. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Chris, do your thing. Find out a little bit more about Brian.
I will.
Yeah, the sun is almost to us. So if you can see here, it came all the way down the mountain, and it's almost to the floor here in the gulch. Should start to get some warmth. Are you guys crewing? Brian?
Yes.
Okay. You're on the live stream. Do you want to say a couple words? He seems to be doing amazing.
Yeah, he's picked up some good pace on the way down. I don't know what to say. He's doing great.
He's doing
Yeah,
great.
he's doing great. Yeah, he's doing. He made a really good time in between
what was it, Handy's and Sherman, and then he's picked up over an hour between Sherman and here.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about him? Where's he from? First Hardrock?
First Hardrock. He's been trying to get in for 11 years.
11 years trying to get in.
Yep, First Hardrock. We live in Kansas, so he trained mostly in Kansas, and then he's been out here for 2 weeks training. I know.
How do you train in Kansas for hard rock?
They want to know how you trained in Kansas for Hardrock.
You do a lot of volume.
volume. All right, they're going to get ready. He is
All right,
running.
this is Brian Peterson from Kansas.
He looks like
Great.
he just came out for his fresh morning jog.
He does. He looks super fresh.
Way to go, Brian.
Big smile.
Brian's qualifier was Run Rabbit Run.
Back
and
to
he
life
mentions-
again, he said.
Looks. Oh.
Way to go. You're on the line. Way
We
to
saw
go.
Got a little bit of
Oh,
spunk
this
in him
is
right
exciting.
Corinne,
they
thank
said-
you for getting that interview. That's great stuff.
He said, he said back to life again. So it sounds like there's been multiple deaths and rebirths, but right now he's feeling really good.
So get this. Brian married his wife at Island Lake.
Oh yeah, they're going there. He married his wife at Island Lake. They love this area. All right, so
Yeah.
he's putting on a finisher hat, got a fresh cap on. He is looking like taking in some nutrition. He's got some Gatorade laid out on the ground there, various nutrition options, salt capsules. Looks like he's going to try to be efficient here and just keep moving. He said 10 miles to go. He said
Yeah,
they've
for those
passed
in the-
4 or 5 people.
Nice. Yeah, he's moving really well. We did not expect him to be the next name that we saw, to be honest. Yeah, Brian was sitting in about, I don't know, 12th place as recently as Pole Creek. Wow. Has moved up to about
This is
8th.
impressive. Impressive. Taking in some chips.
Currently the 5th place man on the course. So he passed Andy Vermilyea and Paul Terranova.
High five to the pacer.
And he's not far behind Katarina Hartmuth, assuming he gets out of here pretty soon.
So yeah, Brian had left Maggie behind Andy by about 4 minutes, or Andy by about 7 minutes, and Paul by about 4 minutes. So he made up some big time on him.
His crew said he did really well going over Handy's.
Well, he looks fantastic. I mean, 90 miles into the range, into the run, and he looks like he's ready to go for. He looks better than I did before I started this. Although that's not hard.
He
Stuff
seems
in those pockets?
extremely lucid. Extremely lucid.
Very. Saw him give his wife a little love tap as he came into the aid station. He looks like he's in a backyard barbecue.
Yeah, he really does.
Standing in a circle, waiting for the pork chops on the grill. That's what he looks like right now.
He said, let's get this done.
So if he gets out of here in a short bit here, he's got a shot at a sub 30.
It'll be take some effort for sure, but yeah, it can be done for absolutely.
All right, I am freezing and he is cooling down with cold water being poured all over him. the difference between if you're working real hard and you're just standing around.
For sure. And once he starts to work his way up that ledge, he's going to get that sun exposure and get warm real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is pre-cooling for this climb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fist pumps all around.
I love the Pringles too. He's gutting down some serious Pringles.
Last
Let's
week,
go,
as you
Let's
come
go.
down off of the scree field on the other side of Little Giant, there was a small stream that he might find himself dipping his head in.
He could do that.
Coming down the backside.
Good job, Pacer. Way to go. Let's go. I got a high five. That was a solid high five.
Well done. Well done, Corinne.
Sub 30. Sub 30.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, he knows.
So 2 hours and 53 minutes. It's doable. By comparison, Courtney did this section in about 2.5 hours.
Of course, as we mentioned, Brian was running about 5th man, 8th overall.
Yeah, he's just behind Katarina and has leapfrogged over Andy Vermilyea, Paul Terranova.
We're being offered bacon, so we're going to take a super short break and just grab a couple pieces of bacon. We'll be right back.
All right, Corinne, you do that.
They're taking a break out at Cunningham Gulch. So if we can get another camera shot, they're taking a break at Cunningham Gulch. Can we pop Maysby to the finish line?
Let's get this one. Okay, false alarm. Bacon's going to have to wait. We have.
Oh, we have another runner hitting Cunningham. Duty calls. Bacon has to wait.
Bacon has to wait.
Bacon has to wait. So.
All right.
You wanting some food?
Yeah, we'll come in a second.
So is that Andy right there? Andy Vermilyea?
Yeah, what do you want?
Bacon.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
It's not Paul Terranova.
Okay.
No, I know Andy Vermilyea had some love in the chat.
You want to wrap?
Some maple syrup jokes. So if the chatters know if that's Andy.
So I think this is Noah Williams, who must be pacing ahead of his runner. Yeah, so we've got a crew coming down here. This has got to be Paul Terranova, because I think I see Jason Coop, and I believe he's his coach.
Yep, there's Coop and Paul.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. All right, so Paul Terranova coming into Cunningham. Oh, I think he's coming this way, Mike.
Paul, too, has an engineer's mind, and I'm sure is thinking 30 hours as well.
You're very familiar with Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about him a little bit.
Oh, Paul and his wife Meredith have recently, or in the last year or so, recently relocated to Leadville, Colorado. They've lived in Texas for years. He is retired Army and just has been running well and hard for years, over a decade. Coop's been his coach now for about 3 years, I think, 3-4 years. And Meredith, who you see right there with the blue hat just on the other side of Coop, is one of the top nutritionists in the sport. And an outstanding runner in her own right. Paul's putting on his orange CTS shirt, I would imagine.
That's a nice little shout out for him to do.
Man, we were lucky to have shade between down.
We're going to stick here with Paul while he works his way through Cunningham Gulch Aid. And then we would expect that we'll have the first of our next finishers coming to town fairly soon. And our expectation that would be Camille Bruyas. Looks like Camille has made it to the top of the Little Giant Climb.
Which is just a great, great feeling. It's a great feeling when you finally get up there. It seems like it takes forever.
It's the last climb of any note in this run. About 2,500 feet of climb in under 2 miles. Then you go across a small ridge line and then down a scree field that terrifies me, and then down some jeep roads until you hit Arostor Creek.
Yep.
You cross Arostor Creek, and then 3 miles of gently flowing wooded trail, and you're home free.
Meredith admonishing him to get going, get some food down. That's what happens when your wife's a nutritionist.
She's got a piece of bacon in her hands, and I think that he also partook in some Mountain Dew.
High fives. I think the woman in the white vest is his pacer. Yep.
Nice job, Paul. Way to go. Keep it up.
He is right on the sub 30 bubble.
Yeah.
Fresh energy. Oh, and they're going to hit the sun right now.
Yeah, it looks like the sun is at the point where even before they hit the climb, they're going to feel it.
So not far behind Brian Peterson. That was a nice, efficient, but productive aid station stop for Paul, like a veteran.
Yeah, it was good.
Paul has a routine of doing push-ups when he finishes a race. He has a couple of top 10s at Western States, a couple of top 10s here.
I think our monitors just went out. We might need to switch. Can we grab a different shot here? It looks like Corinne is going to get that well-deserved bacon. Awesome. So this here is the finish line at the Hardrock 100. We're a little bit out from a runner potentially coming through here. We don't have any runners immediately looking like they're going to hit Cunningham Gulch. As soon as we do have our next runners at Cunningham Gulch, which will probably happen before Camille Bruyas hits the finish line, we will bring that here. That right there is the interior of the building we're at. That is actually a shot basically that is coming from, if I were to turn my head around, you can see the finish line aid station on the far wall. On the right-hand side, there's a little bit of a viewing area. There's a Hardrock frequently asked questions that I wish we could definitely show you folks, as well as the merchandise tables on the left-hand side. Those will be open a little bit later on. I might do some browsing and shopping myself. You can see AJW's garish shirt making its way through the gym. And over off to the side in an area you cannot see, there is a medical area where finishers and unfortunately, in some cases, runners who did not make it to the finish are taken care of and aided by the medical personnel. Of course, one of the things about those who help this run happen, the EMS workers, I guess, the San Juan County Search and Rescue EMS teams have a fundraiser dinner here every Thursday, the night before Hard Rock. And it has become a burgeoning tradition of myself and Andy Jones Wilkins to head over there and talk as loudly as possible over a couple beers and a couple plates of pasta. So if you're ever here for the Hardrock 100, you can always show up and donate to the charitable efforts that support San Juan County Search and Rescue and Emergency Medical Services. Another way you can support the Hardrock 100 is by the donation button atop the chat. If you toggle that, you can donate to the Hardrock 100. That is a button to donate, and all proceeds from those donations go to the Hardrock 100, which actually does help efforts in trail stewardship here in the San Juans, diversity and inclusivity, as well as scholarships for local high school students. 13 high school students were the recipients of scholarship efforts here this past spring, totaling $39,000. So, those monies can be given to the students to help them with college costs, with trade school costs as well, basically to help them continue their education as they make their effort to head out into the world. Of course, my broadcast partner for this event is a former educator as well, so I can speak for him in saying that if you're willing to donate to the Hardrock 100, those monies are definitely appreciated by the students that are going to be leveraging them as they continue their education.
Absolutely, the Joel Zucker Scholarship Fund is an outstanding service that the race has provided for over 2 decades, and all of the proceeds of the live stream and any donation goes directly to that, as well as the other projects that Hard Rock nonprofit is involved in. So we thank you all for your generosity. We are at $1,700.
That is fantastic. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Somebody asking if Katarina Hartmuth had made it out of Cunningham. The answer to that is a resounding yes. We caught her on film. Katarina had dropped her pacer. Her pacer, a familiar name, Dakota Jones, former podium finisher here at Hard Rock. Katarina dropped Dakota. Apparently, he was not feeling too great between Maggie Gulch and Cunningham, and so she got to Cunningham. Was being taken care of by crew, but looked like she was working through some things, as is common 90 miles into one of the toughest races around. And Mandy Holmes, familiar with these mountains, having run URAY as a top 10 finisher last year, national team member, the U.S. 24-hour national team member, no stranger to high-level racing, offered her services as a pacer, threw her shoes on, and headed up the Cunningham climb to Little Giant.
4 runners, it should be noted, 4 runners now between Cunningham and the finish. So 4 runners are on that last 9 miles. Camille Bruyas is at the front of that group. Katarina Hartmuth, Brian Peterson, and Paul Terranova. The latter 3 are all within a few minutes of one another in the early stages of the climb up to Dives Little Giant. They left Cunningham at 8:57, 9:06, and 9:13. So sometimes it's nice to have company on that climb. The sight lines are pretty long, and you can see several switchbacks up. So we'll probably have a little bit of a flurry of finishers by the time those folks get down off the mountain.
I have a feeling that our next person to come into view for Corinne Chalvoy at Cunningham Gulch is going to be either Andy Vermilyea or Nick Curry. Nick Curry has been making moves through the second half of this race, the notorious negative splitter that he is. Nick Curry, the current American record holder in the 24-hour discipline, ran 174 miles around a track in 24 hours a couple years ago. Yeah, that's right, 170 miles in 24 hours. So this is basically a jaunt in the park for him under most circumstances. Nick had a very rough Western States. He's doing the double this year. Had a 25-hour finish, which as a normal mortal, I think sounds fantastic. But for somebody of his caliber, is what amounts to a rough day.
Yeah.
And Nick is notoriously one of the few human beings who can negative split hard rock and negative split hard rock in road flats. So do we No, we don't have him. No, he's expected to be into Cunningham Gulch here fairly quickly. Oh, okay. Well, if we need to, for sure. Thank you, Bryce. We're learning tech on the fly here at the Hardrock 100.
Nick was 21 minutes in arrears of Andy at Maggie. I could see him eating those 21 minutes up easily. It's 6.1 miles from Maggie to Cunningham, with the, as I've mentioned a couple of times, with the big climb up Buffalo Boy Ridge, the drop down into the crossing of Cinnamon Pass Road, and then back up and up over Green Mountain, one of the finest views on the course, off looking north off of Green Mountain.
Nick, and you'll be able to tell when Nick hits Cunningham Gulch, if we can get video on him, how he's feeling by how his legs move. When he's feeling good, he's got a very short staccato step, the loudest footstep in trail running.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear him coming a mile away, even though he weighs maybe $150. But if he is having a bit of a rougher time, his stride is a little bit more elongated. It's kind of a funny phenomenon. Like, he takes longer steps when he's not feeling well or having a rough time. But Nick, his personal best here, as he's going for finish number 7, I believe is in the 27-hour range. So he's not going to have a personal best here at Hardrock, but assuming he continues on, yeah, his personal best was 27:14 back in 2017. An excellent time. But we will probably see him, I would assume, in about 3 hours, give or take. Which still a 30-ish hour finish at Hardrock is tall timber.
I think he's under 32 probably.
What was your clockwise finish?
My clockwise finish was 41:50.
Still admirable. Hey, you finished it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wait,
personal delivery.
Is this what I think it is?
Yeah.
Hold on. Are there 2 of them? Are there 2 of them? Oh.
All right, we have a Zach Miller special that's been delivered up here to the booth. Thank you, Zach. Courtesy of Skip from Lake Sonoma and Healdsburg Running Company, Skip brand. There is the Zach donut.
So yeah, we weren't kidding. That is a Zach Miller made donut. We were fortunate enough out at McDowell Mountain Frenzy last winter to try Zach Miller's donuts, and they're fantastic, especially when hot. He was just out there making donuts for runners. Most people knew who he was. Some who didn't have any clue, and he's out there in his setup and just passing donuts out of a window. And people were scooping him up.
I think most people know that Zach has his roots in Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania Dutch country, and this is a Pennsylvania Dutch recipe that he uses for his donuts.
There's a bit of a crispness to it. It's got a slight crunch, but a very tender interior, and he puts a perfect amount of powdered sugar on them. I know that I'm like super excited. I think we can split this, right?
Yeah, we can split it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We're gonna. So before we got a smattering of action, we were kind of going down some of the other notable names who were outside of their respective top 10s, and I think we had left off talking about Becky Bates, who is currently our 11th place woman. Becky Bates, 62 years young, is doing very well out there. Billy Grimes, somebody we interviewed because Billy and his wife, Billy trying to do what his wife did last year, and she finished this race, a couple of Silverton locals. He is currently in 24th place on the men's side. Moving down a little bit, the speed goat himself, Carl Meltzer, the running legend, 5-time outright champion of Hardrock. Not going to be the champion this year, but definitely looking in good shape for a finish. Currently 34th place on the men's race. Looking a little bit further down, we've got, and if you're interested in a runner that we don't name, you're more than welcome to check it out. Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, we'll take, we got a couple more of them here. We definitely, here, you started that one.
All right, I'll start that one. We're getting more donut deliveries.
Michael Owen, Beast Coaster. Yeah, we're blessed right here. Michael Owen, out of Ohio, currently in 62nd place. see if we've got some other familiar names as we scroll down. Vishal Sani. This is a name that I think that everybody should get behind. Vishal, currently in 78th place. Let me see where he's at on the course. The last aid station Vishal left was Animas Forks, so he is, and he left Animas Forks at about 6:02 this morning, so about 4.5 hours ahead of cutoff. In great shape to finish this, and that is going to be well earned because bib number 204, Vishal Sani out of Los Angeles, has been trying to get into this race, entering the lottery since 2010. So it has been 14 years that he has undertaken this odyssey to run Hard Rock. So this, as far as he's concerned, is probably a victory lap. Vishal Sani, and one of those names that you definitely should cheer for here as the days progress. Chris Twiggs, 16-time finisher, the most of any current runner in this event, currently at 89th place. On the men's side, going for finish number 17. Just behind him, some guy named Jamil. Apparently, I don't know how far apart Chris and Jamil are and where they left last. Let's take a look. Okay, so they're out of Animas Forks as well. That's basically the crux of the race at this point. Animas Forks for the rank and file, common folk like ourselves. Chris Twiggs left Animas Forks just before 7 a.m. local time. Plenty of time to spare. Jamil left it at about a quarter after. Jamil going for finish number 7. Chris going for finish number 17. A little bit further down, John Halston. John Halston, the oldest participant, tied for the oldest participant in this year's Hard Rock, the oldest participant still remaining. He and Bradley Olwyn, both 67 years of age. John going for finish number 7 as well, out of Montana. Currently past Animas Forks, got out at about 8:37 local time. So again, nearly 2 hours ahead of the cutoff. Some more names. Anthony Culpepper, a personal friend of mine, currently in 101st place on the men's side. Anthony Culpepper, somebody to root for. He has been very public about the fact that he has been dealing with an MS diagnosis for a couple years. He finished this race, gritted it out last year, and got into Animas Forks at 8:02. Has not left yet, taking his time probably. Anthony is also the owner of the fastest walk stride in the mountains that you could ever possibly find.
Which is an extremely important skill to have. You got to be able to walk well.
Anthony is one of those people who could finish this race, or could finish Hard Rock without running.
I did.
Oh, you need the plate back?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can take the don'ts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Some of the notable DNFs here at this point. Francois Dehaene, unfortunately, Francois had to decide to call it a day at Animas Forks. David Koblenz, president of the Hard Rock Board, I believe, did, I believe, not make it past Uray. Uray is a big cutoff aid because, as we mentioned last night, it's kind of the first place you get after Telluride that you can drop logistically, because that stretch between the two is pretty nightmarish. Bradley Olwyn, the other 67-year-old, had to drop at Uray as well. I believe was timed out. Laney Baris, one of the runners that we were following, the final runner to hit Telluride last night, did so with just a handful of minutes to spare. She had to be out of there by 7:45, I believe, or 8 p.m. last night.
Yeah, and she got out at 7:55.
7:55.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Laney, and we knew it was going to be a tall order for her to proceed past Uray, because that climb up to Kroger's Canteen is absolutely brutal. Laney was not able to continue past that point. Beast Coaster from New Jersey. Laney,
she got into Uray, but it was 15 minutes overtime.
Yeah, and Laney had been trying to get into this run for 10 years, so you just feel gutted for her. Laney, if you're around town, stop by and hang out with us on the couch.
It was really the excitement that you generated as you got to your feet and left Telluride shortly before 8 o'clock last night was really heartwarming for all of us. So obviously, sorry about not making it But you made it to Ouray, and you never know. The lottery gods have a way of smiling on folks like you, so you might have another shot.
Brad Bishop, the aid station director of the Hardrock Endurance Run, unfortunately, his day drew to a close at Ouray as well, having missed the cutoff there. And Pam Reed. Unfortunately had to call it a day yesterday at Telluride. Pam, and she was moving really well early on. She had dropped her pacer. Of course, Pam being above the age of 60, and all participants 60 and above are allowed to have a pacer from start if they so choose. Pam had been moving very well in the early going. Jamil Curry had texted us to tell us how well she had been moving. But then Pam, unfortunately, had to bow out at Telluride. So that is kind of the wraparound of the
I'll jump
notable
in.
names.
I've got a couple of more.
Sure.
I mentioned in my Who to Watch, Ryan Anderson, a colleague of mine with CTS, an outstanding running coach from Knoxville, Tennessee, is moving along well. And he's in the company of Dan Barger, longtime ultra runner, a multiple-time Western States and Hard Rock finisher, as well as one of the early Grand Slam record holders. Dan Barger had the Grand Slam record in the 90s. Worth noting that. Some veterans we mentioned, of course, Carl Meltzer already. Some other folks with multiple finishes. Donald Buki from Broomfield, Colorado, still at it. Along with I'm sorry, bear with me here. Bryce Warren, John Paul Ogden, Hideo Takuma, and Keith Nippling. Keith Nippling from Alexandria, Virginia, one of the stalwart members of the Virginia Happy Trails Running Company, a running club, not company. Virginia Happy Trails Running Club, nonprofit club in the Virginia area that puts on three remarkable races: the women's half marathon that takes place every year in September, as well as the Bull Run 50 miler, and the crown jewel of the VHTRC events, MMT, the Massanutten Mountain Trails 100 miler. That's Keith Nippling from Alexandria, Virginia. Chris Twiggs and Jamil Curry were mentioned already. And Scott Ulmer, a veteran, is from Denver, is still out there and moving along pretty well. So that'll conclude our wraparound. We got a lot of time left on the clock. We're just past 27 and a half hours. So in about 25 minutes, we will hit the 28-hour mark, which gives us 20 more hours on the air. Great to have all of you tuning in on our live stream. We really appreciate it. This is so much fun for us to have ourselves sleep deprived and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for you, to bring you the second year of Mountain Outpost's coverage of the Hardrock 100.
Well, there is a saying, if you can't dazzle them with your brilliance, baffle them with your... Oh, I see a comment in the text that I wanted to see. Kid Tempered asking, never seen the course. Is it very technical? Oh, Lordy. I think that it is just so ridiculously technical that it defies description. You really have to experience it for yourself. I have done bits and pieces of this run. Most recently, I did the Cunningham to the finish stretch. I thought I was going to kill my kid, my 17-year-old son. Worried about the loose, unstable nature of the scree field on the backside of the descent. It is very difficult. Obviously, 33,000 feet of climb, and that's no joke when you're starting at 9,000 feet elevation. You spend most of your time above 11,000 feet. The elevation, the exposure. In the pregame show, we talked about the concept of hunkering down. That maybe this is something that we could do to talk about that here after kind of give that description. And it's a kind of run where where the downhills aren't necessarily a bonus. Some of the downhills are as hard as the uphills. There are exceptions with some of the slopes like Camp Bird and a rostra to the finish, but I want to circle back around to the concept of hunkering down, AJW.
Yeah.
You have run this race in each direction, and I'm sure you encountered some semblance of elements each direction. When somebody says and talks about the concept of hunkering down during Hard Rock, what does that mean?
Well, the race is timed here in the second, third weekend of July to sort of be sandwiched in between the time of year when most of the snow has melted. If they had it any earlier in June, there'd still be quite a bit of snow, and before the monsoon comes in full force, which typically hits the American Southwest right around mid-July. Some years, the monsoon hits earlier and more aggressively than others, and it's pretty common for there to be literally daily afternoon thunderstorms starting anytime from noon to 6 p.m. That'll force people off the mountains as quickly as they need to be. And so most people that are out here, climbing 14ers and so forth are trying to get up those mountains before, 10 or 11 in the morning and scurry down in case those storms come through. Well, from year to year, Hard Rock will be beset with afternoon thunderstorms. So far this year, it's been thunderstorm free. I think this is part of why we're seeing these really fast times, because there have been times in the past where storms have come through, and depending on when they come and which direction people are going in the course and at what point they are, where they may have to just stop. They may just have to stop where they are and literally hunker down behind a rock, under a tree, if they're lucky enough to be below tree line. I can think back to my 2009 experience here, which was a year Carl Meltzer won, and we got nailed with thunderstorms. It was the counter-clockwise direction, so it was the opposite direction that we're going this year. So in my case, Handy's Peak came. Oh, let's stop
Andy.
for a second because we have a runner coming into Cunningham.
Andy.
Let's. I think our monitors have charged up. Can we confirm who we have there? That is bib number 218. That is Andy Vermilyea.
And then Nick Curry coming in as well.
All right, Andy and Nick coming in more or less together.
That is his sister, Amelia, there to greet him. His brother Nathan. Yeah, with the whole Curry family out on course, you've got Amelia and Nathan taking care of Nick right now. I'm sure that Patty and Peter are somewhere helping to take care of Jamil.
Yeah, just take that one.
Corinne, can you confirm that Nick is in road shoes?
Nick, Livestream wants to know if you're in road shoes. Absolutely. Road super shoes. Road super shoes.
He looked apprehensive at the question.
It's like, how dare you ask? There we go.
Yeah, there was no question. It's just absolutely is the answer.
Nick is definitely a shoe geek, but is a road shoe guy. Always has been, probably always will be.
Somebody asking if Jamil has already finished, and no, Nick is way ahead of Jamil right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Jamil is up on his way up Handy's.
And what's so funny is that for brothers who have grown up in the sport together, starting their journey at the same time, they couldn't be more different in their approach. Nick is meticulous. He is very, what's the word I'm looking for? Deliberate. in his approach, whereas Jamil has a bit more of a, well, if I don't train, it's going to go badly, but let's do it anyways.
Corinne, I see the sun has finally hit the gulch itself. Is it warming up out there?
Yeah, nice work, nice work. Yeah, so it is warming up quite quickly. Feels great now.
Of course, Nick is not the only runner at Cunningham Gulch. That is Andy Vermilyea. Andy's been moving along the top 10 for many miles. And in Nick's case, has been moving up. Nick was around 25 or so, maybe as things approach you, Ray. And Nick is one of those people, if you ask him what time it is, he's going to tell you how to build a watch and where to find the supplies. But a great guy. One of the co-founders of Air Viper Running, huge ambassador for the sport.
I think he said he was going to grab a couple goos and maybe be heading out here.
You know, neither of these Curry brothers filled out the runner survey.
Classic.
How can we tell people about you if you
Have
can't?
you been pacing Nick?
Yes.
What's your name?
Jackson Wolf.
Jackson Wolf has been pacing Nick. How's it
Jackson
been?
Wolf
He's,
has been
he's
pacing
cruising.
Nick Curry.
We're thinking negatives. There's a lot of negative split talk in the line. Yeah, amazing. Well, you gonna take him to the finish?
No, I'm done here.
You're done. Let's go. Oh, nice. Let's go, Nick.
Who's taking
Keep
Nick
it
to the
up.
finish then?
Get it
Solo.
done.
Yeah, looks like Nick is riding out the remainder of the race alone.
I was just confirming.
No pacer going out.
Okay, Nick. Good job, team.
Crossing
So, Mike,
Cunningham
I
Creek
lost
right now.
I lost the live stream in my ear, but that's okay. Hi. How are you? Good. How's she doing?
Yeah. I think she had a rough night.
But she's working
Yeah.
through it.
Yeah, she stopped for like an hour at Bruyas.
Okay.
Which I'm glad that she did. Yeah, I think she needed it.
Okay.
Hopefully when she
Did she rest at all or just
I
chill?
don't know.
Okay.
I'm hoping she ate. Yeah, I've been throwing like projectile vomiting.
Okay.
Doesn't matter
Okay.
what it is.
Okay. Altitude can do that too. Yeah. That's a impressive goal. No matter what, no matter how it happens. Yeah. Good. You guys been taking care of yourselves?
Looks like they're setting the camera down at Cunningham. We'll see if we can spin to another view. We are awaiting Camille here in the finish area. I assume we've got Mike out in the streets of Silverton. No? Do we have a follow cam?
She's just
ready to
about.
rock?
She's not yet at the 2-hour mark, Camille. So I suspect she's got another half an hour or so.
Okay. Because let's be honest, we know that I'll grab a gimbal if I have to. I'll make sure we catch this next finish.
So Camille left at 7:47 a.m. She left Cunningham. We're at 9:45. Courtney, for example, by comparison, took about 2.5 hours to run that last 9 miles. So at that pace, we would expect Camille around 10:15, so in about a half an hour or thereabouts. Second place woman. It was a full hour and 10 minutes to third place Katarina. And then the Pride of Kansas, 9 minutes after her, Brian Peterson, and then just 6-7 minutes after Brian was Paul Terranova. And now, as we've seen, Nick Curry leaving it. Andy Vermilyea. Vermilyea is still in the aid station. Last we saw the camera, I suspect he's getting out of there shortly, which will round out your top 11 overall. Top 11 overall. Ludo, Diego, Jason, Courtney, and Jeff have all finished. We have 5 finishers in the house. We're awaiting the arrival of Camille Bruyas in the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so. Katarina Hartmuth, Brian Peterson, Paul Terranova, Nick Curry, and Andy Vermilyea. So we now have 6 runners in between Cunningham and the finish line in that 9-mile stretch up and over Dives Little Giant. We would expect Ben Bucklin and Luke J. to be the next 2 men into Cunningham, and Yitka Wynn to be the next woman into Cunningham.
Corey, we might have to send some people out on the case here if we don't find out soon, asking if we found Dakota Jones yet. I'm sure that Dakota's probably just... Oh, here we go.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Oh, I lost the feed again. Hold on.
We've got you. We've got you, Corinne.
Okay, Reese, can you guys come over here? Sorry, I can't go too far away from this Starlink or else I lose the audio. So, yeah, so I am here with a couple members of Tara Dower's crew, Reese Barkley, and Brooke Prater. How's it been going with Tara? Tell us a little bit about how her whole Hard Rock has been unfolding.
It's been going pretty good. She's had a hard time keeping stuff down, but I've seen her in a lot worse, overcome a lot worse, consume less, and just crush it. So yeah, it's definitely not abnormal for her, but the goal is to just keep fluids in her, keep the calories in her, even if it's liquid calories. So
she's tough as nails. I'm not worried about her finishing. She's definitely going to make it to that rock. But yeah, we're excited
to get her there.
Yep.
Yeah, you think altitude probably biggest factor?
Yeah, is probably a big factor. She also, the first year she was at Run Rabbit, had a similar issues, but I saw her crush it there, amazed at how little she consumed and just absolutely crushed it all the way up to the finish. So
I think it's a combination of the altitude and the heat. It was just really hot.
I think the heat was really hard on her yesterday. We just tried to keep ice on her all day. I think we also were just trying to give her a bunch of stuff every time she was coming into the aid stations, and that was way too much for her stomach. So we were just changing strategies every time we saw her. When she gets like this, you never know what she wants and what she doesn't want. Like, she could love something and look at it and be like, nope, don't want that anymore. So
yeah,
just gotta provide all the options.
Yeah, is she with Devanyenko right now or JP?
Yes, she's still with Devanyenko. She will swap at Maggie, and JP will be with her till the finish.
Okay, awesome. And Kareth ran with her from Ray to Animus.
Yes. Yeah. Didn't get to talk to Kareth very much.
Looks like her audio might have cut out. One of the things I noticed about Tara's Pacer team, it's an all-star team she had there. Kareth Arnold, I assume JP, they're talking about JP Giblin, golden ticket winner from last year. And who was the third one?
Devanyenko.
Devanyenko, yeah. That is a star-studded Pacer team.
It is.
You can only hope for a team that's that dialed in.
And the crew was pretty adamant. Oh, she's getting to the rock. I mean, there was no doubt. I mean, obviously, she's had some ups and downs with nutrition, but it was great to hear the confidence that, no, she's getting to the rock.
Yeah, she looked really rough at Animus Force. To be completely honest, she looked like she was having a pretty bad day at the time.
Okay, so Andy Vermilyea is out. So we now have confirmed 6 runners between Cunningham and the finish. The first of which is Camille Bruyas.
Shout out to Rory Monahan, the trail gangster himself, hanging out in the studio on the far side, maybe getting some tech lessons here from the master of the game, Bryce Brooks. Good to see the trail gangster made his way up from Flagstaff.
That was very good.
And usually traversing some sort of far-flung land during the summer. I think that I believe that he spent some time on. In the Philippines, maybe in Brazil, and maybe Neptune as well. So that's how he spends his summers. But shout out to Rory Monahan. If you're interested in some fun Instagram stuff, check out the Trail Gangstas. Gangst AZ.
Gangst AZ. You will not be disappointed.
Oh, I guess he had a new hard rock song out this year.
So, a hard rock song.
You want to check that out? How's Jam Jam doing? Like on a completely like holistic level. I mean, Jam Jam is he's moving. Jam Jam is not having as prominent of a day as his brother Nick is, but we knew that going in that Jamil was going to probably have a very trying day and process here. He hadn't been able to put in the time to train because he's busy doing other things like, I don't know, being our boss.
Yeah.
So Jamil Curry, we do expect him to finish. He prides himself on, up until recently, he had never DNF'd a race that wasn't named Barkley.
Right.
So he only has one DNF to his name over the years. And so no matter how long it takes him, it could take him over 40, it could take him over 45 hours. I truly believe that we will see Jamil here eventually. He'll probably film his own finish because that's what he does.
He did leave Animas Forks at about 7:15, so a couple of hours ago. 2.5, 2 3/4 to be exact. And that means he's up on Handies right now, perhaps on the downside of Handies. And on his way to Burroughs Park.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat what Basel Dragons Running Club said, but yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Of course, Jamil going for finish number 7 here. He wanted to become a true hard rocker so badly. Of course, a true hard rocker is somebody who's finished this run in each direction. Unfortunately, simply due to luck and circumstance, he ran his first 4 efforts in the same direction.
Yeah.
So he had to wait, I believe, 10 years from his first run to his one direction to his first in the other direction. And it was his 5th effort that actually became the run in the other direction that made him able to call himself a true hard rocker. Yeah, very few DNFs so far in this race, Corey. And as we mentioned at length in this broadcast, that's one of the beautiful things about 48 hours of coverage. We're going to repeat ourselves. Yes. And we can repeat ourselves ad nauseum, and we know you're okay with it, and we appreciate you for that. Hard Rock is what they call a postgraduate race by their own admission. And Hard Rock is so hard to get into that it takes some runners 8, 10, 12 years. And the qualifying process for Hard Rock is to run a difficult race. Mm-hmm. Like if you were to say, like, I don't think it would necessarily be a terrible point of conversation to like think of like the quote easiest race to get into to run Hard Rock. It's going to be some ridiculous like 40-hour cutoff type of slog through, some highly mountainous terrain. Like that's pretty ridiculous for the quote low end of the qualifier spectrum.
Yep, and that's by design. The race organizers want to make sure that anybody who makes it into this race has at least a reasonable chance of making it here to this finish line that we see right here. And so as a result of that, and I think also because of the waiting 10, 12 years to get in, people really take this seriously, their preparation, their execution. And as a result, we see higher finishing rates here than we do at races like Leadville or Western States or Vermont or Wasatch or UTMB. There's just more invested in it, more deliberate effort put into it, and frankly, the 48-hour cutoff does allow for some, not a lot, but some margin for error. in your race execution. So I wouldn't be surprised if this year, especially if we make it through day 2 without any afternoon thunderstorms, that we're talking about, another year of 80% plus finishers.
Somebody asking if there are any DNFs among the coverage crew. Not as of yet, but our time is still we have to go the full 48.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're doing a fixed time event.
yeah. People really do want it if they get here. Nobody is going to take their opportunity for granted at this run. AGW and I. Man, it was tough to answer the bell this morning. Of course, we ended our broadcast hours last night at about 11, give or take, and then we headed back over to the media house, and we immediately went to bed with no having conversation over beverages at the kitchen table. That's exactly what happened. We went straight to bed.
Straight to bed after having beverages at the kitchen table.
Well, I mean, now you're changing.
Needless to say, we had about a 4-hour nap, a 3.5-hour nap until the your annoying alarm went off.
Yeah,
and we dragged ourselves over here.
To be fair, we're mirroring the experience of the runners.
That's true.
A quick little trail nap. And frankly, that was last night. Tonight is probably going to consist of one of us napping on the couch and the other one, napping somewhere on the floor
over here. Yeah.
So, we do have other members of our broadcast team that have been helping out with us. So we had Dan Ryan in here last night, Maggie Gulch. We do expect Mike McGonigal and Leah Yingling, one of the power couples of trail and ultra running.
They're going to come in and do some time here in the studio.
I'm super excited because number one, Leah is the best in the biz out on the course.
Yeah.
So she is not very often in the studio. So it'll be a little bit different to see her perspective here. But you know what? I think she'll be even better because rather than being so quick to scroll through her phone, she'll actually be able to
have it all in front of her on her laptop.
Yeah. And of course, Mike McGonigal, her partner in broadcast and in life, will be spending time with her here. Of course, AJW, when referring to Mike McGonigal, he's known him a lot longer than I have, has a very colorful way of referring to Mike, and it's Mike's own fault.
Yeah, it's his own fault.
Because Mike's Instagram handle is what?
Shit in the woods.
Yes. And so AJW, when referring to Mike as we see him on a broadcast, if he's out in the wild somewhere, we will refer to him, or AJW will, by that first word. So it was very jarring to hear the first time, but I have become accustomed to it. But yeah, Leah and Mike will be in a little bit later. I will double check to see who else will be joining us. We've had some other.
And truth be told, Leah refers to him as shit in the woods.
I caught that earlier. I did catch that.
So I mean, she calls her own husband by that moniker.
Yeah, we've got a great production team. We've got Bryce Brooks handling the machines that make the thing go. Jordan Schmidt. Is also as well. Michael Carson. I know we've got several people out in the field. Mike, Shad.
I just saw Mael was here.
Mael Backhouse. I tried to get Mael to come on to the couch to talk about his experiences covering this race so far. He said he was too tired.
He gave it a big no.
Yeah. He said he needs to get some sleep, which is understandable. We had Sally McRae as part of our broadcast team earlier. A very happy surprise for us. I didn't realize until the day before the race, the day before the run, that Sally was going to be a part of our team. So she was out there at Telluride with Maggie.
So you can see the bouncy house is up at the finish line. The race does so many things to make it a family show here.
The beer garden, which is not inside the bouncy house.
No.
Actually, there's a marketing idea, a bouncy house with a beer garden. That could be fun and disastrous at the same time. There's a beer garden down at the end of the Finishers Row. Of course, people were talking about wanting to, quote, crack a brew with AJW here in the gym of the high school, which, of course, by saying it's the gym in the high school expresses why we clearly cannot.
Yeah.
And actually, somebody was asking me about the Hardrock Beer Mile, and my understanding is that the reason why they don't do that anymore is because they don't have a place they can really do it, because it used to take place on the track.
Yeah.
Can't do that. can't do that. So yeah, if you're a fan of Leah Yingling and Mike McGonigal, tune in because they're going to be giving us an opportunity to eat, sleep, rest, and take care of business off the air here later this afternoon. Time is currently 10 a.m.
There we go. We've hit the 28-hour mark.
We need to probably audit the field in terms of who is and who is not at Animas Forks yet, because the cutoff at Animas Forks is at 10:30, correct?
It is. So we've got a half an hour until that absolute cutoff at Animas Forks. I know Julie does not want many drops there. She's the aid station captain.
Okay, so what I've got here, let me see if I can verify who has yet to check into Animas Forks that is still considered to be in the race. All right, Animas Forks, that column there. Sort. It looks like we've got only 3 runners that have yet to depart Animas Forks. We have one who is currently at Animas Forks, Miles Lilly of Bend, Oregon, and we have two more men that are en route to Animas Forks. Sure. Do you want to pull up the course map, perhaps? Here, we can.
Yeah.
Right there.
Go ahead.
Folks, when AGW and I are in charge of the tech on screen, crazy things happen. So Dana Munari, 59 from San Antonio, Texas, is one of the 2 individuals, one of the 2 men yet to make it to Animas Forks. The other is Eric McGee, 54 out of Quebec. Eric has not yet made it either. They were a few minutes apart at the last aid station departure, about 3 minutes apart out of Engineer. So if they left Engineer at 7 a.m., they had a relatively runnable section here, about 6 miles, a lot of downhill on Jeep Road. So I would assume if they were left, they've got to be getting real close here because they've made it this far. So they should have some legs to try and be able to jog down to Animas Forks. So I think with any luck, the only drops that we will see at that aid station are the ones that have already happened. We've got the recent people to depart Animas Forks. Let's give them their shine here. The most recent departures from Animas Forks, I would say like in the last hour or so. Let's put it right there. Larry Pearson, bib number 190 from Texas. John Halston, our elder statesman of Hard Rock participants this year.
67 years old.
Out of Helena, Montana. Paul Johnson out of St. Joseph, Michigan. Matt Campbell out of Washington. Scott Ulmer, a familiar name, out of Colorado. Will Thomas from Washington. Our current DFL on the women's side, Jackie Fritsch out of Ouray. And there's a handful more. Let's see. We've got Alexis Capili, our only runner, I believe, from the Philippines. Costa Alimonos from Fort Collins. And then the aforementioned 3 that have yet to depart Animas Forks, Miles Lilly, who is in Animas Forks, and Dana Munari and Eric McGee, who have yet to arrive. Those are currently the people who are bringing up the rear at the Hardrock 100 this year. Those who have not made it out of Animas Forks have about 26 minutes to do so. If they do not, the snail will catch them. And actually, you can see the snail moving ever so slightly on the runner tracker.
And you can see Dana Munari's. She just pinged. Sorry, yes. Dana Munari. He just pinged.
Yeah, and so Dana moving ever so ahead of the snail. If you want to check and play around with the runner tracker, you can do so with the link at the top of the chat. Thanks again to our sponsors here at the Mountain Outpost broadcasting of the Hardrock Endurance Run 2024. Sunto is our presenting sponsor. Without them and the other co-sponsors, this would not be possible. The Feed, Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, Squirrel's Nut Butter, The North Face, Catula, Goo, and Hypoxico. Thank you to those entities. Also, thank you to everybody who has donated to the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run and the charitable efforts, which include scholarships for local Silverton students. I believe our tally is currently at $1,700, which is pretty impressive, but we can do better. As we mentioned, the scholarships that they were giving out yesterday there were 13 of them totaling $39,000. Do the math there. That's $3,000 a person. If we can help raise enough money for these locals to head off to college or trade school, if we can help ease the burden of some of these kids' education, more power to us. I think that is an admirable thing to do.
It does look like we will, the folks will get out of Animas Forks unscathed with no timeouts, unless for some reason there's a great deal of time spent in the aid station. But it looks like we're going to be moving on to the next cutoff, which I don't think there's a cutoff at Burroughs. I think it's at Sherman. Yep, Sherman at 4 p.m.
So based on that, the snail has 5.5 hours to get from Animas to up and over Handies.
Up and over Handies to Burroughs, and then Burroughs down to.
You know what? That is actually a very illuminating thing, because I've mentioned, of course, 10-time hard rocker Robert Andrulis had told me that if he can't get up and down Handies from Grouse Gulch in 5 hours, he chooses not to run the race. He will drop out prior to the race so somebody else can have his slot. Well, if it takes 5.5 hours to get from Animas up and over to Burroughs at Handies, that's essentially saying that, that cutoff had been a little bit extended or a little bit shortened because Grouse Gulch is 2 miles down the road from where Animas was.
Animas is now. Yep.
So he knows that's for him is the crux of the race in that direction, or in either direction, really. Knowing full well that, so he's basically giving himself a time trial when he does that.
Yeah.
That's actually really fascinating.
Yep, kind of smart.
Yeah. Well,
it's kind of amazing to think you go on a 5-hour training run and decide whether you can run a 48-hour race, but that's what he does, and it seems to work for him.
Well, of course,
or at least it has in the past.
Robert, affectionately nicknamed Mongo. Yeah. Mongo just a pawn in Game of Life. So we're getting multiple questions on Dakota Jones and whether or not he's been found. I'm sure he's fine. He is no stranger to these trails.
He knows these mountains. He grew up, born and raised in Durango. He's been around. He's fine.
Yeah, he
just got dropped.
Which it happens. It happens. So we're going to be keeping an eye out. We do have follow cams at the ready, I do believe, to bring in these runners. I am operating under that assumption, but I just do want to confirm that we do have people at the ready, because if not, I will go out there and do it myself. I want to make sure that we get these runner finish cams, as many of them as possible. Camille is over Little Giant, heading down probably just shy of Arastra Creek. From Arastra Creek, she has about 3.5 miles left. Even under good circumstances, it's probably going to take at least 45 minutes to an hour from Arastra Creek because she's got 99 miles on her legs. Yeah, and it is a bit of undulation over there. I think it's a pretty peaceful stretch of running when you're fresh. Like I see Summer hanging out over on the other side. I've run into Summer and Bryce out there. I have a selfie from last summer that I cherish with the two of them. But Arastra Creek, all of the climbing is done other than maybe about 100 or so feet. But when you've got 99 miles on your legs, things are going to take a little bit longer. This shot right here, for those just tuning in, is the finish line of the Hardrock 100. We are 28 hours and 10 minutes into the race, as you can see by the timer on the center of your screen, just above the finish line target itself, the rock, the hard rock. The runners have to enter the finisher chute and kiss the rock between now and 6 a.m. tomorrow morning in order to register a finish. If they have anxiety about kissing the rock, I don't know, maybe they got something figured out, but I've seen a lot of people kiss that rock over the last several years, and nobody's reported back sick yet. So I think they do a good job of making sure that it's clean. Of course, Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins, thanks to the 2,400 of you joining us here. We appreciate you. We appreciate you hanging out with us on your weekend now. For those of you who were hanging out with us yesterday and totally torpedoing all your work progress, we take no responsibility for your lack of productivity. In fact, we kind of embrace it. That's one thing I do love about some of these longer races. They are a labor of love. We do get worn out. However, when we cover a race and we get to start it on a weekday, it's really cool because we know that there are people who have us on in the background, maybe behind an Excel spreadsheet or two. I'm guilty of that myself when I'm on the call. I will do that for races and runs that take place during the week.
Just to review sort of the top line headlines, Ludo Pommeret from France won the race overall, 49 years old, in course record time, 21 hours and 33 minutes, clockwise course record time. And Courtney Dauwalter won the women's race, also in course record time, 26:11, and in so doing, became the fourth woman to win the race 3 or more times, essentially completing, in my view, the Mount Rushmore of hard rock women, joining Betsy Kalmeyer with her 5 wins, Diana Finkel with her 4 wins, and Darcy PQ with her 3 wins. Time will tell whether Courtney comes back again next year. She and Ludo are the 2 people who know for sure they're going to be invited. Should they choose to accept those invitations. The one wonderful tradition of Hard Rock is that the winner, the defending champion, is always invited back to run it the following year.
And that is the only runner with an auto bid into the following year.
That's correct. That's correct. And, they will, of course, take a couple of lottery spots from the finishers list.
Yeah.
Right. So assuming they accept those spots, it brings those numbers down to 71 instead of 73.
And of course, one of the initiatives that Hard Rock has taken on over the last few years is trying to level the playing field and encourage and I guess make it more welcoming and accommodating for women who want to run this race. In years past, there were times where the women's participation rate was down in the single digit percentage wise at the start line. And frankly, not only did observers find that unacceptable, I think that Hard Rock did as well. And they've been making strides and trying to better diversify the field in that regard. The Hard Rock Lottery now is based on men and women upon the number of entrants on each gender. So if 40% of the Hard Rock entrants or lottery entrants are women, then 40% of the people who are at the starting line will be women. We haven't gotten that far yet. We have an all-time high for women participating in Hard Rock this year. 31 towed the starting line this year, and that would be 31 out of about 147. So we're about 25%. It's not perfect, but it is progress. Last year was a shining example of why we need more women running this race. And that's because the women over the last few years have had an 81% finisher rate over the last 5 runnings of the event. Last year set a new record. 93%, 27 of 29 women who started this run finished it last year. That's a That's an unbelievable finisher rate. That's a local 50Ks finisher rate, really. That's a half marathon or a marathon's finisher rate in some instances, 93% rate. So, to see that the women who are able to get into this race and able to buck the odds in the lottery, they hold up their end of the bargain. So let's see more of them out there.
And again, there has been an effort in recent years to encourage women ultra runners to run qualifiers, run Hardrock qualifiers, of which there are about 60 or so worldwide, and enter the lottery, thereby boosting the percentage of runners, women runners that will be granted lottery spots. And I think we've seen that. We've certainly seen since the 2 consecutive cancellations, the 19 cancellation due to avalanche damage and the 20 cancellation due to COVID, we have seen a steady increase in both women starters and women finishers at the Hardrock 100, and I can't really see a scenario where that becomes less.
Yeah, I think that we're definitely on a trend that is going to continue, and I think that it is a good thing to see more women on the start line at Hardrock, because the ones who get to the start line have a significantly better finisher percentage than the men here. I see a message from Janetta Gregory that she was cheering for Laney. Janetta was paced by Laney to her first 100-mile finish at Javelina last year, and speaks kindly of her grit. Hey, Janetta, if you have access to Laney, tell her to come by the gym and join us. I am dead serious.
We'd love to chat with her if she'd be interested. She might not be, but if she is, we'd love to chat.
Of course. Well, I really hope she is, because Laney spent 10 years trying to get into this run, and things didn't go her way, but I would hope that she's taken enough positivity from the experience that, number one, that she enjoys it all when all is said and done. Maybe it's a little bit of type 2 fun there. But number two, that she's not deterred and that she's going to get right back into the lottery as soon as possible and see where things take her, because we would love to talk to her. She became one of the favorites of the chat and of our live stream last night as we were watching runners that needed to hit Telluride. You basically, AJW, you stopped everything. You stopped the proceedings to make sure that we covered her approach and her time in Telluride.
Well, we had Rachel, our camera person there. We didn't have audio. It was fuzzy. It was kind of classic live stream, in the moment. But we saw her coming in. And quickly looked at the clock, and it was like, okay, she's got 20 minutes on the clock. She entered at around 7:40, sat in the chair for a long time. Rachel sort of unobtrusively sort of went over, politely stood about 15, 20 feet away, and just had the camera on. And we saw sort of Laney's crew surrounding her and asking her questions. And there was obviously a lot of stuff going on in terms of getting her back out there. And then lo and behold, at 7:55, she got to her feet and rolled out of Telluride. Unfortunately, made it to Ouray just a few minutes past the cutoff and had to call it a day. But wow, that was perhaps one of the most dramatic moments for me at least, of the live stream so far. Now we have the golden hour coming up, so coming up in 20 hours.
coming up in another day.
Coming up in another day.
Hey, Bryce, can I confirm that we do have a follow cam ready to pick Camille Bruyas when she hits the streets of Silverton? Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate it. Oh, there it is. It's the mic cam. Love to see it. He's waving at us. So for those of you anxiously awaiting our next finishers here, whether it be Camille Bruyas or somebody who surprises us, we're going to have a follow film for that individual here as they make their way into town. It is hard to tell sometimes with the tracker. If you were to look at it right now, it shows Paul Terranova ahead of Katarina Hartmuth physically. However, Paul's pinged about 4 minutes ago and Katarina pinged about 33 minutes ago. And they're heading up the climb to Little Giant. So that's about a 2,500
and it
foot
can
climb.
be a little sketchy dead zone in there.
Yeah, the last little stretch there when they're heading into Cunningham Gulch, out of Cunningham Gulch, across Little Giant Peak, and down into Little Giant Basin. It is very difficult to get reliable signal there, and that's why, for instance, in Camille's case, her tracker hasn't pinged in 35 minutes. When Courtney was there, she had a dead time of over 25 minutes as well. That is not uncommon at this stretch in the race, and you know, the runner tracker is not gospel. You know, it's a tool that we use and also leveraged by Race Command to ensure that every runner is accounted for in wilder races such as this.
We've hit 10 minutes until the final cutoff at Animas Forks, and currently, again, according to our information, there are 3 runners in Animas Forks aid station. Miles Lilly, 57 years old, from Bend, Oregon. Eric McGee, 54 years old, from Rosemere, QC. And Dana Munari, 59 years old, from San Antonio, Texas. They're all showing as being in the aid station. In fact, it looks like Miles Lilly has been in there for quite some time. And they, I assume, know that they have to be on their way by 10:30. Which then extends out the next cutoff, absolute cutoff to Sherman, mile 72, at 4 p.m. today.
Just think about this. In other 100 milers, we would be actually approaching our golden hour right now. And if you were to finish in the next hour at this run, it's a world-class finish.
Yeah. I mean, anything under 30 hours here at Hardrock is
staggering.
Yeah.
Of course,
One more runner through Cunningham. Looks like Ben Bucklin is through Cunningham. He got through there 10:05.
So Benjamin is going to be buckling his way to a finish here at Hardrock. I totally stole that from the chat last night.
Well, Hardrock is different. If you want to, they have buckles, but you have to buy them. It's not a buckle race. What the Finishers Award is an incredible limited edition print, poster size print that they give out at the award ceremony. My 2 Hardrock prints are 2 of my proudest possessions. They do a different design every year. They're always beautiful with your name on them, your time, your finishing place. It's a wonderful, different kind of take on a Finishers Award as opposed to a buckle. Nothing wrong with buckles.
You don't get a buckle at Hardrock?
No, if you want a buckle, you have to buy it. They have buckles, but you have to buy it. The Finishers Award is a print, a poster.
I need more buckles is what I need. I mean, I have wall art, and I have actually one of my prized possessions in this space. I have in my home office, I've got a wall that's all of my trail and ultra running souvenirs, and some of those are buckles, medals, what have you. I'm sure everybody has some of those, but I do have a few photos and little knickknacks. One of them I have is a Chris Hawthorne limited edition print of all the ultras in Arizona. I showed you that piece of art. So beautiful. The other one that I have is so I was going through the discount bin a couple years ago here at Hardrock, which is I want to do. And I was looking through the old posters, and the 2012 year poster is a kind of an old, almost parchment paper looking design, and it says then and now, and it's a very beautiful piece of art. And I purchased that on the cheap, and ended up asking Dale. It was the first time I'd ever interacted with him. This had been 2021. Didn't know much about him at all. He didn't know who I was at all, and asked him to sign it. And it said to Chris, Happy Hardrock, Dale, and I have it framed on my wall. Yeah. I don't even think he knows that.
Here's another Finishers tradition. In addition to the print, each year around Christmas time, a small package will arrive at the home of every finisher of Hardrock with a mug, a coffee mug, with that year's the entire list of all of the finishers with their times, the Hardrock logo, and the date. It's just a little Christmas or holiday gift that arrives at the finishers, house of every finisher each year. My 2 mugs are also 2 of my prized possessions. Drink coffee out of them almost every day. So, yep, the Hardrock has always done things their own way, and they go to the beat of their own drummer. And buckle has just never been that much of a thing for them.
So I'm back on board. The mug is a thing for me. I am a huge fan of glassware and coffee mugs from races. Like if you want me to register for your race, tell me you're going to give me a coffee mug when I cross the finish line. I am a sucker for that. My son's mom used to get frustrated because back in the day, Aravaipa used to do finisher glasses for everything. And she got so frustrated with the fact that Braden, my son, would come home because he did every single race possible. You know, when he was about 8, 9, 10 years old, he'd do the 5Ks and 10Ks, distances on the trails. And he would come home with a new finisher glass every time. And eventually she said, are they going to ever give away anything but glasses? And I said, when was the last time you had to buy one? So, she conceded that point begrudgingly.
Well, mind you, you said something, if they give you a coffee mug when you finish. The beauty of it is you wait 6 months for it. It comes at the holiday time. I love that. I love that
too. I think that's a great. I mean, you're telling me I get an additional Christmas gift for running one of the hardest roads in the world?
And if you look down at in the gym, there's a. They've got a expo going on where there's all kinds of stuff being sold, and some of the old mugs are for sale.
Dr. Stephen Crawford in the chat letting us know that Old Dominion only provides buckles to sub-24s.
Yes, indeed. It's just a buckle for sub-24. I think they have plaques between 24:01 and 30, plaques or certificates or something like that. Keep in mind, too, that Old Dominion for years had a 24-hour cutoff.
That's why. Yeah, that had to change.
Yeah.
Mandy asking if I slept.
I don't know if you could call it that.
After a couple of decompression beverages with my broadcast partner at our broadcast house, I think we each got about 3.5 hours worth, give or take. I think we probably woke up at 4:30 this morning. Maybe got to bed about 1 or so thereabouts. The problem is that, after I was, quote, in bed, what do? Oh, I turn on the live stream and I've got an earbud in. And so I'm falling asleep to the dulcet tones of Dan Ryan, calling in, some action there. Of course, last night we did not yet have any finishers. And he was following Ludo Pommeret, our 2024 winner's furious pace, course record pace. But I probably didn't do myself any favors in not getting that much sleep last night, because we're about 5.5 hours into today's first shift.
Yep.
We are going to be with you here until noon or thereabouts, local time. That would be the 30-hour mark according to your timer. So just set an alarm if you don't like our voices, and you can hear Leah and Mike come in because they're going to take over for us at the noon hour. And then we're going to be their relief at about the 5 p.m. mark or 6 p.m. mark, somewhere in there. And we're slated to go a little bit into the evening until about sunset at this point, I believe. Mm-hmm. But the problem with that is, and I think you and I are of the agreement, we know that we need sleep. We know that we have to relax. And frankly, our producers need time to themselves as well. But man, I want to capture as many finishes and as many calls as possible. And we will have a static cam at the finish line to cover these runners. However, if there's any way that we can figure a way out to keep the show on as long as possible, we will do it. And then you and I will be on the air for certain tomorrow morning during the golden hour.
Yep.
And call those final finishers in. So, we're limited with the resources at hand. However, we're going to do our best to appreciate, call, and recognize as many finishers as possible. Because frankly, there's a chance that our boss might actually be finishing in that, quote, quiet time. And, man, he would probably raise some heck if his finish wasn't recognized.
Well, and speaking of that too, there's no Hardrock does not have any sort of differentiation in the award setup between 24 hours or 28 hours or 30 hours but there is, and there has been sort of over the years. I know Blake Wood was the first one, 22-time finisher. Blake Wood was the first one to do this, and that is
that Camille Bruyas?
All right, Camille Bruyas.
Awesome. She is on the Arostra section of the course.
Is this Dan Ryan out there with the camera?
Davis?
The other Daniel.
Or
Daniel
Dixon?
Davis? So we have Camille Bruyas coming down this beautiful section of single track.
There we go. The picture is cleared up a little bit.
Just crossed the river, the Arasta Creek.
And she'll have a couple more small creek crossings along the way. Definitely going to have the ability to evade those, unlike a Arasta, where you basically just have to slog across. And it is pretty rushing, that stretch of stream.
Now,
there.
has she dropped her pacer?
Oh,
no.
Pacer's
Okay,
in front.
Pacer's in front. Thank you.
See a high five there.
Yeah.
And so the cool part about this final stretch of the trail from Arasta Creek to the Kendall Mountain ski area is that you have a bit of a tree canopy, which is nice in the daytime, but also you start to get a nice view of Silverton from above. And it's got to be a great feeling to witness that and to see it. You see the mill, and then you see the mine operation, or maybe it's the mine operation then the mill. That's the way it is. Yeah, because you actually you go underneath a section where you've got one of those lines across the valley where they've got those little mining carts.
Yeah, in fact, she's coming up to one of those mining carts right now. It gets off this double track onto more of a proper road, and to her right, our left, you see a large mining structure.
That's right. Yep, she's right there.
That's going to be right to the left there, a little bit further, with those things that look kind of like a chairlift or a gondola at a ski area. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
That's the structure, and the cables coming down, they always hang a ribbon off that structure, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, that piece of machinery has been there longer than you and I have been around, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Over 100 years, probably. And now Camille is going to be on this road for a brief amount of time, then head back onto the single track. It's kind of cool. There's a campsite that's like literally right at that corner, and there's somebody always camping there.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's by design because they get to see like the runners as they really first start to realize that things are just about done.
Absolutely. It's a sharp left turn at that campsite, and then will go around a little gate, and she's back on the single track. And then it kind of bobs and weaves all the way down to the Kendall Mountain ski hut.
There are a couple of distressed or damaged old structures along the way. There's actually a house or a cabin up there that's outfitted in all solar power. I'm always in amazement every time I go by that. I'm like, wow, that would be kind of nice to have that joint. But Camille hitting that single track here momentarily. And there are a couple of small climbs between here and the finish. I mean, when I say small, I really do mean small.
Yeah.
Like, I think that the highest one is maybe about 60 to 80 feet, which at this point isn't a big deal versus the rest of the course, but you've still got 33,000 feet of climb on your legs.
It's still kind of annoying, and it's kind of a rhythm sucker.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. But a couple of small stream crossings, but they have like either rocks that you can hop across, or even a couple of small wooden bridges or felled logs that you can use as well. Yeah, she does look tired, Eric, and that's probably because even a badass after 99 miles is going to look like they're worse for wear. So,
and looking a little ginger on her feet as well. I might venture to guess that her feet are a little achy.
And this is about 3 miles out from the finish, give or take, as Arasta Creek is probably about a half mile behind her.
But this is definite smell the barn territory here.
For sure, for sure. So this is our expected second place women's finisher, Camille Bruyas. yet another excellent result by a French runner here at Hardrock. We've had some this year, of course, Ludo Pommeret. Francois in years past, obviously this year didn't go his way. Aurélien last year, done on Pazos, winning outright last year. When the French come to Hardrock, they don't play.
No, they come to win. There's the sharp left in the campsite that's always there. She just goes around a little gate now, and she's back on the single track.
And it is a really pretty section of single track. And as you get through the rolling wooded area, you all of a sudden pop out into the Kendall Mountain ski area, which is a fairly low-key skiing area. This is not Telluride or Purgatory or Vale. It's a like a 1 or 2 lift kind of 1 or 2 run kind of area. And you also go through a cool little frisbee golf area.
Yeah.
And one of the features that she shall pass, if she notices, if she looks to her right, there's a small wooden structure, and underneath that wooden structure is the old Hardrock.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The old rock
right
is over there.
when she went right when she gets down into
full
the
of holes and hasn't been touched up with paint in probably 2 decades. But I guess the old rock, or the retired Hardrock, as it were, you can see cracks in the facade there. It's a cool little historical piece. But that is one thing that you do pass as you enter the Kendall Mountain ski area.
Just a quick update on our friends out at Animas Forks, as the cutoff has expired. It's now 10:36. Miles Lilly did not leave the aid station. He, at least according to race timing, he got in there at 9:12 and has not registered as leaving. Dana Minari and Eric McGee, however, both did leave with just minutes to spare. Dana at 10:27 and Eric at 10:28. So as of right now, they are our final 2 finishers, and they have until 4 p.m. To make it to Sherman, mile 72. So basically, to climb up and over Handies, they have 5.5 hours.
I have to admit, AJW, it would be very difficult to be chasing cutoffs climbing Handies.
Yeah, it would be.
Because you would, I think, maybe get pulled into a feeling that you have to push a little bit harder than you had intended to, or maybe that's more than comfortable, because Handies is hard. Handies is you're climbing from about 10.5 out of Grouse Gulch up to 13,000 feet, or just below 13,000 feet at the entrance to American Basin. You drop down into American Basin down to about the low 12s, and then, as a cruel joke, then the climb begins back up Handies. So it is one of the bigger false summits that you'll ever encounter to climb up American Basin.
And one of the falsest false summits as well.
Yes, absolutely. It is a cruel thing, but there's nothing but a beautiful cruelty out here on the Hardrock course.
Camille Bruyas from
France.
Second place woman, making her way down from Arastra Creek on this nice single track. She's now in the nice shady trees of the Silverton city trails.
It is a very pretty area.
Yeah.
It really is. I wonder if that might be some of the film crew that we saw around her earlier. I believe Kami is a sponsored athlete, and that she was being followed, or at least observed, by a film crew earlier here. Is she a Solomon athlete, perhaps?
I think so.
Don't want to speak
as I've mentioned before, legends abound here at Hardrock. Just saw Blake Wood, 22-time finisher. I mentioned earlier, as we were having the conversation about the lotteries, there's that solar house we were talking about. that Blake released a wonderful YouTube video about a year or so ago explaining all of the entry procedures, the lottery, the qualifiers, so forth. It's worth viewing if you want to check it out.
Yeah, Camille Bruyas, a Solomon athlete.
Okay.
Her biography per the Solomon website. I don't have her runner sheet in front of me, but Camille is the quintessential cool girl. She's calm, collected, and composed. A graceful runner with a sporting background in basketball, Camille began her journey with Solomon while living in Reunion. She made a name for herself when she won La Mascarenes in 2016 and the Bourbon Trail in 2017 and finished 5th at the mythical Diagonal de Fou in 2018. In 2021, Camille placed 2nd at UTMB, and in 2022 won Grand Trail des Templiers 80K and Ultra Trail Cape Town 100K. In 2023, Camille dealt with an injury, but after a long recovery and rehabilitation, placed an incredible 2nd at Diagonal de Fou in October. Alongside running, Camille, a trained physiotherapist, is also a qualified yoga teacher and advocates the symbiotic relationship between yoga and trail.
Nice.
And also a 10th place finish at Western States a couple of years ago. I hear you're familiar with that run. But Camille is coming into the last couple of miles of this run and acquitted herself very well for her first trip to the San Juans, for sure.
I guess that would be Diagonal de Fou, obviously must have been her qualifier for Hardrock.
Yeah, yeah, it is possible for a 22-time finisher to in a lottery race. It's just simply the way the system works, right. And the system has changed. Mm-hmm. So we don't have any 20-time finishers in the run this year.
No.
Our
one
most
16-time finisher who actually did not get in the race last year.
Yeah. On the women's side, no finisher had more than 3 entering this run.
Both lotteries are weighted. So on the finisher's side, you get a ticket for each time you finish the race. So indeed, you have a greater likelihood of getting in the more time you finish, the more times you've finished. And for the never raced it, you get more lottery tickets for each time you entered the lottery and didn't get picked.
Somebody was asking if Hardrock was arguably the toughest 100-miler in the country. What are some other tough ones here? I don't know if it's the toughest, but it's definitely in the team photo.
Yeah.
And whether you want to talk about, obviously, I think that any discussion about tough 100-miler in the U.S. begins with Barkley. Mm-hmm. Talk about Hardrock. Uray 100 is another tough one. There are others where the logistics make it weird or tough. Plain 100.
Plain 100 has one aid station. Jigger Johnson out east has something like 50,000 feet of vertical and 48-hour or 52-hour cutoff. I think the toughness of Hardrock is not just in the physical, however. Obviously the altitude, obviously the 33,000 feet, but also just the mystique, the history, it's a big time race. And I think that adds not so much to the physical difficulty, but possibly even the psychological and emotional difficulty of running Hardrock. But if you were to just line Hardrock up, pound for pound in terms of distance, elevation, vertical gain, it probably would be in the top 5, but it might not if you created some sort of a metric to measure 100-mile toughness. It probably wouldn't be number 1, but it would make for a spirited debate.
Absolutely. Somebody was asking about Katarina's tracker. The most recent update of her location was about 3 minutes ago. So it looks like she has almost summited the final climb of the Little Giant section of climb. Of course, once she summits the Little Giant climb, she will be heading over to the backside and down a a pretty gnarly scree field that will potentially tear up her hands or her shorts, speaking from experience. And then we'll hit some of the some chunky Jeep roads. This is actually one of my favorite little sections of the Arastra area. You actually go past a very large beaver dam on the left-hand side up here. This is a beautiful area, a nice little clearing in the section. It's a little bit further up, or maybe they passed it already. There's a little bit of a swampy area and another water crossing that has a sharp drop off to Kami's left. A beautiful area here, but one of the last stretches of clearance here in the Hardrock 100.
Tara Dower may be getting a little bit of a second wind. She has come in stride for stride with Claire Banworth, and they're now tied for 6th place woman, leaving what aid station was that they're leaving together. They left Maggie together at 10:37. Tied for 6th place. That's Claire Banworth and Tara Dower.
Yeah, this part here sometimes gets a little bit marshy depending on the elements right here where Kami is. Somebody mentioning, asking how many water crossings there are at Hardrock. A lot.
Yeah.
There are a lot of water crossings at Hardrock. I wouldn't even begin to venture a guess. It's got to be.
I mean, they're about to go through 3 right now.
Yeah. And now, granted, some of these water crossings are optional here in this stretch, but as far as forced water crossings, there's at least a couple dozen.
Oh yeah.
And the don't want to rock hop or chance a log probably adds doubles that number. Arlene mentioning that Jasmine Paris was interested in possibly doing Hardrock someday, and another person asking if she would just get in. Well, here's the thing. Just getting in, she's run a qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
Barkley is a
Barkley's
qualifier for Hardrock.
So she could apply.
It's not an often used qualifier, but yeah, I could see Jasmine, and of course,
and I could see her being the potential for a Dale's pick as well.
I would be absolutely floored if she wasn't, if she had entered. So yeah, I would think that Jasmine, if she opted to run Hardrock in the next couple of years, would be welcomed with open arms. Yeah, Nick Curry could be topping Little Giant as well. I did get a message that Laney is heading our way.
All right.
So we're going to have a guest in studio who can talk about her experience. Of course, we treasure and value the following the elites here, such as Camille Bruyas from France, who is going to be finishing 2nd woman, about 6th or 7th overall, I believe. Let's see, currently, 6th overall. But we also want to acknowledge and appreciate the experience of those who perhaps did not have the best day or did not finish at the front of the pack. See, I told you it gets a little bit marshy here. And,
it does, but the beaver dam has gone past already.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Now I would say Kami's probably about maybe a little bit less than a mile from the ski area, which would mean maybe about 1.5, 1.7 somewhere from the finish line.
So probably going to click over 29 when all's said and done.
No, I mean, actually, I think she's probably less than a mile from the ski area. So, but no need to hurry or take any unnecessary risks. You can tell there's definitely a bit of a hitch in her gait right now. You know. So, she's got 2nd place one hand, obviously, when you're a competitor at this level.
She left Cunningham 50 minutes before Katarina. Now, Brian Peterson of Wamego, Kansas, I'm anticipating is really moving well. He just looked like he would be moving well. He
Mr. Smiley out there.
He was Mr. Smiley in great spirits. And I suspect Paul Terranova and Nick Curry are moving pretty well also.
Yeah, of course, we've got a few runners, Nick Curry, Andy Vermilyea, and Benjamin Bucklin, who were at last ping approaching Little Giant. The thing is that they haven't pinged each in about 45 minutes, so it's hard to say exactly where they are. Katarina Hartmuth, again, looks like has, I would say, maybe about less than 100 feet to climb. Little Giant, at least at last ping, so I would assume she's actually on her way down the scree field. Paul Terranova slightly ahead, past Little Giant Basin. Brian Peterson approaching Arostra Creek. And our current leader of all runners on the course, Camille Bruyas.
Is Brian showing ahead of Katarina?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian is showing as almost all the way down. I would assume he is basically to the intersection where if it's not marked, you might lose your way. I assume that for the run, it is quite well marked that the way to actually cross Arostra Creek.
Yeah, if you keep going straight there, you end up kind of up in the mine area.
Yeah. And it can get confusing over there if you're not 100% aware of which way you're going, for sure. That's kind of why when I ran out there the first time a couple of years ago, I stopped right at the river. Number one, or the creek. Number one, because I didn't want to get wet. Number two, because I didn't know whether I was supposed to go up the road, down the road, or what. So,
Camille Bruyas putting the finishing touches on her first Hard Rock. 32 years old, from Le Chaux, France. Solomon athlete, as Chris pointed out a little while ago. Diagonal Defoe on her resume. CCC, UTMB, Western States.
Now,
now Hard Rock.
Andrew asking, I assume about Barkley, is the fun run a qualifier, or do you have to do all 5 loops? No, you got to finish at Barkley in order to qualify for Hard Rock.
The only qualifiers are 100 milers or more.
Yeah.
The 200 milers,
like
a couple
Tahoe,
of 200 milers that are
qualifier.
qualifiers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tour de Jance is a qualifier. Well, I don't think it'll be long before Cocodona is a qualifier. It's not a qualifier yet, though.
I had an interesting discussion with Jamil about that a couple of years ago, and he doesn't think that Cocodona will ever be a qualifier.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what he honestly believes. He thinks that it's just not that type of run. And in some ways, he's right. Like, you don't have that gnarly elevation gain, but at the same time, in other ways, it's one of those few American runs where you basically run from town to town to town, which is a tenet of what makes Hard Rock so special. So I can see both sides of that debate.
Yeah, I suppose I could. Okay, I could see that.
Yeah, I don't think at this point. I mean, there's a slight possibility that if Brian were to put the gas on, that he might be able to catch Camille, but I really doubt it. I don't think that that there's enough real estate. If Brian is trying to catch Camille, that he could even do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna cover. We're gonna. Yeah, we'd love to talk to her.
Oh man, well, every single 100-mile race I've ever been to, there's a moment that I know I'm going to remember. And if you guys were watching last night, you remember about 7:30, 7:40, we all of a sudden had a follow cam pop up at Telluride, and Rachel, our follow cam, was bopping along down that last little trail into the Telluride aid station with Laney Baris. And Laney's here in the studio with us. Laney,
hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Thanks for joining us.
I am great, and I want to put something in perspective here. You rolled into Telluride. You went over with your crew.
Yeah.
You sat down.
Mm-hmm.
We no longer had audio there or anything,
Right.
but we had this one camera
Yes.
that sort of stood about 15 yards away from you, and we slowly started to realize kind of what was going on. People in the chat were like, "What's her name? What's her name?" Somebody popped in and told us what your name was. And for the first time in the broadcast, the 3,600 people in the chat were all doing one thing. I hear you. I'm crying too. I'm not crying. You're crying. And whatever power you summoned, we got a friend of yours was in the chat and said that you'd tried for years to get into the race, but whatever power you summoned, you stood up, and with 5 minutes to spare, you got out of there.
Yeah.
So welcome to the live stream.
Thank you.
And thank you for accepting Chris's invitation to join us for a little bit here.
Right.
How are you feeling?
I feel okay. Like, I wish I was still out on the course, but I feel okay. Yeah. It was it's just an amazing experience to be here after all these years of wanting to get in, and finally to be on the course and to see the mountains, to be a part of it was just incredible. Like, the whole experience was amazing.
Yeah, Laney, one of the things that we were really, once we grabbed onto your story and we were holding on for dear life along with it, the first thing we noticed is like, oh man, she's heading up to Kroger's Canteen.
Without a pacer, going into the nighttime.
That has to be an unbelievable experience, both in terms of the atmosphere as well as, holy crap, I got to do this on my own. What were you feeling when you're heading up to Kroger's Canteen?
I was just really hoping that I was having trouble with my breathing on the climb. So I was really hoping that would kind of come together and I could at least make up the time coming back on the road. But I had no idea how exposed it was going up to Kroger's. And so it's dark and all I can see is like nothingness on my right-hand side. And so I'm like, and I could see Kroger's like way up there. I was like, oh my God, am I going to be able to make it up there? And then I see a headlamp bobbing down the trail towards me, and it was the aid station captain. I think his name is Ethan, coming to get me. And he said, I'll walk you in. He's like, we have pierogies. And I was like, you guys are the bomb.
They knew you were a good East Coaster.
Yeah.
Well, and that was kind of follows up with my next question was, what was the reception like when you got to Kroger?
Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. They had to dismantle most of the aid station, but they still had the bench set up. So I had a place I could sit, like literally felt like I was on the edge of the world. And they gave me like the whole tin of pierogies, like Coke. They were fantastic. And then after I had a little snack, we just all went sliding down Virginia. So it was like a rock slide with people and like in the snow, and it was crazy, but it was nice to have company.
You had company.
I had company down.
They
Yes.
knew they had to
Yes.
shut down.
Yeah.
I think if there's one iconic spot on the Hard Rock course that if you're not going to be able to finish the whole race, you'd probably want to get to.
I
It's
was so happy
Kroger's.
that I got to Kroger's. Yeah. After hearing so much about it, it was really cool to be there.
Of course, this has been a really long journey for you, not only the miles that you covered last night into this morning, but also getting here. Can you discuss, when your journey started, maybe some of the races along the way and what you found out about yourself?
Yeah, so I did my first 100 miler in 2013, which was Pine to Palm, and at the time that was a Hard Rock qualifier. So I really wasn't thinking about Hard Rock, but my husband was like, well, you got to sign up. You got the qualifier. And so that's kind of how it started. But yeah, I mean, I started out like in high school, I ran cross country and I was always like one of the slowest ones. I was never very fast. And, you know, I always had these like nagging injuries as a high school student, but so I never thought I could run further than like 6 or 7 miles. And my husband ran a marathon in 2006. And then it was like, oh, well, maybe, you know, and then it was like one thing after another. We just kind of kept snowballing. Oh, I'll never do a 50 miler, you know, and then we did a 50 miler, and I'll never do 100. And then we did 100. And so it was just kind of like this, you know, journey where you start to believe in yourself and say like, hey, you know, I really can do this stuff. I really can. And I don't have to be fast. I don't have to be like, you know, some sort of crazy athlete to do this. And that was the appeal of it.
Right on, right on. So I've got to talk about New Jersey. I was born and raised in suburban New York, just on the New York-New Jersey border. My dad was a South Jersey boy from Red Bank, New Jersey.
Red Bank.
Are you Southern Jersey?
We are
or
Central Jersey. So we're brick. So we're very close to Red Bank. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so like New York suburbs, and was it like weekend trips to Delaware Water Gap? You know, repeats on some random cemetery hill somewhere?
Right.
I mean, it's tricky, you know, in that neck of the woods to train for any sort of mountain race, much less hard rock.
Yeah, so northeastern New Jersey has some pretty good, like, little mountains. So I would just go there and try to make loops where I could get as much vert as I could on those trails. But, you know, East Coast really gnarly. So, you know, you can't go fast. You just have to just grind it out. And I did go to Mount Greylock in Massachusetts because that's about a 3,000-foot climb from the base to the summit. Did repeats there. So, yeah, whatever I could find to do. And I did come out here for a week. I had asked Carl Meltzer to coach me for hard rock. So I came out with my sister and we spent a week here with him kind of hanging out, and he showed us some of the course and stuff, which was really cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Actually, Laney, I have a question for you. Do you remember what you wrote in the runner survey as an interesting story?
Chris went and looked that up.
So what you wrote was, when I was 5 years old, I cheated at the recreational races in the town I grew up in, Connecticut. I was super slow and sad that I never got a blue ribbon, always a purple participation ribbon. I would start early so I could finish first. The volunteers took pity on me and gave me a blue ribbon once, which I cherished. I have to say that little girl who took an early start has come a long way in her running career.
Yeah, I don't cheat anymore.
But this has definitely been something when you first came into our view with our follow cams at Telluride, you know, Andy was transfixed. He was so excited to have this story to tell.
Sometimes I get a little over enthusiastic about stuff.
He got over enthusiastic at me because I have the chat, and he's like, motioning, pantomiming at me furiously to scroll back up, and I'm like, I'm trying to get the other information. I'm trying to get the running information. But no, we definitely, not only us, but the audience as well, became very invested in your story. And obviously things didn't turn out the way you would hope this weekend, but we hope that you were able to gain a lot, because I think a lot of people gained a lot of emotional fulfillment out of following your journey and your story this weekend. And I hope that you can understand that there were a lot of people rooting for you out there.
I'm so touched. But I mean, the thing is that I'm really touched that so many people were, you know, following me and wishing the best for me. I just hope that, you know, from my experience, people can understand that it's really important to do these things, even if you think they can't do it or that you know, have any doubts, because you just don't know how things are going to turn out. And I mean, I never thought I'd run 100 miles ever, and I've run 200 milers now. I just, I don't know. I just think that it's really important to believe in what you can do, and if anyone can take that away from what I, you know, did here, I hope, you know, I hope people will try things, even if you don't, you know, make it to Kiss the Rock. It's really important just to get out there and do it.
Well, Laney, you know, the hard rock lottery gods, there's a certain poetic wisdom in those guys and gals. And there's still a couple qualifiers where you could probably get a spot later on this fall. Mogollon Monster, for example,
Yeah,
in our
hang
neck
out
of
with
the woods
right,
in Arizona.
Yes.
You never know if you throw down a qualifier. Even with a 0.5% chance, you might very well get picked.
Well, I already have a qualifier.
All right.
Well, yeah, Laney, that was actually going to be kind of a tie-in to my final question was, where do you see your journey going from here? Did you just basically get out there, get back on the horse and, start again with that accumulation and hopefully get in sooner rather than later?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say right now because I'm still really emotional about it.
Sure,
and
sure.
There were many times on the course where I thought I was going to die.
I can see that. It's rough out there.
It is rough out there. Gramp Swamp Pass was like terrifying because I just sat on the edge like for a second and went, okay, just commit and go. But
that's how Jeff Browning pretty much described how you're supposed to approach that. Just pick a lane and go. And
just go.
You just end up where you end up.
Right. And then like fell down like 10 times and then was like, you know what? I'm just going to sit and slide down.
Well,
yeah.
if you start out by sitting down, then you don't fall anymore.
That was what I realized after I fell 10 times.
Well, Laney, I'm so glad you came on. I'm so glad that we were able to have you here and have a piece of your story. Good luck in the travels back to New Jersey.
Thank you.
And we'll see you out on the trails.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Laney.
Thanks.
It was such a Laney Baris from Brick, New Jersey here, joining us here at the Hardrock Studio. We are, of course, still following Camille Bruyas as she makes her way through this final stretch of the Arastra Creek to Kendall Mountain Lodge area. Looks like she has reached that clearing where potentially she is going to go through that small frisbee golf area. Maybe a little bit further, but very close by. And once she comes out of this final group of trees, she has a gentle sloping downhill where she will pass the, quote, old hard rock. And then cross. You can tell our picture just suddenly got clearer, so we know she's close. Or is this the?
This is that little clearing where there's the left that you don't want to take, and you got to go one past, and then the other left.
Okay, so she is about a half mile out. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's about half mile out from the ski area, which means about a mile from the finish.
And you can see the corners, like over out of the side of the screen, the town of Silverton just below. And I'm sure that she sees that and is anxiously awaiting her finish here. So we will be bringing that finish here in just a few moments when she gets there.
Well, thank you so much. It's nice to meet you. Do you mind if we take a picture? All right, Camille Bruyas now descending into Silverton proper. Second place female. She can see the ski lodge, the free camping that the race started a couple of years ago in the grassy area around. Wonderful opportunity for people to come to Silverton and camp out for free during the race weekend. But Camille is making her way. Has less than a mile to go at this point.
You see
that was fun, Chris. That was great to have Laney Baris on, and
such a great attitude about a weekend that did not go as she had hoped.
By the way, another little tidbit of information I found out: her sister, who was sitting there with her, is the race director of Hellbender, one of the newest 100-mile hard rock qualifiers on the East Coast.
Nice.
As you may know, they rotated Grindstone out as a qualifier and added Hellbender. So the two East Coast qualifiers now are Cruel Jewel in Georgia and Hellbender in North Carolina. So that's kind of cool.
Of course, now Camille heading through the Frisbee Golf area. This used to be part of the old Silverton 1000 race, the steep camp looped race. It's a 1 mile loop that used to be part of a fixed time race. It was a fixed time race with a 250-foot elevation gain and then drop each mile. It was really brutal.
That is brutal.
She's going to be coming up here momentarily on the old rock. It'll be on her right, our left. This is the feed finisher cam. Who is our filmer on this one? I want to give some love here. This is still Daniel? Awesome.
Yeah, this was a great, I mean, he's been out. He's done 3 miles because he picked her up just after the creek crossing, which is 3.5 miles.
Yeah, this is an effort here. Somebody was asking when the Camille or the Courtney interview is. Whenever Courtney wants.
Yeah.
She's always welcome.
Courtney, that's Courtney's call.
Yep. We want to give these runners their space. There's the old rock you can see right there.
There it is.
Seen better days.
Mm-hmm.
But Camille Bruyas is heading to a much shinier, much more put together rock.
It's cool. Some folks on bikes.
Yeah, I don't think that she's getting past at this point. She has now reached the completely flat area as she is going to turn.
Oh, that's Dale.
Yeah. I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure.
The RD comes out to escort you in on a bike that is obviously too small for him.
The only other runner that has crossed Aroostook Creek is Brian Peterson, and he did so about 10 minutes ago. So that would mean he's at least a full mile behind Camille, and Camille only has about maybe 6 blocks to go.
Yeah.
She's going to take a right-hand turn onto 14th Street and go a quote across town, such as it is in Silverton. Going to take a right on 14th Street, a left on Snowden, and then a quick left on back to 12th, and she will be done. So the Kendall Mountain ski area is also where volunteers are able to camp for the duration of the run, as well as where they set up all of the aid stations. That's where they cook the hundreds of pounds of potatoes and prepare all of the beverages and everything to get them ready. So, excuse me. Yeah, you can see the Hard Rock Camping sign. So for those volunteers who are maybe done with their shift or are off, they can hang out and pull up a chair and sit out. Although that Silverton sun is kind of beating down when it is shining, it looks like we do have some partly cloudy skies here for the first time in several days.
I think that's Maryanne Hogan, who paced Camille earlier in the day. This direction is kind of fun with the coverage. This direction has more running through town than the other direction.
Yeah, the other direction, they cross Mineral Creek for the final stretch, head up that road to the Shrine of the Mines, and take a sharp right-hand turn down that down a hill to the streets of Silverton. However, yeah, like you said, there's not a lot of time on the street. You get maybe about a block and a half. I remember that.
Yeah, in the other direction. Whereas here, she's crossing this bridge now, but she's got she'll have a good, five more minutes or so, I would guess, at the way she's walking and smiling. And
so from Animus Street where she's at, that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe about 5.5 blocks. Walking through the streets with pacers. Hopefully, it looks like maybe a little bit of swagger returning to her here.
Yeah.
Feeling good that the adventure is drawing to a close. We spoke with Camille before the run, and she was excited to get out there and see what she could do. And I think she found out.
As in the pre-Courtney era, this time, a sub 30-hour time wins the women's race most years. For example, as recently as 2018, the women's winning time was 30:23.
Was that Sabrina Stanton?
And again in this direction. In 26, Anna Frost, who was 8th place overall. Okay, she was 29:02, so about 20 minutes faster than Camille is probably likely to finish here this year. And let's just go back to 2014 for the sake of conversation. In 2014, Darcy PQ in a time of 29:49. So just taking the pre-Dauwalter era out of the equation, 2 of the last 3 clockwise directions this time that Camille's running would have won the race.
Somebody was asking if there was any snow on the course this year. My belief was that it was pretty minimal. It sounds like Laney mentioned that there was a little bit up by Kroger's Canteen, which is not surprising. If there was going to be snow anywhere on course, it would be there. Other than that, I didn't see any up in the areas that I explored, so I would assume there wasn't too much. Nothing that would be affecting runners on a significant level.
Material way. Maybe a little bit over the backside of Oscars, which is an area with some shade and where there's a fair bit of snow, and then in American Basin perhaps. But nothing that was really going to impact the outcome of the race.
Passing. That's crossing.
That was
Cement
great to have
Creek.
Laney on. I'm glad that you reached out to her friend and got her in. A funny story there. The person who knew her and then ended up reaching out to her, she met out at Javelina. She was at Javelina. Her husband was running the 100K. This is Laney. She was set to pace her husband the last loop of the Javelina 100K. He dropped. Her husband said, well, you came all this way. You go over and sign up to pace somebody. She signs up to pace somebody, and the woman she paced is the woman who reached out in the chat and hooked us up.
I hope we have some viewers that are tuning in from France to celebrate the efforts and success of Camille Bruyas heading into town on a second-place finish here at Hardrock 2024. Finishing second only to Courtney Dauwalter. Obviously, no shame in that game right there. Looks like picking up the poles. She's gonna. I think she's got one more block to Green, or she might be coming up to Green Street right now. The only paved road in Silverton. Yep, she is coming up to the City Hall / courthouse corner right there. She will pass the classic Wyman Hotel. Excellent place if you're ever looking for a. Well, I wasn't going to say, but the secret's out on the Wyman, so I got to tell you, their old fashions are fantastic, and the vibe and motif inside the Wyman is truly great. It is the nicest hostel you'll ever find, ever.
I stayed there in my first Hard Rock with my family. The kids were all little. They're Skip brand, by the way, of Lake Sonoma and Healdsburg running. And we got the train room. That all the rooms are themed in the Wyman. And the train room obviously has lots of train paraphernalia and so forth. With, of course, the Durango to Silverton train. It's kind of a thing up in these parts.
Well, the Wyman underwent a renovation a couple years ago when Roger Rublik sold it. So it's gotten it's very white linen now.
It's probably no more train room then.
No, it's quite fancy actually. The hostel, when I was talking about, it's a 10-bunk hostel room, but it's more like 10 like private enclosures with heavy curtains and bedding that matches something that you would find at a 5-star in Vegas. It's super comfortable. But Camille has passed the Wyman, opting not to stop there for a night's sleep.
Pacers are having some fun with her, smiling and laughing, celebrating Camille's first lap around the San Juans.
Is she injured? Is she, cramps? I think she just ran 100 miles.
My guess is it's feet. We've got a camera back in Cunningham.
We'll do what we can to capture what's going on there, but we're going to stick it out here on the streets of Silverton because we want to appreciate and recognize Camille's amazing effort here this weekend.
I'm going to guess it's probably Luke J coming in.
Could be. I know Luke's crew is out there.
Yeah.
We met them earlier.
Or Yitka Wynn, fourth place woman. Good job there, cutting the tangent. All right, we just heard Dale announcing to the gym that Camille's on her way. Dale will do that from time to time. We'll just pop into the gym and holler out that a finisher's coming. And
she is about a half block from a left-hand turn into the finisher's chute.
There you go.
Fantastic.
There's Francois. Dane cheering in Camille, fellow Solomon athlete. It's good to see Francois out and about.
Of course, yeah, his day did not go according to plan, but I think that he understands the spirit of this event and the participants and everything that is laid out there.
He's also a true lover of the trail and ultra running community. I know he does a lot in his own community around bringing people together with trail and ultra running, and certainly has embraced the Hard Rock family over the last 5-7 years.
We've got a little bit of a posse. It's kind of got that that feel of that run from Auburn, where once you hit a certain point, it's kind of like, well, anybody who wants to join in on the journey can do so.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I'm thinking especially right there as you come down into the parking lot of the ski area, which is where Maryanne jumped in. And
yeah, once you're in town, I mean, it's not about pacing at this point. It's about just sharing a moment with a friend. As the journey now, at this point, her pacers will likely abandon her and leave her to the finisher's chute herself.
She's insisting she's not going to go alone.
Oh,
that's kind of cool.
That is cool. Now she smiles. I'm getting goosebumps seeing this. Knowing what she's gone through to fight to get to this finish line, you can't help but be happy for her.
That's cool. There she is. Camille Bruyas.
(29, 28, 13), give or take a second. Camille Bruyas. Got to pose for the photo, and I think she just wants to sit down.
It's the greeting from Dale. His 7th of many. Sorry, 6th of many. Misspoke. She is 6th place overall. 2nd place woman.
And Courtney era or no, Camille is one of just a handful of women who have broken the 30-hour barrier at this run.
Yeah.
Maybe a dozen at most in either direction, and in a single direction, probably, maybe 7 or 8 if I had to venture a guess. That looks like a really comfortable chair, far more comfortable than ours.
Yes, ours are not best. But we do what we have to do.
This is true. This is the path we chose. We could be running out there instead. You can see Howie Stern, Brian Powell taking video out there, taking photos out there. We can't really do video out there because we don't know what kind of audio we're getting out there. Frankly, if they've got music playing out there, there's the potential for us violating copyright laws. And so that's why we generally don't have a lot of sound at the finish line unless we've got control of that. Yeah. Can we correct that at the bottom, Bryce? She is in 2nd.
Yeah, 2nd place female. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, French runners come here and do extremely well at Hardrock. Ludo Pommeret setting a course record. Camille having an excellent showing here as well in the San Juans.
Francois Dane over the years. Thought of another one, Julien Chaurier. Last year, Aurelienne.
Of course, she's just soaking it in, surrounded by people that have followed her journey for over 29 hours. We'll keep an eye on what we've got going on out on course as well.
Cunningham. Now that's, I think Corinne has passed the camera on to someone else, hasn't she?
Yeah, Corinne was actually here.
Yeah.
A little bit ago, so I would assume that if she is doing follow, she's doing it here in town. There we go with our overhead shot of the 2nd place woman, Camille Bruyas of France.
And in our inset, I'm going to guess.
That's Luke J right there.
Luke J.
Yeah, we saw Luke pretty extensively at Animas Forks. And yeah, that is definitely Luke J. We do have follow cams trying to hit runners as they come in. It looks like Brian Peterson might be coming in here fairly soon. Hopefully...
Katarina Hartmuth, Paul Terranova, Nick Fury, and Andy Vermilyea are all in that range. Camille did leave an hour before that group, but I know at least Brian and Nick were moving pretty well.
Looks like one of our follow cams is on the way out to greet Brian as he approaches the streets. Brian might have to do a little bit of a swim move to make his way to the rock here in just a few moments. I think that's just part of the game.
They're usually pretty good about clearing things out.
Because Brian's last ping was at the Animas River crossing, so he's probably coming up on Cement Creek right now, and will be here fairly shortly. So we'll hope our follow cams can pick him up as they head on out.
Yeah, because it looks like our man Mike Acer came in here. I know that feeling.
Being tended to by friends. I see, as we mentioned, a few people taking photos. That is Luke J right there at Cunningham. Got adorning flowers on each ear.
Flowers in his ears.
Maybe to spruce up the joint a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe make him feel like he smells a little bit fresher.
Add a little sense of levity to the proceedings.
Camille is heading out of the finisher chute with some assistance from her crew. And we expect that Brian Peterson will be coming in here momentarily. Of course, if you heard the ambient noise in the background, that is
Dale
run director.
Dale announcing the arrival of another runner. Brian Peterson, we're thinking. We're almost sure.
Yeah.
From Kansas, we had a nice visit. Corinne had a nice visit with his crew out at Cunningham.
Looks like we should probably head out to the finish area cam.
There we go.
We've got Brian.
Brian Peterson from Wamego, Kansas.
No, he's right there, Finn.
Brian Peterson, Wamego, Kansas. What a run.
Such a spirited finish there for him for the last 10 miles.
Happy.
Moving very well. At sub 30-hour finishes, we mentioned that is no small feat for anybody to do here in the San Juans. 30 hours is an amazing time. For other runs, it is just the golden hour. But for here, it's a top 10.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Absolutely.
top 10 finish.
Yep, sub 30.
All right,
you got to move to run a sub 30 here.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, you have to take advantage of the flats and the downhills that you get here because you don't get many. You get, like in this direction, you get Camp Bird Road, a couple other lengthy downhills, but you still have to really work hard on those climbs.
It's interesting in Corinne's conversation with his crew out at Cunningham. She asked simply, how do you prepare for Hard Rock out in Kansas? And they said volume, lots of volume.
I do like talking to the East Coast and Central States runners who have made their way here. Brian from Kansas, of course. We talked to Laney from New Jersey, and their approach is to trying to get that vert, to try and replicate that elevation that they face here, doing everything they can to try and prepare themselves for what you can't prepare for unless you're doing it.
It takes creativity. It takes, ingenuity, innovation, sometimes just kind of trying to be spontaneous. And they did mention he got out here a couple weeks before the race. But you do what you got to do, whether it's on a treadmill, a Stairmaster. People in Florida are notorious for running the bridges,
parking garages,
ski hills, small little ski hills that you might have in the upper Midwest or in the East Coast.
Brian Peterson's final finish time is 11:36:04. Ran that final stretch, from Cunningham to the finish in about 2 hours 30 minutes exactly. That is cooking.
Yeah, that is.
That's winner level type of split right there.
That's about what Courtney ran.
Yeah.
Actually, Courtney ran more about 2:40, so about 9 minutes faster than Courtney.
Well, Diego Pazos, our second place finisher, who actually passed Jason Schlarb late in the race. Okay, actually, let's do this. Brian Peterson ran it in 2:30. Diego Pazos, second overall, ran it in 2:34.
Yeah.
So outside of Ludo's otherworldly 2 hours or 1:59 split for that final 10 miles, it looks like Brian's might have been the fastest. And we could tell that was going to happen. Like, we could tell that he was going to...
You could tell by seeing him in the aid station at Cunningham. He was by far the freshest looking, feeling, acting. He just had that look of, I've paced it well. I'm ready to get this thing done.
5 and Vine. The runners will be out there for another 18 hours and 20 minutes potentially. Yeah, we talked about the depletion mile that is coming up tomorrow. We might talk about that in a little bit here. We might even have a moment to talk about it now. Let's see where our other next potential finishers are. Our next expected finisher is, it might be Paul Terranova. Paul Terranova is in the Arastra to Kendall Mountain Lodge, Kendall Mountain Ski Lodge stretch, so he's probably
Does it look like he's past Katarina?
Possibly, yes. Yeah. I'm gonna say it does look like that. Katarina is tracker is about 2 miles behind and pinged 15 minutes ago. Paul's is pinged about 5 minutes ago, and with that assumed about 2 to 2.5 mile difference, I'm still gonna say
Katarina looks like she's still on the Jeep road, the gnarly Jeep road.
Yeah, could be down to Arastra Creek itself, maybe that crossing potentially, but no further than that. Definitely not past the Arastra Gulch trailhead and not onto the single track of Boulder Gulch.
Let me scan back a little bit and probably have Nick.
Yeah, Nick is. I wonder if Nick brought his sturdy leather gloves to handle that
to get through that chunky bit.
So Nick heading down the hill as well, looking like he's going to have yet another potential top 10 overall finish.
And back out to Cunningham, we've just seen Luke J come through here. Not sure if he's still in there or not. Let's see, scanning around. No, that looked like a no. The Luke J's out.
That would be yes.
Fantastic. So next up would likely be the 4th place woman Yitka Wynn into Cunningham.
Yeah, she's close. She's on the descent.
With 7 runners finished, we have now 6 between Cunningham and the finish.
You are tuning in to the Hardrock Endurance Run 2024 presented by Mountain Outpost. Special thanks to our presenting sponsors, Sunto, our platinum sponsors, Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, and The Feed. Our gold sponsors, Squirrels Nut Butter and The North Face. Our silver sponsors, Catula, Hypoxico, and Goo. Yeah, each of these aid stations, for people that aren't familiar, are staffed by dozens of volunteers. This is not a nickel and dime operation. Cunningham Gulch, we talked about Animas Forks last night because that was where a lot of the action was. Cunningham Gulch is a lot easier to get to than Animas Forks. It's not as far. It's maybe about a 25-minute drive from town, whereas Animas Forks approaches an hour. You don't have any sections where you have to have all-wheel drive or high ground clearance. It is one of the most beautiful sections of this backcountry to drive into, though, because you come off of Highway 2, San Juan County 2, and you take a right-hand turn to head into the Gulch area, and you follow alongside a creek on your right-hand side as you're driving in, and all of a sudden you complete your climb, and then you come over a hill and you look, and I always say it looks like something out of a 1980s beer commercial. Yeah, the both sides of Cunningham Gulch are green and rocky and just stunning to look at. The sky always seems like it's blue when I head out there in the morning. And if you ever go to Silverton and you are looking for places to go, you can hike the Cunningham Gulch area. You can hike Little Giant to the finish. If you keep going all the way up, Highland Mary Lake is an excellent place to take maybe a little bit less experienced, less tough hikers. Highland Mary Lakes does have some climb. You still, I think, ascend maybe 1,500 feet from where you park.
There's a camera shot heading right up that way.
Yeah, and once you get up to the Highland Mary Lakes area, you can kind of just mess around because it opens up into a fairly large meadow. And my son and I did that a couple years ago and had an absolute blast. So Cunningham Gulch, as you can see, in my opinion, when you look at this scenery, especially with a fully blue sky, is one of the most beautiful places I've ever encountered.
Great shot looking up the Little Giant side. The final objective of the Hardrock 100 in the clockwise direction.
I can't speak to whether or not Leadville is a Hardrock qualifier. I know that
it's not.
It's not. Okay.
It's not.
I know that the list is on the Hardrock page. There are only about 30 to 30, I think there are 32 or 33 qualifiers, not counting Hardrock itself.
And 16 of them, I think, thereabouts, are in North America. The other 16 are international.
It wasn't even split at one time. I'm not sure if it still is, but yeah, about half of them are domestic, half of them are international. And they're all hard.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say what, I think we kind of dabbled around the idea of what is the easiest Hardrock qualifier. Well, I can't name any of them that have less than 20,000 feet of vert. I can't name any of them that aren't in some backcountry area, with the exception of maybe Run Rabbit Run, which is at 9,000, 10,000 feet the entire way. There's something that makes a run a Hardrock qualifier in every case.
I'll run down a few of them. On the East Coast, Cruel Jewel and Hellbender. In Wyoming in June, the Bighorn 100, Tahoe 200 in June, Hardrock itself, of course, High Lonesome, that takes place next week, Cascade Crest, UTMB, the Bigfoot 200 in August, relatively new race, the Wyoming Range 100, Mogollon Monster down in Arizona, Wasatch Front 100, Bear 100, Plain 100, Run Rabbit Run 100, I Am Tough 100. And newly added Hellbender Grindstone is being phased out. International races like Ultra Trail, Cape Town, Diagonal, Des Fous, Fat Dog up in Canada, Hardcore, an event in the Philippines.
A friend of ours, Aaron Barber, recently ran that.
Did he?
Yeah.
So a range, and you're right. It's looking like it's about 30. You get 2 years for them if you run one. It lasts. It qualifies you for 2 years, so you don't have to run one every year. There we go. I almost broke the iPad.
Almost. As you can see now, looks like some more crews are getting ready to greet their runners in. The next runner here in town we expect to see would be potentially Paul Terranova, followed by Katarina Hartmuth. Katarina was picked up she picked up Mandy Holmes as her pacer for the final stretch here. Prior to that, Dakota Jones had been her pacer. She dropped Dakota Jones, and so Mandy is picking up the opportunity to traverse the final 10 miles of the Hardrock course.
Yeah, I mean, Dakota's a good friend of mine, and I think in the early morning hours in Maggie, his appetite got the best of him. He was wolfing down.
He did eat a lot.
He was wolfing down quesadillas like they were jelly beans, and I think he just overate. And Katarina was like, "I'm not going to be able to run with you much longer there." Garbage mouth.
So there were three,
and off she went.
There were 3 tenets of Katarina's stop at what was that? Which aid station was that? That was
it was at Maggie.
Maggie's. That struck out to me. Number 1, the fact that she never sat down.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, the fact that Dakota wouldn't stop eating, and number 3, the fact that Ludo was sitting here and offering her words of advice or words of encouragement while sitting in our chair. Of course, our new course record holder Ludo Pommeret from France had a great run today and this weekend. But yeah, Ludo was happy to offer Katarina some words of encouragement as he sat here on the couch, still probably recovering to a degree from his own run.
It was a very cool moment too, because Katarina just grabbed the microphone and it was fun.
I mean, are we going to have Dakota come in here and explain that
he might have to, unless he's still out? Who knows? He might still be out there.
The wandering.
Did
Dakota
you see
Jones?
Nathan Curry poke his head in? One of the Curry family. We saw him out.
There he is.
There's Nathan. Probably here to greet his brother Nick.
Yeah, Nathan and Amelia were both out at Cunningham Gulch a little bit ago.
They drew the good Curry assignment this year, because the Jamil assignment's going to take a little longer.
Although I did see Patty and Peter down doing some shopping in the Hard Rock shop.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, so I thought they'd be out on course waiting for Jamil.
Well, maybe they've just kind of done the Jamil. It serves you right. You really can't train for 100 by running 100.
By filming them. Yeah, that's you know what, you made an excellent point last night. The concept of the training for finishing Hard Rock was starting it like basically the first 43 miles
right.
with training
was
for
training for the final 57. I mean that I could see Jamil using that as his rationale, actually.
Well, he's just got to make time to do that vert, to get up to South Mountain, to hit the Phoenix Mountain Preserves. I know that Bryce Brooks would be happy to wait up for him at the top
Absolutely.
of a few hills.
You got to pay your
We're gonna
dues.
be in so much trouble after all of this is said.
I know, because he listens to the whole freaking thing.
He does. He absolutely does.
Yeah, I mean, in our Cocodona coverage, I got busted for referring to an energy company in a derogatory way, and I was quickly put to rights.
So we just saw somebody going right to left, up high on that ridge that shows you. So a couple of areas where the vert is literally straight up via switchbacks. This is one of them. I mean, the horizontal movement from where they're at up on that ridge to Cunningham Gulch 8 is like maybe 500 to 1,000 feet, but it's also that high up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
and this is
wild.
coming back. By the way, this is coming down off of Green Mountain, which is on the north side of the gulch that forms Cunningham Gulch. The south side is Dives Little Giant.
Of course, next runner that we're expecting in, Paul Terranova. We're going to do our best to bring his finish in here as well.
We have 7 people in the house. Brian Peterson, our most recent finisher. Interesting little tidbit. So of our first 6 finishers, 2 from France, 1 from Switzerland, 3 from Colorado. We're assuming it's a safe assumption that those French folks are from the mountain regions of France. And then you got Wamego, Kansas. So good for Brian Peterson, among other things, is the first Flatlander.
There must be a heck of a parking garage in Wamego.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. The more I see of these lands, when I hear about somebody like Brian or Chris Twiggs, the more impressed I am from somebody who comes from a place like Kansas or Florida and can come out here to Hard Rock and not only like finish it, but do very well.
Casey Lichtai for years, training in Nebraska, and again, similar to what Brian's crew said about him, volume. Casey was known to just build that aerobic engine, 120 mile weeks at 7:30 pace, lather, rinse, repeat.
Yeah, that's a name that we have yet to see out here in this run. I assume it's going to happen sooner rather than later.
She runs a qualifier every year. She's going out to High Lonesome next weekend.
Wasatch. She's running Wasatch this year.
No, I think I saw that she's running High Lonesome. She's probably doing them both.
I could see that. Yeah, last year she won I Am Tough. She has also run a couple of other tough qualifiers. She's run high-low in the past. So she's known for her success at Western States and Havoline 100, which are considered to be flatter, faster courses. But one time you referred to Casey to me as a diesel motor. And the fact
that she doesn't look like a diesel motor.
No, but
she looks like a sports car.
Yeah.
But she does have a diesel motor.
Yeah, and so she not only is capable of churning high turnover in flatter areas, but she's capable of running, having a top 10 finish at UTMB, as well as all of these other, high mountain races and Western States qualifiers. And that is Paul Terranova right there.
Pushing hard into town.
Yeah, moving pretty well.
Let me just, I don't want to pass along poor information. So let me take a quick peek at whether Casey is on the entrance list for High Lonesome. Yeah, she is on the list for. She is on the entry list for High Lonesome, bib 54.
She's got a big summer then
for this year's High Lonesome. So yeah, that would be a High Lonesome and a Wasatch. Now, and speaking of Wasatch, Paul Terranova is a Grand Slammer, having run all four of those.
Sporting that CTS shirt, as you mentioned earlier.
Indeed, and he's moving.
Yeah, he looks very strong.
He wants sub 30. I think we commented on the sub 30 bubble when he was leaving Cunningham. He's got it. And his pacer's going to make sure he gets it.
Of course, Paul also finished in the top 10 last year, finishing 6th in the men's race, 8th overall, with a time of 27:54:50.
Our runner Cam's doing some running.
Yeah. Paul, if he is able to get into the chute in under 4 minutes, will have back-to-back sub 30 finishes here at Hard Rock.
Retired Army, lived in Texas for a long, long time, relocated along with his wife Meredith a couple of years ago to Leadville, Colorado, where they're neighbors or almost neighbors with Courtney Dauwalter and Kevin Schmidt.
Well, of course, then when they go to the neighborhood cookout, they can compare and contrast as the only two people with back-to-back sub 30 finishes in the neighborhood.
Oh, there you go. That's a cool neighborhood. So he's checking his watch. He wants that sub 30.
Yeah, he knows it. Yeah, and also, Brian, bringing up an excellent point. Remember, Paul went off course.
Yeah, he did.
But that explains to you like how good he is, because Paul had finished in sub 28 hours last year in what most people would consider to be the more challenging direction. And so, he would have finished much less than
now we're switching over to Mike. First Cam is going to run back out there, I'm guessing. Three minutes for that sub 30. And I did mention earlier, bears repeating, Paul does have a custom of doing a a certain number of push-ups after he finishes these.
And Paul is going to be our 8th overall finisher here.
There's Dale's announcement heralding the arrival of Paul Terranova into the finishing chute. Now he knows he's got it in the bag. He can high-five some folks.
Yep, he's actually just approaching the chute right now. Wait, so does he do the push-ups before he crosses the finish
No,
line?
he does it after.
Because I was going to say that was going to put things into dicey territory.
Yeah.
For that sub-30.
Did a little zigzag through.
Paul Terranova. Do we have his...
Is he taking his clothes off or something? Do you guys have Paul at the rock? There he is. There he is. They're bringing the chair right over.
Paul, in all likelihood, going to have the highest mileage of anybody here this weekend.
Mm-hmm. That's his wife, Meredith, as I mentioned before. Elite level nutritionist. She was on the nutrition team for Katie Scheid in her recent incredible performance at Western States.
Congratulations to Paul.
Congratulations to Paul. Sub 30. Yeah, Coop did kind of a cool setup for Katie this year at Western States. Had Meredith working with Katie on nutrition, and had Sarah Scazzaro, another one of our CTS coaches, on strength training, and of course Coop on fitness training. Coop's been Paul Terranova's coach now. He'd have to correct me on this. I think at least 4 or 5 years.
So Nicole in the chat is saying that Paul has 11 push-ups. What is the determining factor in terms of how many push-ups? Do we know?
Yeah, I don't know that. I just know that he does push-ups, but he's delaying a bit. Probably because he was putting the hammer down to get that sub 30.
He did, and he did that after adding some extra credit along the way.
Do you know where he went off course?
It was fairly early. It was like before Telluride, I believe.
All right. Because a common place to go off course is up above Oscars on the far side, on the Telluride side of Oscars.
Credit to Finn in the chat. Finn237 went off course between Chapman and Telluride and lost 30 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
So,
that section's pretty notorious up there on the Telluride side of Oscars Pass, where you can get turned around.
Well, it looks like
hey, we're almost ready. We've hit the 30-hour mark.
Our relief crew, they're bringing in the closer here to.
I know. Call to the bullpen. Call to the bullpen. Shit in the Woods is here. Mm-hmm. So
one of the power couples ultra running.
Yeah,
going to be
Mike McMonigal is here. It was fun to see Mike up on Grant Swamp and a whole bunch of other places already this weekend. One of the best photographers in the business. Follow him on Instagram at Shit in the Woods.
I will say one of my most memorable experiences working with Mike doing race coverage was at Run Rabbit Run, where he famously was being filmed by a drone as he was heading down the road carrying a laptop open for Leah to be actually following the race and kind of filming runners with it as well.
I love that.
It was basically necessity is the mother of invention, and Mike had things under control, but from a drone shot above, it looked like one of the wackiest moments in ultra running coverage that I've ever seen.
And it was obviously training that paid off with a win, thank you very much, at the Grindstone 100 Miler in Virginia in September.
So,
Leah gets a lot of the attention in the press in this power couple, but Shit's no slouch.
Yeah, slouch in the woods is
slouch in the woods.
If he ever decides to let up with his insane running ability. So
all right, well, I'm going to do what we usually do, Chris. I'm going to phase out here. We'll have Mike phase in, and then I'm sure Leah just texted us, said she'll be along anytime, and we'll see. I will see you all back again at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'm going to head out for a run.
Just make sure you give yourself some time to rest here after that as well.
Will the end come off though? The end is not stuck? Okay, cool. It's not stuck. No, it was. Perfect. Yeah, good. Okay. I'll go grab it. Okay. Figure it out. Thank you. Okay.
No, because I want to make sure we got here. You have plenty of time.
Well, a lot of sense now. Yeah.
The last opportunity. Yeah. 229. It's okay.
Thank you both.
Oh. You should. One more time. We're good. One more time. No.
Way up there. Yeah. Last year I thought keep it in.
What are your qualifications?
Yeah, they all decided they wanted to.
These three together are quite the match lately, so.
Yeah, they're just right there.
Y'all with your bad songs. What was I thinking? Obviously, I definitely saw it in his closet, so I was like, did we get sunscreen on you? I think we have. I told her I'd liked her to scream. Is that what you're doing? Next weekend. I don't care. I'm just one. I'm not required to go. Goals are going to feel so much better after yeah. People walk away. No. Yes, you are. Get your ass out of here. You know I won't let you stay. We were going down that. It was like 150 people and I'll drop here or something. Nope, this place is ugly. The food is terrible. They're all really mean. People are all I'd be like this. No rides. I'm listening.
Which is what I do. He told me that's what I do when I get on the rough. Not yet. But I'm telling you, I would guess
I love that you know
how I work.
I have not. So many of my friends.
I've been on over half of them.
Yeah.
And that was pretty shocking. And nothing else was shocking.
I think it'll be a really fun time. Really fun time. It definitely does the thing because it's really high midday. That is great too, dude. Yeah, I don't think that's them. And there's a bunch of them. And I think that's a dude.
The people in the two front are two sets of shoes.
The two that just crossed under this one, right before the little tree. That's all. Like, we saw no other competition. That looks like single.
Yeah.
So, where do you drink anymore before you go and have a refill? Yeah, you are so amazing. You're fucking doing it. Yeah. You got this. Hey, 1 step at a time. Love you, love you guys.
Did you crew her out already? Okay, good, good.
Yep.
Home stretch.
Yeah, when can we see if the camera's on?
Go get your feet wet. Sorry.
We're live. We're live. The camera's on us.
Oh, yay.
Hi, Leah.
Hi, Mike.
Did you hear AJW and Chris Warden's introductions?
No, but you can take one for the team and give us our own.
Yeah, no, they were introducing us
Oh,
before, I guess it was right before you walked in and before they left the stage. But they had a lot of really nice things to say about me.
oh, how kind.
Yeah, so my name's Mike, also known as Leah's husband. This is Leah.
Hi, guys. You've mostly been seeing me in the field in the last couple days, but first time in studio, actually. So looking forward to being up here and having my partner help me through some of the tracking, and always happy to engage in the chat. I was getting pretty cold out in the field last night, so happy to be down here in Silverton.
Yeah, so we're with you for the next, I guess, 6 hours or so, taking us from hour 30 to hour 36 of the race here in the studio. And we're going to follow along with as many runners as we can. Still got lots of people out on the course there. A few who are currently on their way to the finish in between Cunningham and Silverton. So if there's anybody you want us to try to talk about or can tell us anything about that we might not know, feel free to drop it in the chat. We'll be paying attention.
So I've been kind of out of the loop for the last couple hours, taking a...
Out of the loop?
I was taking a nap, my
Where's-
first nap.
I've been in the loop.
Yeah, so Mike can give us a
I'm just
run
kidding.
on
I have not been in the loop. We're gonna figure out kind of what's going on together. So we're looking at on the screen here is our field camera at the Cunningham aid station. That looks like Luke J. Is that Luke J?
No, Robert
You said
Panis.
Robert.
All right, so that's about our probably 15th person overall. Currently 30 hours elapsed.
And what we're looking for next year in Silverton is, I think, going to be Katarina Hartmuth, which would round out the women's race podium. We also have Paul Terranova and Nick Curry, who I would suspect have maybe been closing a gap to Katarina. I've heard that Katarina's been struggling a bit, but is getting it done. So based on when she left Cunningham, I would expect that we'll see Katarina at the finish here in this 12 o'clock Mountain Time hour, in this 31st hour of the race. Oh, and there she is.
Nice.
On follow cam. Is this not up to date? Somebody said Paul finished already. Brian finished.
They were good.
I should look at him.
Yeah, so this is Katarina Hartmuth that we see on our camera there. Still looking strong, getting it done. Looks like she's with pacer Mandy Holmes in the last stretch. So she's our third place female, currently in 9th overall. And we're looking at just over 30 hours on the clock right now, which I can't stress enough how impressive of a time that is. I know we had Katarina on the mic at an aid station probably about 4 or 5 hours ago with pacer Dakota Jones, having a little bit of a tough time, and she was a little disappointed in how slow she was moving. And I think we need to also recognize that these are still historically extremely fast times. I think all these women are running well within the top 10 fastest times ever in this direction, which is pretty awesome. And seeing 3 of those all in 1 year.
Katarina is trucking right now. And yes, that's Katarina with a pacer that we're seeing on the camera. This was, so F2, just about in the last hour or so, was Camille Bruyas, who was very much hobbling this whole, as long as there was a follow cam on her, seemed to be really hurting and just kind of hobbling to cross the finish line. Katarina, by contrast, who we've heard has been spending a lot of time in some aid stations overnight and this morning, but seems to have either found her adrenaline or maybe another wind, because she is full stride running right now into Silverton.
And I do think Cammie's time pushes her to, after Courtney this year, 6th fastest time in this direction. So the women above her on that list are Courtney's 2024 time, Courtney's 2022 time, Diana Finkel from 2010, running 28:32, Anna Frost from 2016, running just over 29 hours, 29:02. And then we have, she's just ahead of Emma Roca. So I think she's in really good company, and I think we'll see Katarina also cracking that top 10 list. She looks good on this downhill.
So I've spent the last 30 hours shooting this race as a photographer for a few clients, one of whom is one of Katarina's sponsors. So I was doing my best to follow her along with a couple of other athletes around the course throughout the last 30 hours. And so I did have the pleasure of seeing Katarina a few times. And the last time I saw her was last night at sunset. Took some photos of her about a mile up the climb, like starting the Handies climb. So that would be, I think, around mile 59 or 60 or so. And that's where she was, right at sunset at the first mile of that climb up to a 14,000 foot peak. And I was extremely impressed and inspired because she was solo. And it was, the sun had just set. She was going into the night and commencing a climb over 14,000 feet. And she was just locked in, focused. She was absolutely silent. So I actually felt a little bad because I thought that maybe I was bothering her a little bit by, running back and forth to take a few photos of her. So I hope that I didn't bother her, but the people love to see what everyone's doing out here on this course. And Katarina has been extremely strong all day, all night, and now all morning. And the people need and love to see that.
Yeah, and she is such a strong runner. Among a lot of other results just last year, she was 2nd place at the World Trail and Mountain Running Championships in the 80K, 2nd at UTMB to Courtney Dauwalter. She unfortunately suffered a series of bike injuries this past fall and into the winter, so wasn't exactly able to return to running form like she would have wanted to earlier this spring. Followed that up with a 7th place at Transvolcania, and wasn't even sure if she could start this race. She had a pretty bad fall 2 weeks ago on her back during her last training run before she came over to the States. So super impressive to see her, A, running how well she is right now, and then B, just running just over 30 hours here. Looks like she needed a little break there from her pacer.
That is impressive. That's a perfect stride.
It's got to be really exciting to enter Silverton and know how little you have left. No more climbing.
We have somebody on this runner.
She beat you at UTMB, right?
Oh yeah, she crushed my soul at UTMB. Yeah, thank you in the chat. She also won Eiger, UTMB Andorra. She's extremely strong, and I think the longer it is, the more mountainous it is, the higher her success is. And she's still young. I want to say we were toggling back and forth yesterday between, is she 28 years old, is she 29 years old? And then somebody in the chat, or maybe it was Corinne Chalvoy, said today might be her birthday. So I think she turned 29 over.
I hope that's true.
Over one of these recent days. So go Katarina, you look awesome right now, and you're so close. Yeah, I think to go from not even sure if you're going to line up to the race to being in podium position all day long and doing it with such a positive attitude throughout is awesome.
I'm so impressed. It's really cool to see people like visibly, working and hurting a bit, and they're at mile 60, and it's the very beginning of the night, and they know they're going to be still on the trail when the sun comes back up, and to see them just work through everything that they're working through, and probably a lot of things that we don't even know about.
Oh, and looks like we've got a Cunningham aid station check-in. That might be Emily Howland.
Somebody said that's Chris at Cunningham. Chris in the yellow. First Hard Rock. Was that leaving Cunningham aid station? I do need to go take finished photos of Katarina, so I'll be right back. You good?
So in our split cam down there, I think we've got Cunningham aid station as well. So just as a reminder for those following along, it's just over 9 miles to the finish from there. They've got quite the climb leaving there, so it's not quite over yet. They have about, I think it's just under 2 miles, 2,500 feet of climbing at least, before topping out and having a pretty technical descent to start, and then gets a little cruisier towards the finish.
All right.
You have to go back in the sun if you're going to go there. Let's have a little more shade, and then we can go back over.
Do we have a third class? Yeah. You want an extra tailwind or?
Yeah, so shout out Mandy Holmes. Mandy Holmes, Katarina's pacer there, got pulled out of crewing duties, was in street clothes, and I think when Katarina's first pacer had to drop back, Mandy was able to hop in and be helpful for Katarina. So shout out Mandy. Looks like her positive energy is helping Katarina get here to the finish line in Silverton.
Yeah, those
So currently with 30:25 on the race clock, so Katarina will be just around that 30 hours, probably 30 minutes or so. And this will be our third place female. Ahead of Katarina so far has been Courtney Dauwalter in just an incredible course record, doing Courtney things. And then we had Camille Bruyas behind her, 29:28, finishing just a little over an hour ago. And those three women are just internationally acclaimed when I think it comes to doing these hard mountain runs. Both of them just proving themselves on the world stage many times. So really excited to see them come over to the States and give Hard Rock a go. Yeah, Preston in the chat, Cunningham is the only camera left out on the course, I believe, at this point. Yeah.
Put like 3 of those packets of lather it up. No, keep it better. Use that whole bottle.
Bringing it home so close. Katarina moving to a run here. I'm hoping she hears some cowbells signifying how close she is. She's definitely in the last stretch here, maybe a quarter mile or so to the finish. Seeing our split screen down there.
I don't. I have. No problem.
Oh, nice. Down there on the split screen, I think we do see Dower coming into Cunningham. During the women's race from 4th place to 7th place, I feel like has been so dynamic overnight. So we got Dower down there in the split screen into Cunningham, Katarina Hartmuth on the main screen, our 3rd place female coming into Silverton. Oh, she looks really happy and emotional. I'm sure she's very excited to cross that finish line and this long journey. Kiss the rock. Welcome to Silverton, Katarina, 3rd place female. We'll wait here to see her finish time, and it's going to be just under 30 hours and 29-ish minutes. Katarina Hartmuth, German/Swiss athlete, first Hardrock, amazing. Probably one of the top 10 finishing times for women in this direction. Just embracing the rock, giving it a smooch, signifies her finish. Way to go, Katarina. She looks cooked. So Katarina, for those of you who are just tuning in, our 3rd place female behind Courtney Dauwalter and Camille Bruyas. Really decorated. 2nd place at UTMB last year, 2nd place at the World Championships, UTMB Andorra champion, Eiger champion. She's incredible. Really excited to hear what's next. Battled a lot of injuries this year, and I think has really, really worked hard to get to this finish line here. Wasn't even sure if she was going to start the race leading up this week, a few days ago, so happy her back injury stayed at bay for her so she could put on her amazing 3rd place performance today. Looks like we've got Nick Curry also coming into town following Katarina Hartmuth, our 3rd place finisher for the females race, and then our 9th place finisher overall. So Nick Curry will round out the top 10 overall. 7th male. Awesome. What a textbook execution of this race for Nick.
What I miss?
We got a good Katarina finish. I'm sure you saw that live. And then we
Happy birthday, Katarina.
Yeah.
Looked like a very emotional finish. I can't even imagine. Did you see her stop in front of the rock, and just paused for probably 20, 30 seconds?
Pretty incredible. Looks like we've got our follow cam going back in town here to try to catch some action of Nick Corey. He is doubling back after Western States 2 weeks ago. I actually cannot imagine. I love the way Nick races. He kind of has the conservative approach and knows what he's doing. He's no stranger to Hardrock. He's got several finishes here. And today was a really fun one to follow along with him, moving from, I'd say, mid-pack.
Can we see, do we have a way of knowing what place he was in at?
I think I could probably check.
I saw him on his way up Grant Swamp, and he was very far from 10th
okay, this
place.
is cool. So at KT, he was 77th place. So at mile 11, Nick was in 77th place overall, which is incredible. And by Chapman, he was 43rd, Telluride 38, Kroger 28. And looks like he moved his way up into the top 10.
He looks happy.
Wow, so good, Nick. He's moving so well. It looks like he could run this back. Opposite direction.
What's his? Is he carrying his poles in a like a flask pocket? I actually don't know what that pack is.
Yeah, this is Nick Corey on our screen. 7th male, 10th overall, coming to the finish in Silverton. What a feeling!
Looks fresh. Look at that.
Strong. Ugh. 30 hours, 34 minutes. Go, Nick. He almost looks too fresh.
He knows how to do it.
Wow. This is Nick's 7th Hardrock finish, I believe. Let's just go through this. He's had a 31-hour finish. 30 hours, 37 minutes, 27 hours, 32 something, 30 hours, 25 minutes. He really knows how to run 30 hours something here.
It's interesting to sort of contrast that finish with the person that finished right before him, somebody who was just finishing their first Hardrock and had an extremely emotional and understandably sort of sensational experience at the finish line. And Nick just seems to be talking shop.
Yeah. One of the few Western States Hardrock doublers this year, coming off of a 25-hour, 14-minute Western States just 2 weeks ago.
So did he negative split?
Oh,
did he negative split Hardrock?
Looks like we've got some people asking about our Cunningham aid station. That is what we are showing down there on our split screen. So we will catch you up on the action that's been going down there. I do believe right as Nick was coming to town, we had Tara Dower entering the aid station. And Tara is 6th for the women's race right now. Ahead of her is Courtney Dauwalter, Camille Bruyas, Katarina Hartmuth, Yitka Wynn from Renton, Washington, Emily Hownan, and then Tara's wrapping up at 6th place so far. We got Claire Bonworth will be the next lady. She might even, no, she's the next one we're expecting at Cunningham. If you've been following all day and all night, Yitka, Emily, Tara, Claire, they have been switching up positions often, and it's been really fun to follow along. I think at times maybe 20 minutes separating them, maybe less than that. Really cool to actually see how close they still are at Cunningham. So we had Yitka roll through there at 12:12 local time, Emily 11 minutes later, and then Tara just 8 minutes behind her. So anything could really happen in this last section. We saw our finishers, our lead male would do that in under 2 hours from Cunningham to the finish. And most recently, we're seeing that take over 3 hours for some of our ladies and some of the guys that are finishing. So real question mark based on how they're feeling here. I'd be really curious to see Nick's split, actually Nick Curry's split from Cunningham to the finish, because I wouldn't be surprised if he had one of the faster ones on the day. Oh, he sure did. 2 hours, 4 minutes. No, something like that. Yeah.
That would be pretty quick. I think Ludo was.
No, I did
under
bad math.
2
I did
hours.
very bad math. Yeah.
I think we just saw Chris Tyson checking out of Cunningham on the feed there. Earlier this morning we saw Ludo finish before anyone else was even at Cunningham. And then we saw, I think even when Courtney finished, no one else in the women's race had reached Cunningham yet, I believe.
Yeah, so Chris Tyson, he was one of the ones we just saw roll through. He's sitting in 18th overall, Fort Collins, Colorado. I believe a longtime volunteer at this race. A little bit about him. He's been top 10 at Cascade Crest back in 2023. Looks like he's got a Hellgate 100K finish to his name, several over the years. So if you know me and Mike here, we're big fans of the East Coast, big fans of Hellgate 100K and David Horton's races. And Hellgate 100K is a special one. And Chris Tyson looks like he's got several finishes there. Really strong runner. Looks to enjoy the 100-mile distance. Tough ones like Cruel Joel. So way to go, Chris. I think he's been moving up all day as well. Looking extremely strong. He's one of the last runners that we saw there at Cunningham.
He's been doing his hard rock qualifiers pretty religiously for a while, it looks like. Bighorn 2016 and kind of regularly doing Bighorn, Bear.
And he's the governor's aid station captain. Thanks, Ken Brown. Longtime volunteer out here. Thank you for your service, Chris. Hard Rock wouldn't be what it is without the many volunteers. If you tuned in yesterday, we had a nice chat out at Animas Forks, and we had upwards of 60 volunteers out there working extremely hard, getting that aid station put together at 4 a.m. If you know anything about Hard Rock and how people talk about Hard Rock, it's the spirit of Hard Rock. It's special and it's hard to describe. And I think it's hard to describe because you kind of got to be here to experience it. And I think the volunteers are truly what make this race what it is. And extremely special. Our aid station captain from Animas Forks, Julie, was sharing that her favorite memory from volunteering and being the aid station captain is receiving thank you notes from one of the runners the one year. He carried around a whole stack of thank you notes and dished them out to every aid station he'd come into. So I would love more of that spirit from racers as they enter these aid stations, because the volunteers are doing exactly that. They're volunteering their time, their energy, everything for every runner that's completing this loop to and from Silverton out there. So yeah, thank you, Chris Tyson, for your dedication to Hard Rock, dedication to Governor's Aid Station, and dedication to a pretty strong finish out there today.
So do we have Lauren Davis in Cunningham right now? I see the name Lauren Davis a lot.
Bozeman, Montana. I think he's run the Bear.
I feel like we've done some of the same races. Yeah, he's been at Scout Mountain Ultras in Pocatello. Oh, Buffalo Run on Antelope Island, right in our neck of the woods. Yeah, lots of Utah, Idaho, Wyoming stuff.
Yeah, so for those of you following along, so far we've had 10 finishers. The next ones we should likely be expecting are Andy Vermilyea from Castleton, Vermont, Ben Bucklin from Washington, Luke J. from Colorado. So I'd say probably expecting those guys sometime soon in the next 30 minutes to an hour, especially Ben Bucklin and Andy. They were a little bit ahead of Luke at Cunningham. But Yeah, man, if we have, let's see how close Yitka is to them, actually. There's potential for Yitka to maybe slide her way into a little higher into that men's top 10, which is pretty cool as well.
We just saw Lauren go striding out of the Cunningham aid station there, looking really good.
Yeah, so far we've got 6 women in the top 17, which I'd have to say sounds pretty historic for Hardrock. This is the most women that they've ever had line up at the race, which it's, I think, just over 30 women starting the race. Definitely lots of progress to be had when it comes to evening out those numbers a little bit more. But yeah, cheers to the women's race. Highest numbers ever.
It was 22% of the field still, though, right?
Yeah.
Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
I swear, I mean, we see it with Western States all the time. We're seeing it here today. Like, the women's race makes up a smaller percentage, a less than half percentage of the overall field, but they occupy a much higher percentage of the top 20, top 30 sort of places overall. So let's see more women out there, because when they show up, they mean business and they whoop everybody's butts.
And we've got our camera at Cunningham aid station there, mile 93. Really gorgeous spot. I spent, I don't even know what time. Mike and I had a very chaotic night last night, but I think I spent most of midnight till about 7 a.m. out of Cunningham, which looks a lot warmer right now than it did last night. People were kind of making fun of me for my puffy jacket. But if you know anything about spending time in the mountains, and especially spending time above 10,000 feet in the mountains, that weather is cold, and it's especially cold right around dawn. So the runners out there definitely have had pretty great weather. Looks like we're getting a little cloudy today with a little rain, I've heard reported on the course. But honestly, conditions yesterday, other than some mild heat, couldn't have been better, in my opinion. We saw runners taking care of themselves through the heat of the day. A lot of runners struggling with it quite a bit. We definitely don't see the full heat mitigation approaches that we see at races like Western States, but definitely some cooling down, a lot more just like getting themselves wet, staying wet, a little less ice than we see at some of our other races.
I guess there is at least a lot more water on the course at Hardrock than there is at something like Western States. So there are more opportunities to
douse
dunk
yourself
in creeks and things like that.
Yeah, and Cunningham aid station, I think most recently, 11 minutes ago, we had Lauren Davis, 9 minutes ago, roll through there. Some of our next expected runners through there will be Claire Bonworth, Timothy Fay, and Andy Blatecki. We'll keep our eyes on the screen for those guys. Yeah, Claire, somebody was commenting last night, either in the chat or on Twitter from I Run Far, that Claire looked like she was having a rough time, had ripped leggings, and looks like she had a tumble. But I actually saw her with a pretty large tear in her leggings right after Grand Swamp Pass yesterday. So I think if you guys caught any of that footage, it's pretty burly when they have to descend down that. And I think a lot of the runners had some scrapes, had some tears, but got it done.
Yeah, I would be anxious about the Grand Swamp Pass descent if I ever found myself with the opportunity to participate in Hardrock in this direction.
I know. I think we did it together going uphill the one time.
Even
and
uphill, it was
I think I
uncomfortable.
froze, paralyzed in fear. So yeah, I think the adrenaline of the race would definitely keep you going. And for those just tuning in, on screen, this is Cunningham Gulch aid station, mile 93. They've got about less than 2 mile climb with about 2,500 plus feet before descending down into Silverton. A little technical on the other side of that. Been taking the runners somewhere between 2.5 to 3.5 hours to complete that last section. We've had 3 women come through so far in the finish, 7 men, so 10 runners overall. So still rounding out that men's top 10 and having an exciting women's battle for 4 through 6 going on between Yitka, Emily, and Tara Dower. And then talking to you guys today. I'm Leah Yingling. You usually will see me out in the field doing a lot of that reporting. This is actually my first time in studio, and gotta say it's kind of nice. And this is my
I am Mike, husband of Leah. Also, my first time in studio.
Yeah, Mike's not doing himself justice. You've probably seen him out on course at many races. He is popular by his Instagram handle, Shit in the Woods, getting some of the loveliest photos we see of our races and our runners out on the trail. So he was everywhere yesterday. I can attest to that. I'm the one that got the nap, and I don't think he's slept more than 20 minutes in the last probably 30 hours. So bringing you the action that you guys get on Instagram.
We're just jacked up on ultra running right now.
We're jacked up on ultra running and caffeine.
Jacked up on caffeine, ultra running, and soon to be a chicken salad sandwich.
Yum. So for those in the chat, feel free to send us some names of your runners. Happy to give some airtime to anybody that you're following. Feel free to give us some info on them too. I know we try our best over here to provide the stories, but you guys know your runners best and have the stories to tell. So would love to publicize especially some of those lesser told stories as well. One of the stories I learned while covering on the ground at Animas Forks yesterday is Luke J. He is one of the guys rounding out our top 10 men. This is his first hard rock. He's been trying to get in for 9 years. He got in off the wait list, and he's crushing it. His goal was to have a top 10 finish. So let's hope he can. Let's see if he is. Oh yeah, he's 10th male right now. So just needs to hold on.
Is this up to date?
No. I hope so.
I feel like that one's out of date.
He's 10th male.
Sweet.
I think our next runner we are expecting in Silverton is Andy Vermilyea from Vermont. 42 years old, living in Castleton. He's been crushing it. I think sometimes people have this question of, you know, when somebody's coming from the East Coast specifically or lower elevation, how are they going to handle the altitude of hard rock? Because they spend so much time up high, with the high point of the race being Handy's Peak, which is just over 14,000 feet. This can be really tough on the stomach, on digestion. I think that's been the major issues we've been hearing runners complain about overnight from the field, is just like how hard it is to keep food down. So Andy is crushing it out there, representing the East Coast.
Yeah, there's a good variety in these in the hometowns in these top, let's say 20 or so. Just going down this list. It's not all Colorado. We've already had Kansas finish with Brian Peterson, Nick Curry from Scottsdale, Phoenix area. Here comes Vermont, Spokane.
Got a lot of shout outs for Billy Grimes in the chat. So Billy is currently, let's see where he's at in the field. We had him reported into and out of Maggie at 12:23 local time. That was about 30 minutes ago. Billy is sitting in like 30th-ish overall right now. Again, another one of our longtime volunteers. Longtime aid station captain at Run Rabbit. Billy's watering hole is named after him. Thanks, Chris. That's awesome. Silverton local, crushing it out there. I think this is first hard rock as well. So, way to go, Billy.
You see Griffin's note about Andy Vermilyea.
Oh no, let's hear it.
Apologies if I'm not pronouncing Andy's last name right. Andy is a chemistry professor, runs for the Cocaine Bears running team. And his huge calves.
Has huge calves. And oh gosh, that is awesome. Way to go, Andy.
Leah was a participant in a calf contest unwittingly.
Yeah.
At a drag show earlier this year, where she was called up on stage. And
Yeah, if you want to know what my worst fear in life is, it's getting called up on. No, I've got like, yeah, multiple worst fears, but one of them is getting called up on stage at a drag show for a calf competition. And my lovely husband here,
I had nothing to do with it.
You had a lot to do with it. I bet you Andy would have got first
But
place.
yeah,
in
you
that.
got what, second place in
I
that?
got
So
second
if Andy was there, you would have got third,
Yeah. So
presumably.
shout out to Andy and his calves.
Let's go. He just won the Infinitus Pentamarathon.
He's in
Is
it.
that a 5-time the length of a marathon? A pentamarathon?
It sounds like it.
124
124 hours. Oh, Vermilyea. Thank you for the pronunciation.
Vermilyea.
Yeah, Andy's from Clifton Park, New York. Went to graduate school in Colorado. Now lives in Vermont. Environmental chemist. Also a member of the Steep Endurance
So
Trail Racing
Cocaine Bears and Steep Endurance Trail Racing.
Gosh, what can't he do? Yeah, and thanks for the heads up in the chat, Tina. For those of us that are keeping tabs on the back of the pack, there might be a few people pretty close to the cutoff at Sherman. So let's send some good vibes to those who are getting close to the cutoff at Sherman. We want to see as many people make it to the finish line here in Silverton as we can. I know these cutoffs, this course, everything about it is tough and brutal. So let's hope we can send some virtual cheers to those who are cutting it close.
Yeah. 3 hours.
So we have 3 women right now between Cunningham and the finish.
Nice. And Andy should be the next person we're seeing in town. He left Cunningham 9:48 a.m. local time, so it's been just over 3 hours. 3 hours, 7 minutes to be exact, from Cunningham since he checked in. We are seeing runners in this this range right now, doing that last section, probably 2 hours, 2.5 hours to 3.5 hours, give or take. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him soon. I do hear bells.
Just heard some cowbells.
Okay.
I would love a chance to talk with Katarina, if I can put that out into the world. If she is listening, which is doubtful, or if anybody could invite her to come chat with us for a minute in the studio. She finished F3, right? And her Cunningham to the finish was 3:30, over 3.5 hours. I want to know how that 3.5 hours felt. And the 3 women that we have now between Cunningham and the finish, I mean, they only left Cunningham about 19 minutes apart. So 12:12 p.m., 12:23, and 12:31 p.m. So depending on how we're feeling, could be a little bit of a mix-up in that top 5 of the women's race.
And lots of cheers for Matt Campbell in the chat as well. Let's go, Matt. Let's see his last check-in. We had it 8:42 this morning at Animas Fork, mile 57.9. Yeah, Mike and I here have been chatting about how Animas Fork, yesterday it almost felt like this aid station that you're like, I'm almost to the finish. But there's 43 miles to go from there and 43 pretty tough miles. So sending you cheers as you are going up Handy's Peak, Matt Campbell. That's a tough section. Julie, our aid station captain from Animas Forks, was saying that she would have runners, any runner that rolls through her aid station after midnight, she is sunscreening them up because she knows that they're going to be having no opportunity to get sunscreen for several hours after they visit her aid station. So
that's a pro move.
Preemptively taking care of them. Yeah, that's what happens.
Sunscreen at midnight.
Yeah.
Moonscreen.
She said it sounds crazy. And yeah, it looks like we've had one of Matt Campbell's pacers in the chat from Ureta Animus. Had a 12-minute nap below the summit before the descent, but he's strong and ready to beat the snail to Silverton. Let's go, Matt. 10 years in the making, too. Oh, let's go. So again, we've got our camera there on Cunningham Gulch aid station. That's about 9 miles to the finish for these runners. Decent amount of climbing, big punchy climb, which you actually did the climb this morning, right?
The climb out of Cunningham.
Yeah,
I did.
tell us about it.
Well, I did about maybe a little over half of it.
Okay.
And it's very nice if, you're just doing it as a hike. It would be extremely difficult at mile 90 something. But yeah, I think I went about 1,200, maybe 1,300 feet up in just about a mile. And here we've got another runner coming into Cunningham. Anybody has an ID on that person?
Let's keep an eye. It should be.
Yeah, who are we expecting?
Claire Bonworth should be soon into Cunningham. It'd be her, Timothy Fay, and Blatecki are our probably next anticipated runners into Cunningham. So let's keep an eye on a bib number here. Oh, awesome. Good pacer love there, too. And some good puppos. So we've got the camera on Cunningham aid station right now. We're looking at probably like our 22nd, 23rd runner in the field. I think that's Timothy. Fay. Yeah, from Longmont, Colorado.
What's up, Timothy? Cunningham, baby.
So Timothy's done High Lonesome, Run Rabbit, Quad Rock. Lots of the California, good gracious. Colorado, popular races, Never Summer. Looks like he does a lot of stuff out in that Fort Collins, Salida area. Probably a member of NAR Runners, I wouldn't be surprised. Way to go, Timothy. Well, we got Andy is in town, I believe, as well. Oh, good.
Say Andy's in town?
I think Andy is coming into Silverton.
Ah.
Good question, John Anderson. How many tickets do Mike and Leah have to Hardrock? I've been putting in since 2018. One of these years, we'll get there.
Did you say John Anderson?
Yeah. We got on our screen, we got Andy Vermilyea from Vermont, environmental chemist. Oh, we need to check out these calves.
Let's see those calves.
Let's see those calves. Oh, yeah.
Hear us.
Those are good. Maybe we can get him in studio to do a calf competition. He would definitely crush you.
Oh, I wouldn't even be allowed into the calf competition.
So Andy Vermilyea He is our 8th male, Castleton, Vermont. We got just over 31 hours on the clock. Looking awesome right now, representing the East Coast. Looks like he's spent some time in the Mountain West doing races like the Rut, Cascade Crest, among other. Oh, he's got a grindstone finish as well. First Hard Rock. Way to go, Andy. This is so impressive. Kissing that rock. Oh, yeah, that's a good calf, yeah. Looks like he's got likely a daughter running him into the finish. I love those family moments.
His wife, Hillary. Thanks, Stephanie.
From Whipple Hollow, Vermont.
That's a very Vermont town name. Well-deserved seat. 31 hours in the San Juan Mountains. Closing the loop, Silverton to Silverton.
Just over 31 hours. That's an impressive time, Andy. He looks... That's a good chair. He looks happy and satisfied and probably extremely ready to be done. Good question. So that recent finisher was Andy Vermilyea from Castleton, Vermont, our 8th place male, 11th place overall. We should be expecting, I think Ben Bucklin should be our next finisher, most likely. He was not too far behind Andy at Cunningham, maybe 17, looks like 17 minutes behind him. So not terribly far. I imagine we should start seeing him in town pretty soon. And then as for Cunningham, last we visited there, we had, that was Timothy Fay that rolled through. I do think Josh Golden, yeah. Looks like we've had Josh Golden roll through Cunningham as well about 2 minutes ago. Yeah, 2 minutes ago, Josh Golden, Durango, Colorado at Cunningham Gulch. He's our 23rd placed runner right now, 17th male, I believe.
So we actually have quite a gap after if Ben is the next finisher. It was almost an hour and a half back to the next person leaving Cunningham after Ben Bucklin, and that next person was Luke J.
Okay.
Luke J of Grand Swamp Pass downhill fame.
Oh, I know. I need to watch
this
that
weekend.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in and didn't get to check out any of the coverage yesterday, I'd highly recommend watching some of the Grand Swamp Pass follow cams, footage from there. Beautiful. I think some of the best views on the course, but also some gnarly descending. Ooh, is this Ben?
Oh.
Nice. Bib 115, Ben Bucklin. He's in town. Oh, he looks happy.
Bucklin up.
You've been waiting to say that.
I just made that up. I bet he's never heard it before.
So Ben
He's
Bucklin.
been jamming for 31 hours and 6 minutes. Now he's buckling up for the finish line.
Oh gosh, and I swear we've been seeing Ben's name all across the Mountain West for lots of 100-milers, lots of mountainous stuff over the years. I swear he's everywhere. He's been at I Am Tough, Cruel Jewel. We've seen him at the Bear several times, Cascade Crest. This is his second Hard Rock finish. Finished in 2018 in 27 hours and 41 minutes. Crushing it
45
out
years
there.
old. 45 years old. Looks like his first ultra was 2007.
Nice.
The Let's Climb a Mountain 34.3 miler in Spokane. Spokane,
I think.
Spokane.
That's gotta feel good.
Another strong looking finish.
Mhm.
Making the turn onto 12th Street, right?
Oh, way to go, Ben. So cool. Oh. Ben Bucklin, our next Hard Rock finisher, 31 hours and 7 minutes.
Smooch the rock.
Give it a little kiss.
Little.
He is our 12th place overall, 9th place male. Way to go, Ben. Second Hard Rock finish. Way to go.
When was his first Hard Rock finish?
I think 20, did I say 2017 or 18? 2018. 4th place.
He was 15th overall at Western States in 2016.
He's done UTMB. He has got a couple top 5 finishes at Cascade Crest 100. Probably feels good just to sit down.
Can you imagine the feeling of closing this loop?
No. Oh. All the hugs.
It's definitely cooled down a little bit in the last hour or so. The sun was absolutely beating for a few hours there
The sun
this morning
I mean,
to midday.
This sounds like a stupid sentence, but the sun is hot. Like, it's so hot out here, and
The
just,
temperature might be 78 degrees, but
Yeah.
or whatever, but the sun is it bakes your skin.
Yeah, Mike and I were chatting about how if this year's Hard Rock conditions were ideal, if they've been better than any in the past. I do think it was quite warm yesterday, and we saw the runners coming through Chapman aid station yesterday. That was my first spot of the day, and it was 9:30 in the morning, and we had runners already start icing down there. So 70 degrees at this altitude feels really hot, especially when it's beating down without any coverage. So a lot of these runners will be going through another day of relatively high temps, but I will say it feels a lot better when there's some clouds and it's a little overcast, which is what we're seeing today. So I'm thinking today will be a bit more pleasant, but maybe have a little bit more of a threat for some thunderstorms.
So Benjamin closed Cunningham to the finish in basically right at 3 hours.
Okay, so that seems to be a pretty good estimate for these guys.
Yeah, we're in kind of that 3-ish hour Cunningham to the finish zone.
All right, looks like we've got, I think, another runner into Cunningham.
Andy.
See.
Oh,
Andy Blatecki, Golden, Colorado. He is into Cunningham 4 minutes ago. Cunningham Gulch. Cunningham Gulch is just over 9 miles to the finish.
One more climb and one more descent from Cunningham.
That's all.
Looks cheerful.
Yeah. Oh, Andy is signed up for the Cocodona 250 in May.
Your competition?
Me too, Andy. Looks like has at least, yeah, one Hard Rock finish to his name as well, 35 hours back in 2021.
2 spinal surgeries last year, according to relative Jessica in the chat.
Wow. Go.
2 spinal surgeries last year.
Oh. This is gonna feel easy compared to that.
Hard Rock really knows how to pick them, I guess.
Yeah, she ended up doing poor guy.
Oh, Andy looks happy. Look at that. He's checking out the Cunningham Cafe menu. They've got mocktails. Is that what I see? Oh,
I think
yeah.
that is what you see.
Oh, thank you
Yeah.
for the zoom in. We got Backcountry Mocha, London Fog, Pickle Shot, Rum and Coke. Hold the rum. What was I doing at Cunningham all
Dude,
day?
Andy's passing on the mocktails and hitting the climb.
This is one of the first ice bandanas I've seen on anybody, too.
Let's go, Andy.
Yo, Andy, he looks good.
Spine seems to be in
Yeah.
good shape.
Spine looks good. One more climb.
They leave that aid station there, and they have a little shallow creek crossing right through those trees. He's got a nice little limp going, but he's getting it done. So if it is still hot, too, there's a really good opportunity for them to cool off as soon as they leave this aid station. Yeah, there's Tyler Green arriving at Cunningham on his own run. But yeah, leaving this aid station, they can dip in the creek there. They cross through the creek, and then it's a 2,400 foot climb in less than 2 miles. So somewhere up way above that waterfall that you see.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to get your socks knocked off, you should go see how fast Killian did the final miles from Cunningham Gulch to the finish back in 2022. I think hour 45, did that climb in less than 45 minutes. Oh, who we got? Did 1:39. That is Timothy leaving the aid station, Timothy Fay of Longmont, Colorado.
Maybe
He looks good,
Timothy
too.
and Andy can
Work together.
team up a little bit on this climb.
Yeah, so we've been seeing that these runners are taking somewhere in that 3-hour range to get from Cunningham Gulch to the finish.
We'll probably start seeing it
Get a little
obviously
longer.
trend a little bit longer as the paces slow down. So maybe expect somewhere in 3:15, 3.5 hour-ish
Yeah, so
estimate.
these runners are probably looking at like 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock local time finishes, which would be 34 to 35 hour finishes. And
Is this another runner coming in? Got a nice steady stream of folks now. This is great.
oh, we got Claire Bonward.
Oh, it's
Nice.
Claire.
Yay. Let's go, Claire. I do believe she's our 7th female. I think, gosh, I don't even know where to start with Claire Bonworth. She has probably the most impressive racing resume of anybody in this field, I swear. She is incredible.
Nothing she can't do,
I want
right?
to say, like, she's had several thousand miles of racing under her belt before even lining up for Hard Rock this year. She knows how to suffer.
Nobody now. Nobody.
Looks like a puffy jacket almost wrapped around her waist. Like a pretty warm jacket.
Yeah, he's just drinking.
It was definitely a cold night.
Yeah, and Claire has done some extremely tough races. She's won the Spine, I think, more than once. What was it, last year? I think she was just on this like serial streak of racing very long things and doing long trail efforts. Then lined up for UTMB, had a top 20 finish there. Yeah, pretty inspiring.
Dude, totally, I got you on this. 30 miles, let's do this.
We have a couple people in the chat giving Tara Dower a shout out, asking where she is.
Let's go, Tara.
Tara Dower is somewhere between Cunningham Gulch and the finish, currently 6th place female. And there is a pretty dynamic race for 4, 5, 6 on the women's side. So that's Yitka, Emily, and Tara have been kind of like leapfrogging throughout the night. Claire too, but I do think those 3 have probably gapped Claire pretty decently by this point. So I'd imagine we should be seeing those ladies in about a couple hours.
They're about an hour ahead of Claire.
Okay, they're an hour ahead of Claire, so maybe we'll be seeing them in about 2 hours.
45 minutes to an hour ahead of Claire, I
Yeah,
guess.
probably just over 2 hours for Yitka, Emily, and Tara to be making their way to the finish. Any news on Luke J? We will keep our eye out. I do think
I think we're expecting
he should be our next. He should be our
about
next
an
finisher.
hour at least from now. We've got a big gap. We saw Benjamin Bucklin finish 10 minutes ago, and the next person behind Benjamin to leave Cunningham was Luke J. Over an hour and a half after Luke left Cunningham. So we expect to have a bit of a gap here before we see any more finishers on the street in.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, like we said, Luke J was at Cunningham at 11:39 local time. It's been taking those runners roughly 3 hours, give or take 30 minutes to get from Cunningham Gulch to the finish. So I wouldn't expect Luke J in Silverton for at least another hour. He's been trying to get into Hardrock for 9 years, got in off the wait list. Another one of those guys that we've seen around at just about every Mountain West 100 you can think of. Been getting his Hardrock qualifiers year over year, so really excited to see him make his way to Silverton. All right, guys, we are gonna do a quick stream change here. We'll run some ads, take a quick little break, but we will see you on the other stream.
And it'll switch you over there automatically if you're already on this stream. So no need to do anything, but enjoy the ads.
See you there.